In this massive 8-hour Elementor video, I'm going to be showing you the fundamentals of building websites with Elementor. We're going to start by going through the basic Elementor widgets. Then we are going to build a full website using Elementor. And then we are going to proceed with an introduction into CrocoBlock suite of tools, particularly JetEngine, Jet Smart Filters, and Jet Form Builder. If you want to learn how to build websites using Elementor, then this video is exactly for you. I'm going to walk through from start to finish. You don't need to have any prior experience with Elementor or web development at all in order to profit from this video. Before we go ahead, it's important to note that all the links to the tools being used in this video are going to be in the description of this video. So without much ado, please smash that subscribe button and let's go on with the video. This is the website we are going to be building. You can see right off the bat, it has the black background and it has this red circle running through the hero section on the home page. And if I scroll, you can see these are plans, workout plans. You can see the design, you can see everything. And then you can see these testimonials sliding. You can see this carousel of logos, and then you can see this a blog post. And if I come back up here, you can see this is the about us section, and you can see the design, Karen Davis. And then if I scroll down, this is the footer, and you can see it has a transparent header on the home page. That's why you see this stretches right up. If I go to the contact us page, the same thing. We have a contact us form, and then we have these logos with this information. And for ebooks, these are ebooks that this company is selling, this website sells. If I click on this for learn more, click on that, you see it takes me to this page for the ebook, and I can choose to get the ebook, and it brings up this pop-up container, this pop-up form. I'll click that and I can go to blog. These are blog posts. Each of these are blog posts. You can see they are categorized under different topics. And if I click on this particular one, this is the blog post. You can see it has this shadowy left sidebar. Now you can see all of that. So this and get ebooks, it still brings me this pop-up. You can get all the ebooks at the same time. So this is the website we are going to be building. And in order for us to build this website, we need web hosting. For the hosting, I have two options for you. The first one, just go to donodio.com/e2, click on it. And it's going to bring you to this website, hosting.com. It was formerly called E2. You see here it says E2 hosting is now hosting.com. And this is one of the fastest, hosting providers I know, which I've used for close to 5 years. And you want to go to reliable web hosting. Do not choose WordPress hosting. It's a lot more expensive. So click here, and you can see it comes with a free .com domain for 1 year. And here you can click on see plans, and you can see these plans. You see the starter plan, and it's going to show you here that it starts at this $11.99. Never mind this price. Click here on this particular one, starter plan, which you can host your website. Click on buy now, and it's going to tell you almost ready to launch. Now you can see it tells you you're paying $23 for 1 year of hosting. $23, 1 year of hosting. Now, when you want to renew, is going to cost a lot more, a little bit more. That's a lot more actually. But now you're paying $23. You can confirm and proceed. Now you can choose your server location. You can choose to register a new domain name, and you can select that domain name from here. And it's going to give you 1 year for free, a free domain name for 1 year. And when you do that, you can click on proceed, confirm and proceed. Now, you can choose any domain name, something like that, .com, and it's going to take time. Now, this takes a little bit of time. So it shows you all of these. They are here. Mind you, you're getting this .com domain at a discounted price, or you're getting it for totally free. So you can click on that and then you can proceed to buy. I'm not going to go walk you through all of this. I have a video on my channel on how to get into hosting. The second hosting provider, go to donodio.com/hostinger. And you are brought here to the Hostinger page. Now it says claim your deal. So click on claim your deal and you can choose any of these. You can either choose premium or you can choose the business plan. If you choose premium, you get 25 websites. If you choose the business plan, you get 50 websites. And if you choose cloud startup, you get 100 websites. Now these plans have changed because when I got this premium, it was 100 websites, but now it's been changed. So this is one of the reasons why you have to be careful whom you buy for, because things change. So click on choose plan. Click on choose plan. Nevertheless, Hostinger is still one of the most affordable hosting providers out there. So if you're buying for 48 months, you'll be paying $2.39 per month. That's you're saving up to $460. But if you're buying for just 1 month, you're going to be paying $11.99. If you're buying for 12 months, you're going to be paying $3.19 per month. If you're buying for 24 months, you're going to be paying $2.79 per month. And if you're buying for 48 months, of course, you're going to be paying this for the entire 4 years, which is a $432 discount. And then if you use the link, if you use my link, this is what you get. You get an extra 20% discount, which means instead of you paying $140 something, you're going to be paying this, which is $114. And you can click on continue, and then you can, choose your account you want to sign in with. You can choose which account you want to sign in. You're going to have to create an account, and then you have to choose your free domain name. I'm not going to go into this too much. I don't want to make this video too long. Now, when you go through that and you install WordPress, you're going to meet me on the other side. Immediately we are brought to this particular screen, which is the default WordPress dashboard. And you can just dismiss all of this if you want. I'll come to screen options and quickly just turn all of this off. I don't want to be seeing them. I don't want to be distracted. Next, let's go to pages. I'll click on pages and I can add a new page here. And then I want to call this, I'll turn this off. I want to call this home. Now, I could just see, test, because we want to use this to test all the functionalities of Elementor. Let's just say home. I can delete everything later on. I'll click on publish. I'll publish that. And I can view page here. And this is the page. If I go back to the dashboard, you can see it shows nothing. If I go back to the dashboard, I want to go to plugins. And then I want to install Elementor. I'll just search for Elementor. Now to install a plugin, I'll come back here, come to plugins, click on add plugin, and then it brings you here. So you can now search for Elementor. And then the first result should be what we are looking for. And this is it. Or it's actually the second. This is it. I'll click on install. Now that it's installed, I'll just go ahead and activate it. Now I'm brought to the screen and I'll simply want to go back. So I'll copy right from after WP admin and then simply go back. And then I'm brought to the dashboard again. I still see this. Optionally, you can toggle this off. So if I come under plugins, you can see we have the Elementor plugin here. And if I come to my pages, I'll just close this. If I come to my pages, I want to come back to the home page. It says has an accessibility. No, I don't want all of this. These are new Elementor plugins. I don't want that. And you can see this is my home page. If I view it on the front end, this is how it now looks. I can click to edit this page. So if I click to edit, it's going to show me the option to edit with Elementor. Now this is the edit with Elementor button. And when I click on that, it gives me a lot of these templates. Now, you can use any of those templates, but in this case, we will not be using them. If I come back while that page loads, it will come to appearance, come to themes. You will see these are the themes we have, but we are going to change that, these ones in a moment. Now, the page is loading. Now, this is something very important. Whenever you're working with Elementor and you're trying to edit a page with Elementor and you see this screen, you can either click on Enable Safe Mode. It means probably there are some things, which are blocking the page from being displayed properly. You can either click on Enable Safe Mode, or you simply come back to the dashboard and go under Elementor, your left panel, go look for Elementor, click on Settings, and then you want to come to Advanced, and you may want to enable these. You may disable enable switch editor loader method. You can enable that, and then save changes. Also, you also may want to come to features. We now have this pop-up which shows us, it gives us the ability to add a logo and all that, but having activated safe mode, this is what we get. So you can just go ahead and close this. You can also disable safe mode from here. Now, before we go ahead, I want to go back to this dashboard, and you see we are still on the advanced tab, but if you go to the performance tab, you can activate all of these, and it's going to help you with the process of building your website. Is going to make things easier. And if I come to, this is for performance, and if I come to features, you can activate all of these, and it's going to make things smoother. I always just like to activate all. Click on activate all, and then I'm going to save this right now. And if I come back to advanced, I see these are active. Switch loader method enabled, unfiltered file uploads, and all the others. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And then here now, this, I'll say got it. You can choose how you want your page to be displayed. If I click on these settings here, and I could allow comments on this particular page. I could also hide the title. Most often you see the title here. I'll just toggle that off. Then the page layout, it's now on default. You can make it Elementor canvas, and if that happens, then if you have a menu here, it's not going to be displayed. And if you make it Elementor full width, which is what I recommend, it's better. It stretches the page to the edges. So you can now see we have this Elementor A to Z here, which is the title of the page. I'll come back here and I want to toggle on hide title. You see, this normally should be hidden. I'll save that, and then if I should reload the page, it's still there. I think it's because of the default theme. I'll come back to my dashboard, and I want to go back to appearance, themes, and I want to delete all of this. First thing first, I'm going to install the Hello Elementor theme. So this is the Hello Elementor theme. You can use it to do a lot. I'm going to install it. I'm going to install it. Installing. Now if I activate this, you see it's going to change on the front end. I'll just click on activate. Now that I've activated this, it's prompting me to install Elementor Pro. I'll not do that for now. I'm going to delete these other themes because sometimes if they are still on your website, then they can slow down the process. And now, if I should reload this page, you're going to see it's going to look a little bit different because of the new theme. I'll reload the page. Now you can see it looks a little bit different. So if I come to settings now, and okay, the hide title is still on, but somehow this is a bug, it still shows. Now let's go through the Elementor widgets one by one. In Elementor, the first thing you need to learn how to use, which is a recent thing, is the containers. So this is a container you can drag and add here, or you can simply just click on this plus button, and then you can click and add either a container or a grid. I'm going to add a container first, a flex box. So both are containers, but one is a flexbox, the other is a grid. And this is the first one. This one is a vertical container. This one is a horizontal container. This one is a double, equal double. This one is also double, but one is larger. This one is 4 double. And then you can see it follows suit and follows suit. Let me just add each of them for you to see. You see this one is just one box. But if I add items inside here, since it's a vertical, the items are going to be stacked one on the other. So let me just try adding an image widget. This is an image widget. If I try to add another image widget, it's going to be under this one. So you see it's now under this one because we added a vertical flex box. If I should now add a horizontal flex box and I add an image, you see, and then if I now add another image, you see it's already indicating that it's going to land on the side of it. So you see they are now stacked next to each other. And now look at this. This third one, it automatically gives us 2 columns. So these are them 2 columns, and you can add an image here and then come back and add an image here. Don't worry, I'm going to show you how all these widgets work. So you can see the same thing for all of these. And then these ones are interesting. It adds 4 blocks. This one adds 3 blocks, 2 on top, 1 under. And then you can see this particular one. If I click on that, you can see. If I add an image here, I can also add an image here. And then I'll add another image here. And then another image here. And then an image here. But you can see the difference. You can see how it looks, the difference. All of this done automatically. Now, I'll just close all of these. If I should now go to the grid, automatically, whatever you add here, now, if I add this image, you see it comes there, and then I add this image, that's a double grid. And then for the grid, you know, some of these grids act like the flexbox, but not as flexible as a flexbox. And you see that when you try to duplicate elements on the grid, the same here, and then the same here. Elementor, they've actually fixed this. It used to be very, very buggy. And then if I come to the grid again, I can add 6 elements here. You can see the grid. I'll just add some more. Now, but the issue with the grid is this. It's not as flexible as the flexbox. Now, just try to duplicate one of these. You see it goes down and it already adds an extra grid here, which you can add. But with flexbox, you have more flexibility. It's already adding another field. So you see, this is the issue with the grid. Now, coming down here, we have this particular section where if you have Elementor Pro, you can import some of these ready-made templates into your website. And you can also have pages here. These are pages, these are blocks, these are blocks, these are pages, and then templates which maybe you import or which you created on your own. You can export your templates. If you have Pro, you can search through cloud templates. So now let's go through each of these elements here. Remember, this is a full-scale Elementor masterclass. So the first thing we have is container. We've seen that you can add a container here, Flexbox, but you can also add a container from here. So when you click, you drag and you put it. So that's the outer container, that's a parent container. You can add a container within a container. And even within this one, you can still add a container. And now you can also give this container a direction, which is going to determine how the elements inside are going to be aligned. So the first thing I'm going to do is I click on this outer container, and then I want to click on direction horizontal row. If I click on that, whatever I add into it is going to be horizontal. I can add another container inside, and then now I come to add another container. You see, it wants to come to the corner of this one. You may not see it clearly. Sometimes it's a hassle trying to make this to stick. Anyway, you see it's actually dropped to the side of this. And within this one, you can add other containers. So you can give this inner container a direction to, and then you can add 2 other containers inside. You can also add images. You see 2 horizontal images. And now the next is a grid. We already explained that. Then you have text. If I click on this, I can click and drag it and put it here. Now, I always advise, it's always advisable that you add every element in a container. It makes it easy to delete one particular block or to hide it, let's see, and then to change the layout for mobile and for desktop. We're going to come to responsiveness later on. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to add a container, this parent container, and then I can drag this element and put this inside here. I can just close this other container. I'll just close it. I'll start all over. I'll add a flex box. That's the parent container. And then I want to add another container inside. Now I'm going to drag the heading and put it here. So you can see this is the heading. I can change the heading from here and see this is my heading. So this is my heading. I can change it to be, let's say, an H1, and you can animate it if you have Elementor Pro. We're going to come to that. So I can make it an H1 for SEO purposes. And if I come to style, I can align this to be centered. You see, it comes to the center. I can change the typography. Now here, I can just set all the fonts. I can come to global fonts, and then I can set the fonts for the entire website. We are going to do that later on. I'm going to just close out of that, leave. So this is the heading. I'll come here. I want to change the typography. It's now the default Roboto. Let's say I want to make this Montserrat. So you can see it has changed, and still under the typography, you can change the size to be bigger. Let's say 60. You can change the width to be 200. Which is very thin, and you can make it to be 900, very thick. And then under transform, you can make this entire section to be uppercase, this entire sentence to be uppercase. And then you can make everything to be lowercase. And then you can capitalize each word. Then the style, you can make it to be italics. You can make it to be oblique, which is not very different, and you can just make it to be normal. Then the line height, you see the line height when you have a sentence and you have words, lines of text stacked on each other. Then the letter spacing, you can make it to be more spaced out. Then the word spacing, you can spread the words around. I'll just remove this. And that is that. You can also change the color. I'll click out of typography. You can add a text stroke. You see, there is something like an outline. If I come to typography, I want to make this to be 1. And then if I come back, you see the text stroke, and you can change the stroke color, let's say to red. Let's say red. And then you can add a shadow to the text. You may not be able to see it right now. Let's say you can add something like a black shadow and make it thicker. You see the shadow around that text. And then you can change the text color itself. Let's say to something dark blue. Okay, so I've actually changed it to red. Let's see, something purple. And then if I come to the text shadow or the text stroke, you can change the color here to red. That's actually the shadow, not the text stroke. Sometimes when you click too much, you make a lot of mistakes. And then for this entire section, when you come to advanced, you can increase the padding all around. You see the padding all around this is the space around on top on the left side, at the bottom, and on the right it has increased. We are going to come to that later on. Next is images. very clear. You can drag the widget here, and then you can upload an image from your computer or from your image library on your website. At this point, since my website is very new, I'm going to have to upload a picture from my computer, and this picture of a goat, I'm going to use that. I hope you're not offended that I'm using the picture of a goat. So you can see the picture here right now, and you can change the size. You can make it custom. Let's say you want to make it 500 by 280, and if I apply, you see it has changed it. It's changed the picture, the size, and then you can caption it. You can give the custom caption and see great goat. So you see it appears under there, and then you can link it to maybe google.com. When somebody clicks on this, it's going to take them to google.com. And the next element we want to look at is the text editor, which is not very similar, not very different from the heading. So I've added a container. I'll drag this text inside here, and if I just go to lorem ipsum English, I just copy this text here so we can use it for demonstration purposes. And if I come back, I want to paste this text here. So you can see we have this text here, and right from here you can begin to make changes. If I select all of this, you can change it from paragraph to H5, but want to make it a paragraph, want to use it as a paragraph, you can make all of this bold, you can make all of these italics from here. But this is not the best place to do all of this. The best place you want to do all of this is under style, under the style tab. If I click there, I can align all of this text to be centered. You see now it's aligned to the left. When I align it center, you can see the difference. I can change the typography, let's say to Montserrat. If I'm too fast, please slow down, put it at 0.75. So this is Montserrat, and then I can increase the weight to 500. I can also transform all of this to uppercase and every other thing which we did. Now we can see the line height from here. We can see the spacing between the lines of text. I can increase this. I can also reduce this to be this way. Then the letter spacing, you can make the letters to be spaced out. The word spacing, you can space the words out. And you can also change the color of the text to be, let's say, darker. And then you can add a link to this, to a particular section, If we come back here, I can highlight this established, and then I add a link. This is the link. I'll click on that, and then I can add a link and say google.com. You see the color is going to change, color of that word. So you see, this is now a link. So that is that for the text editor. And if I come back here to this plus, it brings me to the element tree. I can add a video here. I'll just add a video, this video here. Let me draw this. Now there are two ways you can embed a YouTube video, which like this one, you have it here by default. This is a YouTube video. So if I go to YouTube, I can get the link of any video and I can add it here and it's going to be shown. I can also upload a video and copy the link and then add it here and it's going to be shown. Now I'm on YouTube and I see this video of goats. I'll just copy the link. I'll come back here to my website and I want to paste the link here, and you see it shows me the goats, and you can see the goats are playing on my website now. And you can choose to make it to autoplay. You can choose to make it to autoplay, so when it runs to the end, it plays back. You can also choose for it to play on mobile, and then you can mute it if it has sound, and then you can loop it. You can also remove player controls. So you see, you don't see those play buttons here, but it still shows that it's from YouTube. If I add back player controls, you see this, all of this video on mute and all of that. And then you can play it in privacy mode. You're going to see. So I want to remove player controls. and then you can lazy load it. All of these are things for other lessons. And then it says suggested videos. You can see any other video, and then video playlist widget, you can add that. You can also add an image over this so that when the page loads, before the video could load, that image will be shown. So I'll turn on the image overlay, and of course I'm going to use the goat image there. So right off the bat, this is what you see, but when you click on play, it plays the video. Now the second way to add videos is to upload them to your website and then put the link on this particular page. Now I'm back on the back end of my website, and if I go to the left, I see something here that says media. I'll click on library. You see we have this good image, but this is where you're going to see all, I'll toggle this off, all your images and videos and even documents and even audios. So I'm going to click on add media file. I'm going to select, and then I'm going to upload this video of goats. So when I upload it, I'm going to copy the link. I'll just click now on it. It's uploaded. Copy URL to clipboard. I'll copy that. And then first things first, I need to reload this page. So I'm going to first of all add a new section, and then add that same video widget. I want to add the video widget here. Then I'll paste, and then I'll publish rather, and then reload this page for the changes to be seen. Now that the page is reloaded, if I come here, I can just remove this particular link, and I can add the link to that video we uploaded. It should be displaying. If it's not displaying, then there's a bug. I'll come here again. Let me reload this, and then copy. Let me copy this. Come back here. It doesn't show for some reason. Okay, I need to change the source to let's say self-hosted. You can use Vimeo, you can use Dailymotion, VideoPress. I'll click self-hosted, and actually it's asking me to choose the video. So I could add an external URL here, but I want to select the video. So I already uploaded it, so you can see it playing here. I can also choose to not show player controls. I think this is a lot better, but before you download any video, please make sure you have the permission to do so. So this loops, it auto plays also. So you see it just begins to play on its own. That is that about videos. If I go to the next thing I want to show you is buttons. Very, very important. You can't have a website without calls to action. That's why you need buttons. I will drag this button and add it here. And you can see right off the bat, it's green. And then the type, info, success, warning, there is not much difference between all of these. I'll just leave default. And let's say I say buy now. Buy now. And then the link, you can add a link. The link can be a page. If I click on link options, you could set it to open in a new window. And then you can give it custom attributes. You can also use dynamic tags. This is done using Elementor Pro and things like JetEngine. I'll introduce you to JetEngine in this course. And then you can add an icon. You can just add the link here. Then you can add an icon. So if I go to the icon library, this comes by default. I want to look for an icon like card. So this is one. I can add this there. And you see there is a card on that button. You can either center it, you can send it to the end, or leave it at the beginning. I'll send it to the end. Then the icon space, you can shift it further from the button item. And then call to action widget. These are pro features. If I come to style, you can come now, you can center this button. You can take it to the right, and you can make it to stretch. This looks really ugly here. So I'll just center it. You can change the typography to Montserrat. Montserrat. And then you can change the size to 600. And you can also change the line height. So it's going to increase the up and bottom of the top and bottom of the video, of the button rather. And you can do just every other thing which you saw us do on the other elements. And then if we come to divider, a divider is best placed between two elements. So you see if I click on this plus button up here, it opens up this space. We can add another flex box here. I'll add that there. And then here, I want to add a divider. Here it is. Let me scroll up a little bit. And that's the divider. So we've given it width of 100. And the style should be solid, of course. Then the width, we can make it, we don't want it to stretch for too much to the ends. We can make it 20. And then we want to center it. You see it's centered right now. You can also add an icon to it, like the star. You see it's now in the middle, which gives it some beauty. Then if I come to the style tab, I can make this divider to be red. I can make the width, it's now very thin. I can make the width to be 10. So you see, I can make the divider to be red. And then back here, you can also make the gap to be 50. You can change the color of the icon to blue. So that gives it a lot more color. So it gives a lot of beauty to your website. And then after the divider, we have a spacer. A spacer also does the same thing like a divider, but it's just blank space. So if I come back here and I go to spacer, so it's just empty space. You see, that's just empty space. You can't add anything on top of this. It's just empty space. So I'll reduce that. And then if I come under spacer, you have Google Maps. Very important for those of us who have physical locations. So I'll drag the map and add it here. And when I drag it and add it, I need to add my location. Let me just go to Google and see the best car rentals in New York. You're going to see it's going to show me Google Maps, locations, and all that. Now, let's see if I click on this particular one, real car. It's going to give me the location of this particular place. And let's just say I copy this. It's not a very exact location, but I can use it and add it here. Paste it here. If I paste that there, you see it shows me this particular area. I can zoom it to be more visible. I can increase the height so it shows a larger surface area. You can even make it up to 1440, which occupies a lot of space. This may not be very necessary. And for the styling, there's not too much you can do. You can just add CSS filters. You can increase the brightness, reduce the brightness, increase the contrast, the saturation. You see, you make the blue bluer, increase the hue. You can change the hue. Maybe you want this to align with the colors of your website. So this is all up to you. This is all up to you. So they can click and it takes them to Google Map. And then what else do we have? We have icons. We have icons. And it's simply just icons. If I click and drag this icon, you can change it here. You can add another icon stamp. And then you can add a link to it so that if they click, maybe it takes them to a page for signing documents. You can change the primary color. You can change the alignment. You can change the size, make it bigger. You can rotate it. You can make it this way. So that is that. Now, if we come back, we see all these other elements and they are pro elements. They are pro elements. For you to use all of this, which of course we will be needing in this course when we go to building the entire website, you will need Elementor Pro. So if you want to get Elementor Pro, simply go to donodio.com/Elementor. donodio.com/Elementor. Click, and it's going to bring you to this particular page, and you can simply just click on View Plans. And then if you have just one website, you can choose this particular one, Buy Now, for one website. And it's just for a basic website. And it gives you, I think, 57 pro widgets. Then if you have this advanced, which is €6.99 per month, It gives you up to 86 pro widgets. And then this particular one gives you 86 pro widgets plus a lot of other functionality for up to 3 websites. And then if you are an expert, let's say you run an agency, you can get this one $16.99 for up to 25 websites. But if you want to bump this up to, let's say, 1,000 websites, you could be paying 33.25 euros per month. If I change this to, now I'll leave it at that, still go back to the plans. So if you click on this and you're buying this, I think this has almost everything we need. Click on buy now. If you choose to buy per year, you get a very, very good discount. So go ahead and get this. Please use the link I just shared. I'm going to put in the description. If you buy using this link, I get a little affiliate commission, which helps me to run this website. So it's going to cost you $59.88, 59 euros 88 cents. I think that's dollars actually. Let's just say $60. So I already have it. I'm going to install it. I'll go back to the back end of my website and I'll go to plugins, click on add new, and then I'm going to click on upload, choose file, and then I have Elementor Pro here. I'm just going to upload that, install. Now I'll just activate this. I'll activate this. And you see I have Elementor Pro here. Now if I come back here, I'll just publish this. You see all of these have this Pro badge, but if I reload right now, you see all of this. Now I forgot to mention something. You need to come activate your license. I did that on the background. So come to Elementor license, click on it. After installing, you need to install and activate your license here. And it's looking a little bit weird here, but that's how you're supposed to do. Add your license and then activate it. So back on this page, you see all of these elements. They are now very, very active. They look great. All of these are very, very advanced. I'm not going to go into all of these. We've looked at the very, very essential ones. There are things like slides, WordPress menu, animated headlines, hotspot, price list, price table, call to actions. Now, if I should just remove all of these. So these two, loop grid and loop carousel, I will not get into them right now because they're a bit technical and it will take a lot of time. We need to start creating templates. And then you have things like off canvas. This is for menu, to create an off canvas menu. And then post. You want to display your post on your page. That's post. I'm going to show you how to create blog post. And then you come back, your portfolio. So it's just simply your portfolio, which you've created on the back end. You can display them here. Now, if we come to gallery, you can display a gallery of your images here. So we have this, we had other pictures. You insert them and they are going to be shown, all of them here. Now, we have other things like form, login, slides, WordPress menu, animated headline, hotspot. We are going to use some of these as we go further. So without much ado, let's go back to the back end of our website. That was just an introduction to the various elements and widgets in Elementor. We want to start now with the building of the website proper. So the first thing we need to do is that we want to make sure come to settings, make sure that it's on Elementor full width, and then just publish this. You also want to come to site settings and you want to come to global colors, and then the primary color, you want to make it to be, let's say, white. And then the secondary color, no, the primary color, we're going to choose this particular color, and then I'll make it this. I'm going to make it that. That's the primary color. And then the text is going to be this. And then the accent, let's just see these two. The primary color should be white, rather. Should be white. Secondary color, we can leave it at that. And then we can save changes. We want to change the background color. Now we'll go back And then if we come to background type, let's make it classic. And then the color should be black. So we want the entire website to be black. The mobile background should also be black. And then I'll save changes. One thing I could do is that I could make this a fainter version of black. Let's say black, but I make it a little bit more transparent. Okay, I'll leave it at this. I'll copy that hex code. And then I'll do the same thing here, paste it there, and then save changes. Now, when it comes to global fonts, you can choose your primary font to be, let's say, Montserrat. We could say Montserrat here, Montserrat, and all of these, let's say Montserrat, the primary font should be, we could make it 500. But I'll just leave it at 600. And then the text should also be Montserrat. And then I'm going to leave it at we. Then a secondary should also be Montserrat. We are using Montserrat all the way. And that is that. I'll save changes. I'll go back. And if I come to typography, it looks like the same thing, but it's a little bit different. So for this, I'll just make it the text color white, font family, Montserrat. That is that. And then the link colors, the H1 typography should also be white. The text should be white. And the typography should also be Montserrat. Montserrat. And same thing for H2. I'll just save changes. Now I'm going to exit from here. So everything we place here now is going to be on this black background. So now I'm going to add a section here. I'll click on this flex box, add this first one. And I want to add a container inside like this. But before adding the container, I want us to do something here. The first thing I want to do is that I want to add a shape inside here. And since I don't need to change the background color anymore, because by default, this is the background color for the entire website. But I want to add another element here, which is an image. And I'll add a circle. If I come to downloads, these are the assets for the website. So I want to use this particular one. I'm going to upload that. I'll just select this and add it inside here. But you can see it goes very, very far. It goes very, very far. I want to bring that a little bit closer. It's too big as it is right now. So the first thing I need to do is I want to come to resolution. I'll leave it at full position. I'm going to shift it to the top left, or I'll just center left. Could do center left. So it's come to this particular side, and then repeat. I want to make it no repeat. Display size, I want to make it to be custom, and I want to make it the width. I want it to be a bit smaller. But then what I want to do is that I want to change the size or the position. I'll make it custom. So, and then I'm going to shift it to the left by just dragging this a little bit. It may not be very visible now, but when we add some other elements here, it's going to be more visible. So for the position, I'll leave it at that for now, or I could simply just reduce the y-axis to push it up a little bit. Now I'm going to add a container inside, and then in this container I want to add two other containers. So I'm going to make this container to be horizontal so that I can add two containers side by side, and then I'll add this first container, and then I'll just duplicate it. You see they are standing side by side. In this particular container, I want to add a slider. I can either search here for slide, you see image carousel or slider, and then drag it and put it here. Or there is an inbuilt slider on each container. Come to style, and you can see here, it says slideshow. If I'm going to use this, then I'm going to want to add another container just to make everything quick and organized. Now, containers are going to be your best friend in Elementor. So I'll come to the style tab, come to slideshow, and I want to add a number of elements. I'll come to my assets, and I want to add this particular one. I want to add this one, and I want to add this one. So I'm going to upload those three. Now I'll just create that gallery and insert gallery. So it shows here, but you can't see it very clearly because this particular element is still, since there's nothing here, it can't show this particular part very much. So what we want to do here is we want to add another container. I'm going to add a container inside there. And in that container, I'm going to add some elements. Now, containers are going to become your best friend in Elementor. Why? Because containers make it very easy for you to do your work. Now, but I don't want this container to be transparent. I don't want to be able to see through. Now, as it is, if I should add an element inside here, like let's see, mind you, I'm going to add some more containers here. Now look at this. If I add a text element here, you see the text is on this transparent area. So I want to reinforce this particular background color by giving it again to this container. So I'm going to click here and I'm going to go to style, background type. I want to give it that color again so that it's going to be projecting on top of here. So I'll paste that. So you see this column is now showing over this red circle. So what do I do now? The first thing I'll do is that I want to add something like a heading. I want to add a heading. So if I add the heading, I'll just say nutrition, workout, motivation. Nutrition, workout, motivation. Nutrition, workout, motivation. And I want to give it the color to be this red. I want it to be this red, this particular red you see here. Actually, what I think I could do is to add another container here. So just add another container inside this one, and then I'll drag all of this text here. I want to remove the plus from there, and then I could duplicate this, and this is going to be another container, and it's going to say in good shape for ebooks. So the point is not the grammatical correctness of the text, but the design. Then I want to go to lorem ipsum English. I want to get some ipsum text from there. This is it. I'll copy from here. Sometimes it's difficult copying from here, this lorem ipsum text. I'll just copy from here, and then I'll copy that, and I want to paste it inside here. I want to get some text. First of all, I'm going to duplicate this. I can duplicate this. It's just my convention, my workflow to have each element in its own container. It makes it easier to edit. So this is it, but it's too long, so I could cut it from after distributions, and then I'll put it there. Now, one thing I want to do is that I want to change the color of this. I want to change the color of this. I will change first of all the size. I'll click on it and then come to style, and then I first of all, of course, it's aligned to the left. Typography is Montserrat, but I want to make it to be 400, and I want to reduce the size to be, let's say, I'll make it to be 18. and then I want to change the color to be this. Now I'll pick the hex code color and add. Now I'll just add the hex code here, and you see it gives you that reddish color. It gives you that very, very reddish color. This element, on the other hand, I could go to style, and I want to increase the size to be, let's see, 70. I want the weight to be 400. I could make it 300, and then I could increase the line height to something like this. This is in good shape for good. In shape. Okay, I think I mixed the words. In shape for good. In shape for good ebooks. In shape for good ebooks. Now I decided to change the header font families, or the default header fonts, to be DM Sans. So under global fonts, primary, make it DM Sans. It makes your work looks neater. It doesn't help when everything is just then these two, DM Sans, and then I'll just do the same for typography. So H1 DM Sans, but you can leave the body text itself to be Montserrat. So I'll exit that, and we have this. But you see, we can also reduce this size of this text. I'll come to style, and I want to make it, let's see, 14. It's 14, good. And I want to make it 300, very light. Let's see, 15. And then we can also come to this entire section, entire container here, and I want to give it some padding. I'll make it 40. So I'm going to make it 40, and all of them should be aligned to the left. That makes your work look a lot cleaner. And then on this side, now we are still going to do some work here. We are still going to do some work on this side. What we want to do for this image is that we want it to be shown. We want the full image to be shown. So what we can do is that we can use a spacer and add it here. And before we add the spacer, first things first, let's come to the style tab, and we want to look at the image. Image is the slider. I'll turn this off. You see the transition, background size. Let's make it cover, and then background position, we'll say center. Okay, so what we can do now is to add the spacer there. I wanted us to do that before adding the spacer. So I'll add the spacer here, and I want it to reveal the entire image. So I'll make this 600. So you see, it kind of really shows the image. We could achieve this same thing simply by using padding. So let's say if I delete this, I could click on this, come to advanced, and then I'll turn this off for the padding. I could make this to be 400, and then this to be, let's say, the bottom padding to be 100. I think the distribution is not fair. Let's say this should be 250, and then this should be 250. So it still shows, but not very well. We could make this 300, and then 300. So you see, it shows the entire thing, the picture of this guy. It shows it very, very well, and you see the sliders. It shows them very well. Now what I want to do is that I want this entire section. to be shown very, very clearly. So the first thing I want to do is I want to give this big container here a background color. And I want to make it to be the default background color, which is this. And if I come to this, I can add this here. So this is the background color. And then I want to give this a top padding. I want to give it a top padding of, let's see, I'm going to unlock this. Now the padding is the space around each container. The padding refers to the space around each element in a container. So this is a container. The padding is simply the space around all of these items here. So I'm going to give this a top padding of 100, which maybe still be small. I could make it 120. Now, there's also one thing in Elementor. I can decide to decrease the space between elements. So how do I do that? I'm going to click on the container and then come to layout and then gaps. I want to reduce the row gap. So I make it 0. You see, it now gives this a closer look. They are now closer to each other. And then secondly, they are aligned. They look more aligned to the center right now. Now, the next thing I want to do is that I don't want this to flush on the edges of the page. If I publish my website right now, and then I click on preview. When I click on preview, you see, this is how it shows me. But there is, it's good, but I think it's not exactly how I want it to be. It's not exactly how I want it to be. So one of the things I'll need to do is that I want for there to be more space at these edges. If I come back here, how do I do that? I click on these 6 dots for the entire container, and then I'll come to layout. And then for the width, I want to make it, let's say 900. I want to make it, no, let's just say 1000. So it's 1000 now. And if I should preview this on the front end, you see it shows me it is 1000. But somehow I feel like maybe I've drawn it too close to the edges, because this is not supposed to be this much. So I could go back and then I could make it 1100. And then I'll publish that. Then for this particular area, what I want to do for the text to flush to the corner, I will come to this container and then I want to come to advanced. I want to remove the left padding, because when you give padding, it pushes, if you give a right padding, it pushes the elements inside here to the right so that it can create more space. It pushes them to the left rather, so they can create more space on the right. If you give a left padding, it pushes the elements to the right so they can give more space on the left. So this text, what I can do is that for this container, I could remove the right padding. So you need to unlock this, because if it's locked, then whatever you change here is going to affect all the rows. So I'm going to give this 0. So when I make that 0, you see the text stretches for. And if I publish, you will see this on the front end when I preview. So this is what it looks like. Now, again, for this top section, I can give a top padding so that there is space. If I give a top padding, it's going to push the elements, everything here in this sub container to the bottom so they can give more space. So the first thing is that. Now, I notice that whenever you just turn off this padding, it can distort your design. So the default padding is 10 for a parent container. Just write the 10 here. You see it remains the same. Now I can unlock this, and then I want to give it a padding of 100, or you could make it 80. And you could do the same thing beneath. You could make the bottom padding 80. So it gives more space. So the bottom padding is 80. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. I gave a padding here instead. I'll remove everything here. I'll just do this and then remove that. I want to give the top padding, the padding to this top container. this one with 6 dots. I'll click on the 6 dots, and then I want to give this all round padding 10. Unlock this, give the top padding, let's say 80, and then the bottom padding should also be 80. So you can see our website is beginning to take shape, and I'll just, for caution's sake, make this to be 120, and I'll publish. And if I should preview this, this is what it shows me on the front end. It shows me this on the front end, but I'm not very satisfied, especially with the look of this particular element here. I want this element to be pushed. I want this red circle to show, I want it to go left. So first things first, I'll come and I'll adjust the width here to 1000. Preview that. That's too much. Sometimes this is trial and error. 1050. Oh, let's just say 1080. You know what? I'll just make it 1100. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do now is I want to come back to this back, and I see this to this main container, and I come to style. Now, the way we place this, it's too visible. I just want one, let's say half of it to be shown. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the X position, and then I'm going to drag it, and I want it to be shown over this picture the way you see. So when I drag it to the left, I reduce the X position. You see it goes to the left. Now at the same time, I want this to also be shown under here. So I'm going to increase the Y position to, let's say, 0. So you can see it shows on top of here, and it also shows under. And if I should publish this and then I look at it on the front, you see the way it shows there. Now, but it's still not what I want. It's still not what I want. I'm seeing I need to change this more. So what I'll do is that I'll reduce the Y position. I'll reduce the Y position to minus, let's say 70. I'll publish this, and it's all right, but I want to do something a little bit better. So first things first, I'm going to shift this a little bit more to the corner, a little bit more to the left, rather. That's by reducing it. And then if I should preview this, yes, it's looking a little bit like what I'm seeing, but I'll do this again. I'll shift it. Let's say I'll shift this now, let's say 103. And if I preview this, let's just preview this here. Now I've gone ahead and achieved this simply by, reducing the size of this circle to 60%, and then making it minus 325 by minus 105. That's X position minus 325, Y position minus 5. Now, this is how it looks on the front end. I think it looks exactly like I want it to look. I want to add some spacing, some spacer now here, or rather, I want to reduce or increase the border padding, let's say 320. I want this text here on the picture to be very, very clearly visible. I may have to make that 350. 350. And then you see it shows now clearly. I'm going to have to push this circle a little bit down again. So I've changed the X position to minus 324, Y minus 110, and then I've increased the size to the width to 65%. So that is that for that particular position. Next thing we want to do, we want to add another container here, or add another container, and then inside this container I'm going to add some other containers. I'm going to add 2 containers. So I add this one and then I duplicate it to have this one. In this container, I'm going to have a text editor. I can just copy this. So we are reusing content, and then we are going to have something like this too. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it inside here. So for this, we are going to say my books. My books. These are the books for the owner of this business, and see, we're going to see the ultimate ebook for body ebook. We are going to see the ultimate body transformation ebook. Transformation. The body transformation ebook. The ultimate body transformation ebook. But I want this to be on 2 lines. So how do I do that? I'm going to add a line breaker after body, which is going to be opening this brace /br close. So it puts this on 2 lines. I'm going to center this. And then first of all, I want to reduce the size of this to be, let's say, 50. I'm going to make it 50. I think 50 is still too big. I'm going to make it 40. And then the line height, I'm going to make this, let's just say 45 or same 40. Sometimes it's better when the line height is the same as the size of the text. Then I'm going to this my books. I want it to be 16, and then I'll add some elements inside here. I'm going to add some containers inside here, but they are going to be horizontal. I'll just first of all add them to be vertical. I'll duplicate and then duplicate again. Now I want to click on this and make them horizontal. Now what I want to do is that I want to add inside each of these. I'm first of all going to work with one, then I'm going to duplicate it and then just change the text in it. So what I'll do is that first of all, I'm going to add an image on the background here. There are 2 ways for me to add the image here. I could either add the image as a background, or I could add an image widget. Let me show you the first way. First way, I'll click on this and I want to add an image on the background here. Now, so this is it. Inside here, like I said, for clarity, I'll prefer to add another container inside there before doing that. So I'm going to add another container and then duplicate it. So you see, this is the big container, then this is the container that is going to house each of these minor containers. So I could put the image on the background here, go to style, background type, choose image. I'll go to my assets and I want to choose this particular one. I want to upload it as the background. Now you see, it gives you more work because you need to come to advanced and then increase the padding so that the image can be more visible. I could come here and give 20 all around. It's not going to be visible, but if I unlock this and then on the top I make it, let's say 100, and then the bottom I make it 100. That's a little bit too much. Let's say I make it 75 here and 75 here. I don't know if it's going to be clearly visible. If I publish that and come to the front end, it's not clearly visible. I think I should do 150 and 150. You can even take off this left and right paddings here. So if I publish that, now of course I need to make this to be no repeat. I'll come to style and then I'm going to say display size should be cover, and then position should be center, repeat should be no repeat. I think that's what I should have done at the beginning. If I come now, you see it shows here very, very clearly, but I think it's too big. The padding is too much. If I come to style, I reduce this to 120, and then I make this 120. You can see it now shows very well. It now shows very well. But this is the long road. This is the longer way to do it. The easier way to do it is that I could just come here, I remove all of this, and then I come to this and I just remove this. And what I could do now, this method of putting the image on the background, it works best when you want to add maybe a text on the image. But if you are not adding any text on the image, just simply add an image widget and then upload that picture. You see it uploads very clearly. And then here I want to give this a border type. I want there to be a color border here around the entire container. So I'm going to come to style, come to border, and then when you see border type, I want to make it solid, and then I want to make it it should be 1 pixel, and then the border color should be something faint like that. If I publish that, let me see it on the front end. So you see it's showing on the front end like this. So this is not bad. We are just going to add some text beneath, and then we are going to add some background color. So for this particular one, I'm going to have to change the background color. First things first, I'm going to go to style, and I want to change the background color to be something like this. So I want it to be a bit fainter so that if somebody looks at it, they know that there's a difference. That's a section. And now I'm going to add some lorem ipsum text here. I could just copy this particular one here and add it inside here. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. You know what? I'll just copy this. I'll delete this. I'll paste that there. So, and then I'm going to add a read more button underneath. I'm going to add another text editor and say read more. So I'm going to make this red. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to make this red. Oh. I'm going to make it 500 px. Now for this, I don't want it to be very clear. I want it to be something like this. Now I'm not sure if this background is clearly visible, so let me publish this and look at it on the front end. It's not very visible. I want to come here and I want to make it less transparent, reduce the transparency. I don't think that reducing the transparency will do. I'll just make it fainter. And if I publish it, okay, so this looks to me very good. But one other thing we want to do is I want to increase the padding around this. So I'm going to come here to advance. I want to give it padding all around of, let's see, maybe 20, and then I can reduce this font size to 14, and the text, maybe if it's too much, we can reduce it, but I'll just leave it like that. So now these two sections, I want them to be joined to each other. So what do? I simply come to the container that is harboring them. I click here and I come to layout, and I want to reduce the row gap to 0, actual 0. So you see, it doesn't show here. It doesn't show here. It doesn't show here at all. And then if I publish it and view this on the front end, and if I reload, so you see, this is what it shows me, and I think this is looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. And then I'll simply duplicate this section, duplicate this, and then I'll delete this. And then what I want to do now is that I want to increase the width of this section to 1200. And then if I reload this page, so that is that. But I think we could still increase it further. If you like. That's all up to you. But for this, I'm just going to leave it the way it is, and then I'll come here and I'll change the pictures of this. I'll change the picture of this particular one to that, and then I'm going to change the picture of this one to something similar. Not something similar, another picture. So this is it. So you will notice that the text, they are already on the pictures, but you could add it by yourself. I just did this to make the work flow easier. And then underneath here, I want to add I want to add a button that says about the program. Remember, I showed you buttons when we're doing the intro. Button. So this is a button, and it's going to say about the program. All caps. So about the program, and then I'm going to link it to an about us section later on. I'm going to highlight this and center it. If I come here and click on this, I want to copy. So I'd already added these colors, but it's not very accurate. I'll go change it. It's supposed to be a bit darker, and then the typography should be DM Sans. So I'm going to change the accent text color too, and then I want this to be, let's say, 20, not really 20, but let's say 18, and then I'll make this 300. And then if I come to the border radius, I want to remove it. I don't want any radius. Then the padding should be, let's see, I could make it 12 on top, or 15. Then on the right and on the left, I could now unlock it. Right 20, left 20. I could add that, and then if I should reload the page, you see this is what we have. So now if I come to this, I want to change. I could make the color, the text color, a little bit darker, not totally white. So that is that. Next thing, we're going to add another section. Now, what I want to do on this section, first of all, is to give it a top margin. Now, the margin is the space between two different elements. That's the space between, while the padding is the space around an element. So I want to give it a margin to make it, to give a distance between it and this button. First things first, I'm going to give a margin to this button. I'm going to give it a top margin. If I don't unlock this, then it's going to give an all-round margin. I'll just unlock this, unlink rather, and give this a top margin of, let's say, 40. And then for this particular one, I will link the margin to and give it a top margin of 70. For this, I could just reduce this to, let's say, 30, and then this is going to be 70. I'll make it 100 actually. Then here, I'm going to give it a container. Now I want to add 3 columns inside here, so I'm going to add the first one and then just duplicate and then duplicate. But I want them to be horizontal, so I'm going to come to direction, make them horizontal. And then each of these, for the first one, I want it to be 30%. 30%. No, I'm going to make it, let's say 80 or 90 rather. I'm going to make this 90%. The same with this 90%. And then this should be 100%. But it really doesn't look much. I could make this one. Let's do 85, 85, 85. And then this will be the rest. Even though I still think we can make it 80. You know, this is a very, very intuitive course. I didn't plan out everything. So this is this. And then what I want to do is that I want to add an image here. I also want to add an image here. But here I'm going to add some text. And like it's our tradition, I could add another container inside here before doing this to make it easier to manage. So that if I want to duplicate that particular element, it will be easier. So I'll add another container and then add an image, add another container, and then add an image, and then add a container inside here, or add another container inside here. So what I can do is that I'm going to add an image here. I'm going to go through my files. I'm going to add an image, this one of Karen facing the back, and then here is going to be Karen facing the front, and I'm going to upload that. I'll select, and then I want to copy this here. I just want to copy this. I want to copy that and paste it there, but I want it to be left leaning, and it should say about us, and then I want to copy this heading. I will copy that, and then I'm going to paste it there. First things first, I want to remove the line breaker, and then I want it to be left aligned, and then I want to copy the text here, copy and paste it just beneath there. So that is that. And then I want to copy this button and paste it. Now you must learn how to reuse elements. Now I want to change this text here. So it says start your body transformation now with that. But I want to go to transform, go to typography, go to style, typography, go to transform and make it capitalized. So each word in the sentence is capitalized. And then this, I will align it to the left, this button, and it's going to say about Karen Davis. About Karen Davis. So this is it. And if I should save that, and then what do I want to do? I want this to be aligned to the center. So I'll click on this parent container outside, and then I want to come to layout where you see here center. I'm going to click that, and then I'm also going to click center. You may not see it right now, but it's going to be apparent on the front end. If not, we'll adjust it. So this is what it shows. This is what shows. It's good. The first thing we want to do is that we want to add borders around this image so that it can be clearly visible. The same kind of border we added here. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to come to border, and I want to copy this color just to inspect something on the front end. Do I see this headings here. Anyways, they are good. So if I come back to my page, what I can do is that I'll click on this entire section and then I'll give it a border. I'll give it a border type of solid and then border width 1, and then I want to add that there. I'll do the same thing for this. I'll do the same for this. I'm going to come to border solid, border width 1, and then I'm going to paste that color there. So this is what we get. This is what we get right off the bat, and it's looking pretty good. So we can simply just increase the line height of this text here. We can increase the line height of this text, and then if we like, we can stretch this section more. Let's see how much we had here. We had this as 1200. We can do the same here for this entire container. Come to layout, we make it 1200, and if I publish, I want to see this on the front end. So if I look at this, I think this is good. So now what I can do is that I can increase the line height of this. I can increase the line height to make it look better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, and for the line height, I'm going to come to style, typography, line height. You can make this 42. I think that is enough. That is enough. Now, but there's something I want to do here. First things first, I want to give this entire container a top and a bottom padding. So first of all round, I want to give space on top and space under, but still within this parent container. So I'm going to make it all around 10, which maintains. Now, let me show you something. If I should just unlink all of this, you see, it has removed the space there, but I usually don't like to do that. So I prefer to give it all around 10, which maintains the current aspect, the current padding, and then I'll unlink this and now give this, let's say 100 on top, and then 100 beneath. But this is still too small given what I want to do. So I'm going to give it 150 and then 150. Now, what do I want to do? Let me look at this on the front end first. I think it's not enough. I'm going to give it 200 on top and 200 beneath. Now, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on style, and then I want to come to shape divider. Now, the shape divider is where you can divide, you can, design and change the layout of this border, this on top border here. So there are different types. If I should say choose a shape divider of mountain, you see, it gives me this particular look and feel, and then you can change the color of it. If I should choose drops, you can see that. If I should choose clouds, you can see that. If I should choose pyramid, you can see that. But what I want to use is tilt. There is also tilt opacity, which is not what I want to use. I want to use tilt, and it's going to tilt the design. You can choose the height of the tilt. You can make it more inclined or less inclined. I want to make this to be just the default. So I can choose the color of this entire section. I can change the color of this entire section. I want it to be a lighter version of this black. So I'll go to before doing that, I'm going to change the background of this entire section, so that when I do this tilt, because I'm going to have to fill this white area with the same color we have for the rest of the website. We don't want this, it looks a little bit weird. So what I'll do is I'll click on this and then come back to the background of this entire section, and I want to change it and make it a little bit less dark. Let's see, a little bit fainter. You can see it here. It looks a little bit more grayish. Yeah, so now, when I come now here, back to this tilt, the shape divider, it shows me this color. I want the default color for the entire website, which is this 0F, 0F, 0F. I'm going to put that there. Now, you may not see this very clearly, but if you increase the brightness of your screen, you can see that this particular area on top is darker than this section where this woman is. And then I'm going to give it a bottom shape divider. So this is the bottom, and I'm going to make it tilt again. But you see it's now going down, which is not what I want. I want the tilt to now be something. Now you can choose to make it another form of shape divider. Let's say book. You have book, you have split, you have let's say something like curve, and then you can choose how you want the curve to be, the height of the curve. You can make it this way, but I will just decide to maintain it as, let's say, curve asymmetrical, or I'll just still use tilt. But this time around, I'll remove the height again. This time around, I want to flip it. I want it to be the opposite. So it should come from top to bottom down here. So, or rather from bottom to top. So I will flip it, and you see we have that. And then I'll still choose this particular color to fill the tilt background. So I'll paste that there. Now you can now see we have this section is looking more grayish. This section is looking more grayish, and this one is the normal dark color for the background. Then what we want to do is this. If you look at this particular section here, you will see that there is a background, but there is a space between the border color and the actual picture. So how do I get rid? Look at this. If you look at it critically, let me click outside. Look at this one. You see there is a border, and then there's a space before the picture. To remove that, I will simply click on this and then go to advanced and then remove the padding. I will do the same here. Go to advanced, remove the padding. Now you see, if I click on this and I try to see it on the front end, preview it, you can see the border there, but there is no space around. So that is that for this particular section. Now we'll go back. I will add another section now, and then I want to go to advanced, and I want to give this a top margin of, let's say, 100, and then I want to give this an inner container, and inside this container I want to add another container, and then I want to duplicate this container, and here I'm going to do the same thing which I added up here. I'll just copy this. I'll copy this and paste it here. I'll also copy the heading, and then I'll paste it here. So for this, I'm going to see Siri results. Siri results. And then for this, I'm going to change the text. I've added the text. I'm just going to add a line breaker after and to split it to 2 lines. Okay, so this is it. You could change the size of the text to, let's say, 35. And then here you could add other containers. I could add another container inside here, then add some more containers inside. Now, containers are not meant to make you suffer. They are meant to make work more organized for you. If you don't learn containers, then it's going to be very difficult for you to understand the basics of using Elementor for your design. I will duplicate this container now. And then inside here, I'm going to add another container. I'm going to add another container, and then I will duplicate this one too. But inside here, for this parent container that houses these 2 inner containers, I want to make it to be horizontal. So it's going to be horizontal in nature. And in this horizontal container, I want to add an image box or an icon box. So if I select and search for icon box, this is a very, very good example of an icon box. If I drag it here, you see it has the icon, it has the heading, and it has the text. So you could change all of this here. For this, I'll see learn and train anytime, anywhere. So I'm going to change this, learn and train anytime, anywhere. And I want to come to the style. Now look at this. You can either use Elementor's built-in icon library, just click here, or you can click here, or you can upload an SVG. You can upload an SVG icon. Now, if I go to icon library and I look for something like map, I could use this one. And you see that is that. And when I go to style, I want to align everything to be, no, not this. I want to align everything to be left. So you see all of them, they go left. And when I do this, I could change the icon size. And then this is the icon spacing. I could make it a little bit further from the entire, from this heading down here. And then if I go to content spacing, I could also shift it from the heading. I'll just maintain it the way it is. Let's say I'll make it 10. And then the icon, I could change the size to, let's say, 15, which is pretty small. Let's say I'll make it 20. And then you could also make it in such a way that it has a background. So if I come to content, I could change the typography of this. It's supposed to be DM Sans. So I'm going to change the size to, let's say, 300. That's for the heading. And then I'm going to change the size to, let's say, 25. Or let's say make it 22. And then I'm going to change the description. I want to leave it to be Montserrat, but I'm going to make it to be 300. And I'm going to make the color to be a bit fainter. Now, I've gone ahead and added, changed this text to the lorem ipsum which we have, but I feel that it's a little bit dark. So if I come to content, I'll make it a little bit better. And then for this logo, I want us to change the logo color. We'll change the icon color rather. So if I come to the icon color should be this. So that is the icon color. And let's make it 25. The thing we want to do about the icon is that if we come back to content and the view, I want you to change it to be, if you change it to be stacked, you see we can give it a background. And then if you change it to be framed, or you can change the stack to be square, you can change it to be rounded, and you can change it to be circle. So, but if you change it to be framed, it just gives it something round around it. But I want us to make it to be stacked. Now, if we come now to color for the icon, so I want the primary color to be this red, and then I want the stacked color to be something, you know, I want us to reduce the opacity of it until it's not very clearly visible. So you see, this is what we have. This is the logo, and that is how it looks, the icon rather. And if I should come back to the content, I feel like we should reduce this heading to 20, and then the text, we can also reduce it. The description, we can reduce it to 16. We can make it 16. because we are going to do some work later on here. And we can simply duplicate this particular container. I'll duplicate it, and then I'll delete this particular one. And then here, I'm going to look for the logo of an apple or an apple icon. And then I'm going to change this and say flexible training and nutrition plans. Flexible training and nutrition plans. And that is that. So I can also duplicate this entire section. But before doing that, I want to give a background to this entire section, which I should have done before duplicating it. And then I'll come to background. I want to make the background to be a little bit fainter. So there is a difference between it and the entire background of the website. So if I check on this, I could just make it a little bit fainter, whatever you choose. So I've gone ahead and added that background. It may not be very clearly visible, but it is there. Then I want us to give this entire section a padding of, let's say, 20 all round, or we can make it 30 all round. So I want to first of all publish and view this on the front end. I see that it's looking good, but I want to increase the padding again. So I'm going to make this to be 50, or let's say 40. 40. All right, so this is 40 and it's looking a lot better. And if I should come, I'll just duplicate, and then I'm going to copy this heading from here. I'll copy that, and then I'll come here and paste that. And then I want to change and look for Apple. It's not the Apple logo, it's just an apple. So I'll delete this, and then I'm going to duplicate this entire section. And here I want to search for dumbbell. I'll use this, and it's going to say design for every fitness level. So here I've changed the icon already, and then here I need to change the icon to something like heart. I think this one will do, since it's talking about health. Then I can delete this, and after deleting this, I want to give this a bottom padding inside. So I'll just give this all 10, and then I unlink this, and then I give it a bottom padding of 100. And if I publish this and view this on the front end, you see it's one of the characteristics of mature designers is that they don't over exaggerate anything. You need to look keenly to know that there's a difference right here. You could make it more visible on your own website. It's all up to you. Now, one thing I want to do is that I want to make this entire section to be 1,200. So 1,200. And for this, I can increase I'll just remove this, and then the rows, you can increase it, or the columns rather, you can make it 30. The rows, you can remove that. The same here. So I'll come to layout, and I'll remove all of this, and then I'll make the column to be 30. So the space between these two elements is 30. And make sure to always save and preview on the front end. So we'll increase that, and then we come here. I'll also come back here. The next thing I want to do still on this column is that I want to put the red circle inside here. So I'll come first of all here and increase the top padding to be, let's say, 70. And then I'll come to style, and I want to add background, and I want to add this particular background here, which is this circle. All right, you see it already automatically fills in the entire column, but we don't want it to be that way. We want it to be full resolution. We want it, sometimes it takes its time to load. We don't want it to be this way. I'll just publish this. You can see it's kind of see through here, and that's because I reduced the transparency. I increased the transparency rather of this, so you can see the element behind there is being displayed. Anyways, that's not even very much of a problem. For position, I want it to be center right, or I'll just use custom position. First of all, the size, no repeat display size, let's use it to be custom first, and then I want to reduce it. Let's say to be 875 first, and then the positioning, I want to shift it to the right. So I'll increase position to the right, and then the Y position, I'll make it, let's say, 165. I don't know if that's going to do. Let's look at it on the front end. It doesn't really show well. I'm going to adjust the size right now. To achieve this, I've gone on ahead and increased the top padding for this section. I've made it 70, and then gone to the layout and made the width to be 1100. And then I went to the style tab, and then you can see the values here. I made the position to be custom, and then I changed it to EMs, and then I made the X position to be 68 EMs, and then the Y position is still in pixels, is 274 pixels. Now, mind you, I'm going to leave all these assets, these pictures, these circles, and every other thing I'm using here, I'm going to leave them in the description of this particular video, so you can get them from there and use them for your own practice. Next thing, let's add another section, and I'm going to make this add a section, and then I want to add a container inside here. And when I add a container, I'm going to add another container inside here, and then I'm going to duplicate this container. I could just go ahead and just duplicate this container, duplicate it, and then I want this one to be horizontal, the outer container to be horizontal. Here, I could just add an image, or I could add a background. You can either add a background or add an image. I could do just an image, and then I want to go to my files, and I want to look for this particular image, this one here. I'll add that image inside here, click on select, and you're going to see, but the issue is that one of the things which we can do is that we can give this image an overlay. But if we are using an image and not a background, it becomes very difficult to give it an overlay. But we'll just use this for now. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to add some other containers inside here. I'll add this container inside here. I'll copy this one, and then I'm going to add it. I'm going to paste it here. I also want to copy this, and I want to paste it inside here. I'll paste it here. So I'm going to align this to the left. I'm going to first of all remove the line break from here, and I want to see what to expect from my program. From my program, and I want to align it to the left. So, and I also want to increase the size to, let's say, 40, but I want to add a line break after from. And I want to add some text after that. I'll copy this and then I'll paste it here. So now I want to add another container. You can just duplicate this and then remove all of these items from inside. And then I can add an icon list here. So what an icon list does is that it gives you a pre-made list of items. But what I'll do is that I'll first of all delete these two. And then first of all, I want to start with this one. And the text says enjoy. I've added that text. I'll come to style. I'll come to style first of all before duplicating this. And of course, it should be aligned to the left. And then the icon, I will leave this tick, but I want to change the color of that icon to be this color here. I'm going to copy this color. I'm going to come to the icon. I want to paste that here. Yes, then I want the text to be white, not entirely white, but should be white looking. And then I can duplicate this, duplicate again. Oh no, that's not what I should do. I shouldn't duplicate from here. I'll click here. I'll come to content. I'll just duplicate, duplicate, and duplicate. Now I've added that text there. So this is, I've added everything. I added them in lowercase. Then I came to the style. And then I went to transform and I capitalize each of them. What I want to do now is to increase the line height. I'll increase the line height of each of them. So when I increase the line height, you see the spacing around them increases. I want to publish this and check this on the front end. So we can see that is what we have and it's looking really, really good. But I want to give a border color to this particular image here, or the section where the image is. I'll come back to the back end. I'll simply come here and then pick that border color. I'll copy this and then I'll come here, come to the style tab, border type should be solid, border width 1, and then the color should be that. And then I'll come to advanced and I want to take off the padding. If I publish this, if I come now, you can see this here. So that is how we have it there. So we want to add another section now. Next thing we'll do here is that we need to add a section. I want to create testimonials, and for this we'll need to make use of templates. And if you don't have Elementor Pro, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to follow through on this part, because I want to make an automatic sliding template. Now, if I click and I add a container, first thing I want to do is that I want to give it a margin, a top margin of, let's say, 80. I want to give it a top margin of 80. I could make this even 100. Why not 100? So that's 100. Inside there, I want to add a container. And then I want to add another container inside here. And then I'll duplicate this container so that there are two containers. So inside here, I want to add a header, a subheader like this one. I'll copy this and paste it here. And then I'll also copy this and paste it here. I'll paste this here. So I want to align this to the center, and I want to come back and I want to make it to say reviews. And then I want to make this one say join thousands of success stories worldwide. Join thousands of success stories worldwide. Now I'm going to give you the line breaker after success. So that is that. And then I want to align this to be centered. Now here, there are several ways we can add testimonials. First, inside here, I'll add a container, another container. And then if I come to testimonial, you see we have this testimonial carousel, which is actually good, but to me, I think it doesn't really give us the level of control we want. Well, we could still use this, but there is a way we can make templates which can be reusable. So now, and we are still going to be using something like this. So, but for now, let's try to use this. If I should go to style, I could come to style and I could change all of this here. So the first thing is that we want to change the testimonial. I'm going to copy the testimonial text and put them here, and then we are going to change how it looks. So this is one option to create the testimonials. I've gone ahead and added the testimonials. You can see them sliding here. And now, so this is item number 1. We can now add an image for the first testifier. We have quite a number of images here. I'm just going to search for some images with headshots. Now I have these headshots here. I'll use the first one, just upload it. So you see that's the headshot there. And if I do the second one, I'll use this lady. As it's uploading, I'm going to insert it, and then the third one, I will use the second man, and then the fourth one will be the second lady. That is it. So we have our headshots. That's the testimonial, the carousels, the headshots for the carousel, testimonial carousel, and then the layout. We can see image stacked, or we could see image above. So this is what we have, image above, and you see the image is now above, and then the testimonial is down, and we could see image left. It all depends on you, or image right. And then the skin, you could make it a bubble. I'm just going to use the default, and I'm going to use the image above. And then slides per view, I think I'll just leave it at default. Slides to scroll, I will leave it at default. There are additional options. Arrows, we don't want the arrows. Pagination, we don't want the dots. Duration 500, we want it to autoplay. And then the autoplay speed should be 5,000 milliseconds, which is 5 seconds. And it should be an infinite loop. And then the image resolution should be that. And then I come to the style, the space between. You can increase the space between. I'll just leave it the way it is. And then the background color for this section, the background color, I want to make it a little bit fainter. If I make it red, you can see it's reddish, but I want to make it a little bit fainter than the original black which we have. I'm going to leave it at that. And then the border width, I'm going to leave it the way it is. The padding, I could just say 20 around, and even increase this so that we have enough space, as it were. We have enough space, as it were. I could reduce the top to, let's say, 40 and the bottom 40 now, but the left and the right, I want them to be 100, and then this 100 too. You could make it even more. You could make this to be 150, and then this 150. So you want it to be perfectly aligned. Why not 200, 200, and 200? Now, if I preview this, you can see the text at the center. If I should now come to the content, I want to make the text color. Of course, it should be white. Typography should be Montserrat. Yes, but when it comes to the style, it should be normal. It shouldn't be italics. And then I want to come to the size of the text. But first of all, this should be 300. And then the size should be something like 14. I can increase the line height. I can increase the line height to that. I'll change the color. I want it to be really white, and maybe the width or the thickness of the text can be improved, and then the text itself. So these are our testimonials, and I can change the background color. I really don't like that background color. If I come to slides, I think background color, I can make it a little bit darker. So this is a little bit darker than what we have. Now, in all these, don't forget to publish your work. Don't ever forget to publish your work. Next thing we have to do is to work with the image. So we're done with the content. Now you can change this content to be however you want it to be. I personally think I would want this to be, let's see, 300. I think I would like it to be 300 and size 15. Or I'll just leave it 16. Now I want to change the name down there. So when we come to the content, the name, this should be the name. As for the title, I'm going to remove the title for each of them. If I come back here and I come here, the title of this could be John Doe, or let's say Carl Vance. I'll remove the title. And then for this, I'm going to say Jane Walker. For this, I'll remove the title for Jane Walker. And for this guy, I'm going to say Mark Breeze. Remove title, of course. And then for this lady, I'll say Gina James. And of course, remove the title. And I'll come to style, come to content. And I want to change the name. And I want to give it the same hex color as this. I'll copy that. And if I come down here again, come to content, name, I'll give it this color. So that's the color we are going to be using. Let me make sure I have the right color. All right, I do. I have the right color. And of course, I want it to be the weight should be 400, and then the style should be normal. And I'm going to remove, I'm going to make it 18, and I will try to remove this gap by using this content gap. So it has removed the space between this image and this content. I'll just add back, let's see, I'll make it 10. That's 10. And for this, I'll leave it the way it is. Now, what I need to do is that I need to increase the size of the image. I'll increase the size of the image I'll just draw it this way. All right, I can make it, let's say 60, 70. And then I want to give it, let's say a border. I want to give it a border, and I want the border to be this same color. So you see, we have the images surrounded by this particular color. And now I want to increase the top padding and margin for the slide. So I want the top to be, let's say 60, and the bottom should also be 60. And I'll look at it the way it is. I'll increase this to 70 and this to 70. So that is that. And I'll publish. Next thing I want to do is that I want to add some sort of an element inside here, or I'm going to add it here, this parent container. I'm going to add it here. I'll come to style. I want to come to background, and for background type I want to add something like a decoration. So I'll come here and I want to add this red circle. I'm going to import it. Now I'll insert this. You see right on the part, it's very, very big and it almost crashes this entire section. But what I want to do, you see, I think Elementor needs to fix this bug. It keeps happening this way. So the first thing I want to do is that I want to reduce the size of this. So the display size, I'm going to make it custom, and I'm going to make it small around this size, and I want it to be no repeat. So it should just be one occurrence of this. So it should be no repeat. And then I'll reduce the size rather to 20. And what I'm going to do is that the positioning, I'm also going to use a custom position. I think it's okay the way it is. I'll just make this 0. And for the Y position, I'm going to increase this and make it, let's say, around 110. I'll publish that. Now I'm going to see how it shows on the front end, or we can see it shows this way, which is good. It is good, but it's not exactly what we want. I want it to show more, so I'm going to edit that. I'm going to come here. Now, having changed these coordinates, I realized that I made a very big mistake. I shouldn't have put it in this container. I should have put it in the parent container. So I'm just going to delete this. And when everything comes back, I'm going to put it inside here, this parent container, which is the section. I'm going to come here and I'm going to add it here. I'm going to insert that there, and the size is going to be custom. Display size custom. I don't know, this thing is glitchy. It's glitchy today. I don't know if it's the hosting or what. I don't think so. So I'm going to make this, of course, 20% like I did. Repeat, no repeat. And then position, I'm going to make it custom. And then for the Y, I want to make it, let's see, I'll leave it at 0. But for the X, or for the Y rather, I'm going to bring it to 170. And then I'm going to reload this. Let me see how it looks here. Oh, so it looks fine, but we can bring it a little bit closer to the element, and it's a lot bigger than I want it to be. So I'm going to reduce this to, let's say, 16, and then I want it to be closer. I want it to be closer 30. So this is going to be 30. And then I'll save and reload the page. It reloads on its own. I'm going to bring it closer yet. So I've gone ahead and given it an X position, an X axis of 70px and a Y axis of 130. And of course, it's no repeat, and I'm using the custom size, which is 16%. And this is how it looks on the front end. And you could also still reduce this. And if you save that, so that is how it looks. This is how it looks on the front end. So we can use the testimonials the way they are, but for some reason, I don't see this. Oh, it's not auto scrolling. You need to scroll with your hands. Let's go and make sure. But here it does. Here it does. Let me reload this again. And let's give it 5 seconds and see if it's going to load. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't. I want to believe it's because we are on a preview link. So, but here you can see it scrolls on its own. Then going further, I want us to add another section. We are still on the home page, and I want us to add a logo carousel. So if I search here for logo or site logo, or I look for brands, it doesn't give me anything, but this is very, very easy to do. So I want to add, let's say, brands which we work with. I'm going to add this section, and then I can also add another container inside. Inside here, I want to add, let's say, an image. I want to add an image, and then I'm going to, these are some brands. So that is a brand. I'll select that. Okay, I want to duplicate this, and this is another brand. This is another brand. I'll insert that. I'll just go ahead and insert all the brands. Now I've added all the brands. What I simply need to do for each of them to be stacked next to each other is I'll click on this, and then I'll come to layout, and I'll click on direction, should be horizontal, and then I want to align them to the center. Now, but you see they are too close to each other, so we can use these elements here. I want them to be equally spaced. So that is what I've done, and you can see the space around them, or you can put space between. I think this is even better. Now I want to add, I want to give some padding to the top. I want to give some padding to the top and to the bottom. So I'm going to give this all around 10, and then I'll unlock this, and then I'll give this, let's say 100, and then beneath should be 100. And then I'm going to give this a top border, this section, a top border. I come to style, I come to border. I want to turn off all of this. First of all, border type should be solid, but it should be just the top border. So he's going to give a line. I'm going to unlock this. I'll give this a line. So you see we have a top border here. I want to copy the border color, this color here, which we use for this border. I'll copy it here, and I want to give it here, border. I'm going to paste. Now, mind you, all of these assets, I'm going to put them in a folder, and you can get them for your own personal practice. I'm going to link them in the description. If I should reload, you can see what we have here, but this is actually not what I want. I don't want it to be stretched to the end. So what I may do is I may just use a line. So that it's not too stretched to the end. Now the first thing I want to do is I'm going to say border none, and then I want to give this entire section a width of 1000, and then here, first things first, I want to give this, I want to add a section here. I can just click on this plus, I'll add a section, and then I'll give a line a line, like a divider. So that's the line. And then the width, I don't want it to be stretched to the end. I want it to be, let's see, 60%. I want it to be centered and it should be solid. Now, when we come to the color, I'm going to add that hex code here. So, but it's not visible, so I'm going to make the width to be, let's say 1.5, and I'm going to give it a top margin to separate it from this upper section here, the top margin of, let's say 100, and then I'm going to reduce this top padding here. I'm going to reduce it to say 80, and then I'm going to reload the page. If I come to the bottom, you can see we have this section here. I think the padding here and the margin here, they are too much. I'll make this to be 60, and then I'm going to make this to be 60, or why not 50? I'll publish this, and so that is that. But I discovered that the line is too short, so I can come here and make this line to be 90%. And when I reload, you can see we have this line and we have the carousels here. So I think for now we are done with the home page, and I want to go to the next page. We'll now create the home page, not the home page, but the About Us page rather. I'll come to the dashboard. I'll go to pages, click on that, and I want to click on add new. I'll add a new page, and I want to call it About Us, and it's going to be a blank page. So this is the About Us page, and I'll publish this. Publish, and then I want to edit with Elementor. I can close this home page. I bring this one this way. You see, sometimes depending on your internet connection, it takes time for this to load. And now that it's loaded, I want to come to settings, and I want to hide the title of the page, and I want it to be Elementor full width. It's going to reload. Now for this section, I want to come to the home page and I want to copy this first container. Now you can now see the advantage of having containers. If everything were jumbled together, it's going to be very difficult to copy one part of it. But since we have containers, I can copy just this part, just this container. So containers are one of the best things Elementor ever built. So I'm going to copy this container and I want to paste it here. The second way to do this is that I could simply come here, click on it, and then come and to the top right and click on Save as a Template. And then when I save it as a template, I can simply come here. It's going to appear here. And if I come under my templates, I can simply import it. So that is another way. I'm just teaching you the different ways of, using Elementor. Now for this, I want to click on this container and I want to go to Style, and I want to delete this slideshow, this gallery, and I want to add just an image. And I'm going to select the image, this About Main Page. I'm going to insert that right there. I'm going to create, no, not a gallery. It's not supposed to be a gallery. It's supposed to be a single image. But I think even as a gallery, it doesn't slide since it's just one image. Let me preview this. I think it doesn't slide. It doesn't slide. Yeah, it doesn't slide. But one thing I want to do is, I think I'll just delete this and add an image here, and this should be it. So this should be it, and I want to give this a background, a border rather. I'll come back to the home page and I want to copy that border color this. I want to go to border and I want to copy the hex code. Now I'm going to click here. I'll go to borders. I'll give a solid border and the border radius should be 1 and this should be the border color. Paste. I want to change this text. I'll see the woman behind the program or the brand. You can write whatever you want. And then I'm going to change the text here and say Karen Davis. Karen Davis. And there's going to be a little write up here about her. Now, but initially we had over increased the top and the bottom padding here. So I can make this to be 250 and here, let's say 300. And I want to see how it looks on the front because the picture doesn't need to be too long. It's still too long. I'm going to say 250 here. I think this is going to do. It needs to be just the way it's supposed to be. So this is it. I think part of her hand is shaved off. So I could use 275 and 275. Then for this spacer here, I think there was a spacer somewhere here. If I want to check, there is something here called structure. You can click on that and it's going to show you every element. So if I select on this, it selects the entire area. And if I want to select, if I click on this, it shows me everything underneath. So I want to select this particular image, this particular container, and okay, there is no spacer there. If I shoot save and I reload, all right, I think I'll increase the bottom padding to 325. 325. Yes, I think it should show her hand fully. I don't want anything to be missing. Right, that is it. So this is Karen Davis and this is her portfolio. Now I'm going to reduce the size of this circle. If I come here and I come to style, and I want to make this to be, let's say, 55%. And if I should publish that, beautiful. So this is just the way I want it to be. So if you like, you can shift it to a little bit to the right, to make it look a little bit. So you can do this by changing, by increasing this, or yes, so that let's say it's 275. And then if I reload this, so that is what we have. Now we want to add another section. Which I'm going to click and add a container, but I'm going to give the container a top margin. If you hear a voice crying, that's my boy. My son is at my door. I'm going to give it. I'll just pause this video and attend to my son. I'll now add another section inside here. And I could simply bring this and duplicate it and then switch positions for these elements. But I think we could just do this from scratch. I'll add 2 containers inside. Add another container. And then I want to change the direction to be horizontal. And I want to copy this heading here. I'll copy that. I'll paste it here. I'll copy this. Let's see, I'll copy this. And I'll bring it here. I'll paste it inside there. and then I'm going to change, I'll say my mission for this, I'm going to say providing, I'll just pause and write it. I have added this heading. Want to reduce the size, want to make it, let's say 38. If I should preview this, all right, that's 38. I could make it 35. I'll increase the line height, if you will, to, let's say 45. And then this, I'll come to style, go to typography, increase the line height to that 24. All right, now I want to add an image of this same lady inside here. So I'm going to add a container. I'm going to add another container inside here. And I think I should have added another container inside here. I'll just do that. Then I'll add this inside. I'll add this inside. And then these two should be inside. No, this is not inside. I'll add that inside. So these two are inside. And then these two. I'm going to add another container inside here. And I'm going to add an image inside there. And I want to select another image from my gallery, which is this. I'll add that there. This is one of those areas where I could just copy this. I'll copy this. I'll delete this. I'll paste this there. And then change the image to this. So if I publish, I could just see this on the front end. That is good, but I think I'll reduce this section a little bit so the image is more pronounced. So I'll come back here and I want to give this particular, so this is the parent, I want to give this, I want to reduce the size. I want to make it to be, let's say 80%. And this is going to take the rest of the space. If I publish this, I want to see this on the front end. Yes, it looks good. It looks good. It looks good. But I feel that one thing I need to do is to stretch this container a little bit more. This section, I'll come to layout, and then I want to make it 1200. 1200. And if I publish this, I go to the front end. I see it. It looks good. It looks good, but I want to change. I want this to be just 2 lines, the heading. So I'm going to go there and I'm going to make it 32. 32. All right. Now I want to add that red circle somewhere around here. First thing I'll do is I'm going to click on this section. I'll come to the padding and I want the top padding to be 100. I think 100 is okay, and bottom 100. And then I want to come to style, background type. I want to add this same red circle, but we are going to have to add it in a very, very tricky way because it needs to be at this edge here, at the edge here. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to reduce the size. I'm going to go to custom. I'm going to make it, let's say, just 8%. And I want to make it no repeat. And then for the position, I'm going to make this custom, and I want to drag it to the right. Now I'll change this to EMs, so that it's going to give me more room to drag it to the right. I think I'm going to make it 71 EMs, and then the position, I'm going to use PX. I'm going to make it 80 PX. I want to see this on the front end, so it really doesn't meet that edge. I need to drag it more. I need to drag more. So I'm going to increase this to, let's say, 75. Still doesn't show. Let's increase this to 80. Let's just say 81. So you see, this is exactly where I want it to be. So that is that. Now, I think that is that for this particular page. I'm going to give this some more padding up there, or some more margin. I'm going to increase the top margin here to be, let's say, 100. I want some good space because of the elements which are showing there. So I don't know if that space is still enough. We can just leave it the way it is right now. So one thing I want us to do is that I want every element here. I want this entire section. I want the elements to be centered. I want them to be centered. So I've come to the layout and I've clicked on this center. And if you look, it's going to be at the center here right now. So that is that for this particular page. The next page we are going to have is an ebooks page. And it's basically a dedicated page where we are going to be selling our ebook. Remember, Karen Davis is a trainer and she also has an ebook. So I'll go to the back end of my website. Maybe I'll just open from here, and I want to create a new page and I'll call it ebook. I'll go to pages and I'll click on add new page. This is the ebook page. I'll publish again, and then edit with Elementor. Now, as usual, I'll go to the settings. I want to make this, I want to hide the title, and then I want to make it Elementor full width. And it's going to reload, and then I can publish. For this particular section, I still want to use a template which I've already had before. Let's say this particular one. I will still copy this. Since we already used it here, I can just copy it, bring it here, and paste it here. But now the difference is that I want to flip some stuff here. I want the text, this section, to be on this side instead. So I can click on this and then I drag it. It's not showing. How do I click? Normally it should be possible. You know what? I'll just delete everything inside here and then copy the text and paste it here. So I'll just delete this inside here, and then I'll just copy this section and paste it inside here. So you can see we have this text. So here, I want to delete this. And then I want to change the text inside here. I've added this text here, and if I come, I can change the line height. Before doing that, let's just preview this on the front end, how it looks. I see that the first thing I need to do is that I need to stretch this section, this entire section, so that I can have a lot of visibility for this particular text. So first thing I'll do is I'll come here and then I want to change this 1200 and I'll click and I can reduce the line height. I can reduce the line height here. Now one thing I can do is that I can reduce this particular section percentage to, let's see 80. Get in shape for good, like you always wanted, and change your life. If I make this 80 and I preview this, how does it look? It still doesn't give me the look I'm looking for, the look I want. I'll change this to, let's see, 1250. All right, and then I'll reduce this to 70. I want it to be on maximum 4 lines. And I still have that there. Anyway, I'm going to come to that later on. Now, one thing I can do is that I can reduce the padding here, the left padding. Then I want this circle to be on this side instead. I want it to be on this side instead. I'll publish this. And then I'll reduce the size of the text. I'll come to style, make this, let's say 65 or 60. I'll make this 10, and then I want to come to the entire section, not the container, the section, and I want to come to style, and then I want to position this circle to be on the other side instead. Now I'll delete this text. I don't want any text here. As a matter of fact, I don't want this extra container. There is a container here. I don't want this extra container, but I want to come to this section and I want this circle to be on this side. So if I do that, it appears I had changed the color, the background color of this container, but I don't want that. I want it to be transparent so that the circle can be visible. So if I come back to the style tab for the entire section, and I want it to come down a little bit. If I publish, it's still not what I want. I'm going to push it up a little bit and then shift it to the left, or to the right rather. So I'm going to increase this, decrease rather. I'll change this to EMs. So I'm going to put it minus 50 EM. 50 EM, and then I'm going to push it up a little bit to, let's say, minus 150. I'll publish that. It still doesn't give me. I've gone ahead and made these EMs 55.5 minus 250. That's X position 55.5. Y position minus 250, and then the display size 58%, and this is how it looks on the front end. Now mind you, we are going to adjust the mobile layout for all of this. I want to do something here. I want to increase the line height. I feel like the line height could be better, so I'll make it 55. and I think that looks a lot better. So we want to go to the next phase where we want to add the section for the ebook. I'm going to add a section. I will add a container inside. Inside this container, I will add another container, and then I will duplicate this container. I don't want to add anyone again so that it doesn't get confusing. I will duplicate it. So I'm going to make the parent container to be horizontal, but this particular one is supposed to be smaller. So I'll make this 80%, and then I will add a container inside here, which is going to hold everything. And then inside here, I'm going to add an image widget. And then for this image widget, I want to go to my file manager, to my files. I want to add this ebook, which is ebook workout. And then I'm going to select. I've added this inside here. Now inside here, I want to add a container. And in this other container, I want to add a container still, which is going to hold everything. And in this container, the first thing I want to add is that I want to add a text, which is going to be like this. It's going to be a subheading. I'll paste it inside here, and it's going to say $70, which is the price for the ebook. $70. I used the ampersand instead. $70, which is the price of the ebook. And then I want to give it a heading inside here. I want to copy the heading probably from this page. I'm doing this to save time so that we don't spend a whole lot of time on this. And I'm going to add the text inside here. I've added the heading. Now I want to add a text editor here. I want to add some text. I can just copy this. And if I choose to change the text, I'll just first paste that there. And then I can go ahead and change the text inside here. Now I also want a button. So I'm going to go to my home page, to the home page, and I will copy this button. We already did that. We don't need to keep redoing everything now. And that's one thing you need to learn in your web development career. So having pasted this here, I'm going to change the text to learn more. Learn more, but I want to align it to the left. So this is this, but I want to give more spacing. If I publish this and preview it first, this is what it looks like. But I want to center this more. So what I will do is, first things first, this should not be 80. It should be 100, but I'll give it some spacing, some padding to the left. So first I'll give it all around 10, and then I'll give it some padding to the right. Right, not left, please. I'll give it padding of 50. And then this one, I'm going to come here, and if I publish this, let me publish this first and see how it looks. It looks fine, but there is more we can do. The first thing is that I'll make this section to be 1100, not 1140, and then inside here, I'm going to give it a right padding. I'll give it all around 10 first, then the right. I'm also going to, no, I think this should not have been here. It should be inside this. I'll first of all give it all around 10, then I'll give it right padding. Right padding of, let's say, 40. Yes, so that is that, and I want to increase the size of this text to, let's say, 40. And if I publish this, I can see it on the front end. Well, it's beginning to look like I want it to. It's beginning to look like I want it to. So what I can do now is I can increase the size of this text of the price. I'll make it 20. And I also want to adjust everything in this column to be centered. So I'll click on the column and I'll come to layout, and then I want to make this to be centered. So you see, it centers everything. And if I publish that, that is that, and let's see it on the front end. All right, this looks absolutely good, but I want to put some more space between these two here. So what I'll do is I'll give this entire section a top margin of, let's say, 40 or 50. Then I will duplicate this. And I want to add another ebook which is being sold. And what I could do is that normally I should be able to swap these two. I don't know why it's not working. For some reason it's not working. So but normally I should be able to swap them. If I come to my structure here and I click on this particular one, it should be highlighted somewhere. Okay, here it is. And if I click on this other container, here it is. I want to just swap them from here. All right, that's how it's supposed to work. And then for this particular one, I'm going to say this is $40, and I want to change the picture here to something else. This is the ebook I'll use. I'll select that, and then I'll say in shape for good nutrition plan. Nutrition plan, and that's it. It's $40. Then I can duplicate again. I will duplicate this one now again, but I'm going to drag it down, and I'm going to search for another picture, another ebook, which is this. And this is going to be the In Shape for Good Mindset Guide. And this is, let's say, $50. And you can publish. So when you publish, you can preview this. And this is the page. You can see it is looking really, really good. Our website is beginning to take shape. One thing I want to do for each of them here is that I want to add a border for this, and it's going to be the same border we used. We used it on the home page. Okay, we used it here. I'm going to click on this. I'll copy the border color. I'll come here and I'll add that border color. I go to style, border type solid, border radius 1, and then I'll add that border there. I want to preview this on the front end before doing it for the others. Okay, it really clearly demarcates that. I'll do the same thing for this one. Come to style, border type solid, border width 1. I'll paste that. Same thing here. I'll paste that there and submit. Now I want to add a section under here, and I'll give it, first of all, a top margin of 50. I think 50 may not really do for this. I'll give it a top margin of 70. I'll add a container inside, and inside this container I'll add another container, and then I'll duplicate this. Inside here I want to add a heading. I can copy a heading from one of these sections. I'll copy this, I'll paste it inside here, the first one. I'll paste, and I want to change the text. I've gone ahead and added this text. I need to add another subheading beneath here. I'll paste, and I'll see for only 99. So all of these for just 99. No, it should be centered. Inside here now, I want to add other containers. I want to add 3 containers. I'll duplicate it, and then I'll click on this, and the layout should be horizontal. I'll publish this first. The one thing I want to do is that I want to add another circle inside this area. So first things first, inside this entire section, I'll click on the 6 dots, and I want to come to the padding. First of all, give it all around 10, and then on link, and then give it the top padding of, let's say, 50. And inside here, I want to add a circle. So I'll come to style and type, background type, classic. I want to come and I want to add this circle. Of course, when you do, it always does this thing which it does, which is to make the entire section seem as if it's there's nothing there. So it's transparent now, but we are going to work on that shortly. So the first thing I want to do is that I want to reduce the display size to this, and I want to make it, let's say, 60%. I want the repeat to be no repeat. I want the position to be custom, and I want X position to be, let's say, minus 375, and then the Y position to be something like, I'll make it something like 100. And if I look at it here, now you will not see much here because we've not added the other elements. So we'll add the other elements before we go about this circle again. So the first thing I want to add here is that I want to add a picture. Since we have this, I want to add a picture and some text. I'll add a picture and some text, and I'll add a picture widget inside here, and it's this same picture I'm going to add there. First of all, I want to give this a background. There should be a background picture, a background color, which is the color of the entire website, which is this. I'm going to copy. So I'll come to this entire container, come to style, background type, and then I'll add that color there, so that when I add the price under there, it's not going to be transparent. Now I'll add the heading, which is the title of this ebook. I can just copy any heading here because it's going to be the same font. I'll copy this and paste it somewhere here, and I'll change this to nutrition plan, and then I'm going to give a line breaker and say 139 pages of recipes. All right, I'll come now to style, and I want to make it centered. Then I want to reduce the size to maybe 20. I could use 20 or 18, and then line height line height should be that, and I want to make this maybe 200, and then the color should not be that visible. I'll use this particular color, but now it becomes very faint. Let's try 300 pixels. All right, so that is that. And then since we already have it here, I can just duplicate this and then delete. I'll delete first of all this. I'll duplicate this and duplicate this. And this I'm going to change to this image. And then I'll change the heading here. I'll say workout plan 159 pages of week by week plan. Then this, of course, should be changed to this, and I'll see mindset plan or fitness lifestyle rather. $120 pages of motivation. All right, now, but they are all on the same line. This is not what I really want. I want this to be on top because this is our most important offer, and then I want these ones to be down. So I'm simply going to add in this container. I can add the top padding, but sometimes the top padding breaks the page, so I'm just going to sometimes adding the padding can be tricky, so I'm going to add a spacer on top of here. And when I add the spacer, you see it automatically pushes this down. I can increase the spacer to be 100. I will duplicate this, and then I send that there. But one thing I forgot to do is that I forgot to give this a background. If I come here and copy the background color, I copy it, and I click on this. I simply come to style, background type solid, and then I want to make this to be 2, and I publish that. I paste that there, and then I'll do the same here, style, background type solid, same thing here, background type solid, and then I'll publish that there. Now let's look at this on the front end. So you can see we have this here, and then our circle is not showing anymore. But the first thing we're going to do is that we want to add another section underneath here, and it's going to give more space. I'll come back to my page. First of all, I can just copy it from the home page, from this particular page rather. I'll copy this and I want to paste it here, and it's going to say get the bundle. Get the bundle. And then the top padding or the top margin. You know what, for this one, I will choose to just do a padding. I'll give it all around 10, and then I'll give it a top padding of, let's say, 100, and then bottom 100. So it gives it a lot of space. I could even do 150 on top and then 100 beneath. If I publish that and look at it on the front end, okay, here's the issue. The reason it's still cutting off this circle is because this is out of this section. This is a new section I've added, which is not supposed to be the case. So what I can do is that I can duplicate this section and then delete everything inside, then add the circle instead inside here. I will delete this, I will delete this, and then I will delete this and delete this. Delete the spacer too. I'll just drag this and put it inside here. I don't want the spacer. I'll give this a top and bottom margin. Let me first of all use 10 here on link, and then bottom 100. So all of this is within this section where I added this circle. You will see the difference now. When it reloads, and bam, you can see the circle is more visible now. It's more visible, a lot more visible now. Now, you'll notice that because of this spacer, it's blocking this particular, the spacer is blocking this particular view. So the section here. Now, what if I go here? What if I come here and I decide to make the background to be transparent? Boom. You see, it's showing. The circle now shows. And if I reload, you see the circle now shows very, very well. It shows now very, very well. What I need to do now is that I don't want this to cross the circle to be up to this point. So I'm going to reduce the size of the circle, and then I'm going to push it further to the left. I'll come now here and I'm going to come to style. I want the circle to be, let's say 55%, which is, I think, still too small. Let's say 53, and then I want to push it further. No, I want to push it further to the left. So this is what I have right now, which is good. It's really good, but I think we can do better. I can reduce the size of the circle again to 50. If I just reduce it, let me see what happens. All right. Okay, so it's 50 now. I could still reduce it further to 47. Remember that it's in percentages, so you can already see the effect there. And boom, that is it. So we have this particular section. Then we have the button. I think to be on the safe side, I'll reduce the top padding for the button and instead increase the bottom padding. It's still going to give us more space. I'll make it 50. I'll make it 150 here and publish this. The next thing I will do is that I want to have the testimonials here too, because we are selling the ebook here, so people should see those who have used the ebook and had good results. I'll simply come to the home page and then I'll copy this testimonial area here. I'll copy it and paste it here. So we have the testimonials here too. If I publish this, I want to see it on the front end. So this is the page, and that is that. Very shortly, we are going to create, very soon we are going to create our headers and our footer. But for that, that is the About Us page. We need to create another page. One thing we missed is this. When this button is clicked for this ebook, what happens? And in this case, we want for there to be a page where this ebook can be ordered. That's to say, when the visitor clicks on this, it should take them to a page where they can order. They can see more about this ebook and then make the order from there. So I'll simply come to my pages and I want to create a new page. I'll call it Workout Plan ebook. I'll publish and then edit with Elementor. I'll come to settings, of course, hide title, and then make it Elementor full width. And then I want to give it a hero section here. I'll come here and copy this. I'll copy this. I'll copy this. I'll come to this page. I'll paste it here. And I want to change this to just, I'll edit this. I'll delete this too. And then, so this is not going to be much of a gallery anymore. And then I'll copy what we have here. In shape, I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. I think I'll say I'll paste this here. Paste. And then I want to go to style. I want to make it transform uppercase. And then I want to bring this down to be the price, which is $70. $70. And then there is this text. What I want to do here is I want to copy this button. I'll paste it. I'll bring it here. If I should preview this, what should it show us? I'll preview. Oh, it appears I made a mistake. I've been working on the wrong page. If I preview this, give me a moment. I was previewing the wrong page. I was supposed to preview this page instead, but I went and rather preview this other page. That's what happens when sometimes you have a lot of web pages open. So this is what I'm supposed to be working with. I will drag this up here and then this down here. And then if I preview this, I want to see, all right, in shape for good workout plan. Now, the first thing I want to do is that I want to edit this. I want this to be, let's say, 90% or 80. And then I want to remove the padding on this corner, the left padding. I want to first of all remove this quote. Remove the quote. And then I want to reduce the size of this text. I'll first reduce the line height to be 70. And I want to see how it looks first before deciding whether, all right, I see there's still a lot of padding to the left or to the right for this entire container. No, this inner one. So the left padding, I'll reduce that again to 30. And if I look at this entire container, I'll reduce this again to, let's say, 20. And you can see it here. I'll just make this to be on 2 lines in shape for good workout plan. So I'll make this to be 60. I'll reduce this to 0. It's still on 2 lines. For some weird reason, it's still on 2 lines. Now let me make this 70. Okay, now we have that. It's on 2 lines now. So I like it this way. Now I want to add a section under here with text. I'll add a section under here, and I'm going to add a container inside. If I'm too fast, please make sure to watch this in 0.75x speed. So I'm going to do that, and then I want to add some other containers inside here. I'll duplicate this, I'll duplicate this, and I'll duplicate this, and then I'm going to make this horizontal. And inside here, I'm going to add a text. I'm going to add a heading and a text. So I'm going to add a heading, and I'm going to write here file size, and then I'm going to come to the style. I'm going to make this, the size of this text should be let's see, 20, and it should be 400. That's the weight. And I want to change, I don't want it to be too wide. Then I'll do that, and then I'm going to copy, put the quotes there. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to say 775 KB. So that's the size of the file. I want to copy this, the color of this text. I want to use it for this, the color of that button rather. I'll paste here. I want to make sure that I'm using the right color. Okay, it's the right color. Now here, what I want to do is that I want to reduce this to 18. I'll just leave it at 20. And then I'm going to remove the spacing. I'll click on this entire container, come to layout, and then I'll remove the spacing. So that is that. I could just make it 2. So 2 is enough. And if I should duplicate this, and then duplicate, and then duplicate, I'll just delete these other ones, delete these ones, and delete these ones. So for this, it's going to be number of pages. And I'm going to say 159 pages. 159 pages. Here, published. And I'm going to say 1 year ago. You can decide to put the date instead. 1 year ago. Here, language. And of course, it's the very language you're listening to right now. I'll say English. So one thing I want to do inside here is that I don't want the elements to be too spaced out. So the first thing I'll do is to click on this container inside here, and then I want to center it, and then center it. But it's not giving me what I want. Let me reduce the spacing here. This outer container, let me click on this outer container. I'll just click on this particular one, and if I try to center it, it doesn't really work. So what I'm going to do is that I'll click on these 6 dots here, and I want to reduce the size of this to, let's see, 1000, and then I want to center this. It really doesn't work, and still doesn't work. I'll individually center each of them. I'll come to click on this first inner container, click on center, center, and then the second one, center, third one, center, fourth one, center. So that is that. So I've centered each of them right now. Just publish. It will preview these. So that is what we have, but I feel like we can give some more space. So I'm going to click here, give it a top margin of 50 or even 60. All right. Next on this page, I want to add some more information about the program. I'll click add this container, and then inside here, I want to add another container, and then I'll duplicate it, and then I'm going to make it horizontal. Here, I'm going to add a heading first. I could just copy this, paste it here. Okay, I'll copy this and paste this here and see what's included. Okay, what's included? I'm going to come to style, typography. I'm going to go to capitalize. So I'm going to reduce the size of this text. Let's see, this is 300. What's included? I'll make this 40. I want to add an icon list inside here now, like the one we previously added. So I'm going to go to I think it was at the home page, we added the icon list. I'll search that. So this is the icon list we added on the home page. You can see it right here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And then I want to start changing the items here. I'll just pause and change them. You can see I've added this list of items here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is that I want to give a padding to this section. If you come to style, I think, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. So all we need to do is come to the padding, give it all around 10. No, this doesn't work for this. I'll unlink this, and then I'll give it a left padding of 40. So that works very well. And now on this side, I want to add a heading too. I'll duplicate, drag it this way and see what to expect. And in this side, I want to add a text paragraph. I'll publish this first. I'll just copy this lorem ipsum text paragraph here and bring it here. And if I duplicate this text paragraph, drag it, bring it here, sometimes it's very difficult to drag. Permit me, I'll copy this from here. I'll cut rather, and then paste it here. And then I should delete this, of course. All right. So I want to come back and copy the lorem ipsum text. I'll paste it here. And I want to make it 2 paragraphs. I can increase the line height, or I can make this to be 3 paragraphs, and then I can increase the line height to 30. And if I should preview this on the front end, what does it give me? I'm satisfied with that. So this is for the page of is for this page that this book links to. So I also want to give it the same this downer section which we had here. If I should open it here, I'll just copy this entire section. Now you can already begin to see the advantages of having containers. When you put stuff in a container, you can have an entire section copied at a breeze. I'll only change this heading, and then I'm going to remove this. I'll remove this here, and then I'll change this heading. I've changed that heading. I'll publish that. I also want this reviews section and paste it there. I'll publish that. So this is that is that for this particular section. Now, if I come to the ebook page itself, the ebook page, I want to link this button, because here this button says, it's supposed to say buy now, I think, or get the ebook. Get the ebook. I'll publish. I want to make the white text to be a little bit bolder. And then now, if I come to the ebook page itself and I reload, I want to reload this page. No, I want to come to actually the editable page, and I reload this page. Now that the page is reloaded, I want to do something first of all to this button. I want to have an effect when the button is hovered over. So I'll click here. I'll come to style. So when you hover over this button, I want the background to be white and the text to be this red instead. So I want to invert the background colors. So I'm going to copy this and then hover. I'll say text color red, and then background color should be white. So look at this now. So when you hover over it, it changes to red. Now, my main area of focus is the link. I want this to link to this particular page, which is what's the name? Workout plan ebook. So what I'll do is I'll click here and choose link options, and then normally under normal circumstances, if I click on these dynamic tags, I should go to pages. I should be able to find the page here. Custom field, archive URL, site URL. I'll go to internal URL, and then I'll click on this spanner. I want to look for type. It should be content. Let me see, ebook. It still wants, okay, this is it, workout plan ebook. But if this seems too complicated for you, you can simply come to this is the workout plan ebook page. I'll remove all of this previous stuff and all that, and then simply copy this link, and then you can just come and paste it here. It's going to do the same thing. So if I publish this and then I go to preview, this is the preview page. Once the person clicks on this, it should take them 1 minute. Let me remove this. This is the ebook page. Once the person clicks, it takes them to that other page with all of this information there. So this is exactly what we want. Now I see that the space between these two elements is not enough. I will increase that space. I will come here and I want to give this a top margin of, let's say, 40 or 50. I'll give that a margin of 50. So that is that for that particular section. Now, what we want to do is that when the person clicks on get ebook, we want for there to be a pop-up. We want for there to be a pop-up on this button, and we'll first of all have to create a pop-up. So if I click on this and I click on this button, when the person clicks, I want to come to dynamic tags. I want for there to be a pop-up. So actions can be a pop-up, but you will need to choose the particular pop-up. Open pop-up, open pop-up or toggle pop-up, and then you will need to select the pop-up. But we have not created any pop-up yet. So we'll come to our dashboard, and under Elementor settings, pop-ups should be somewhere. Okay, these are pop-ups. Under templates, which is a part of Elementor, there should be a pop-up, and that pop-up is going to, just the word pop-up sounds very, very funny. I'll see no thanks. I want to add a new one, and the name should be Get Ebook Pop-up. So a pop-up is simply something like a box that appears on the page where you can put information and then get the ebook. So I'm going to create template. For this ebook, you need to send in your information and we'll get to you. So Elementor, by default, it gives us what happened. The pop-up has closed. I will go back to the back end of my website. Somehow, for some reason, the pop-up closed. So I want to edit this pop-up with Elementor. So this is the pop-up. You can use a number of templates here which Elementor gives. These are pop-up templates, but it doesn't help you if we just go straight to a template. I want us to create it from scratch. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a container here. This is the parent container, and then I'm going to add another container inside. And then what we want to create is a form. The pop-up is going to be a form. So I'm first of all going to edit this entire container, and I want the background to be black, or yes, I want it to be something like this color we have here. So I'm going to paste that there. Now inside here, I want to add other containers. I'll add a container and then I'll duplicate this. In this container, I'm going to add a heading. Now it's going to say, let's do this. Let's do this. And it's going to be centered. It's going to be DM sans, of course. Size is going to be 40. It's going to be 400. I want to add another smaller header. It's going to say sign up to get your ebook. I'll duplicate and see. Sign up to get your ebook, and then I'm going to reduce this, and I'll get this color. This color, I'll copy that. And paste that there. But I want to change this to 300. And then I'll add some text, a text editor here. So I've added this text here. Let me just add started. I'll come to style. I'll center this. And I could change the typography to 300 and the line height to 20. And then I think I could leave it that way. Now, the first thing we want to do is that we want to add a form inside here. So I'm going to go to form. You cannot do this unless you have Elementor Pro. You can't add a form, but there are other free, plugins, Elementor-based add-ons that can help you to do this. But basically, you can't do this without Elementor Pro. Here, I want to have first name. So these fields come by default. So I want to have first name, which is going to be first name. Mind you, I only want the placeholder and not the label. So it's going to be inside here. It may not be visible now because it's white text. And then I'll duplicate this and say last name
and it should be text. Both of them should be text. And then email, of course, it's email, address, and then phone number. This should be phone number. Phone number. All right, but I don't want all of these to be on 4 lines. I want all of these to be on 2 lines. So I'm going to change the column width of each of them to be 50%, 50%, 50%, and 50%. So now I need to add something here, and which is going to be called a step. So I'll add an item, and I'm going to look for a step, because I want, you see, once I add this step, it gives me 1, and this should be 2. So when they fill this particular section, they will move to the next step. You see, it says next, and I'll leave that there, and then I'll add another step. So this is item 1, this is item 6, which is a step. So whatever item I add below here will be on the next part of the form. So for the next step, I want them to choose their own, whatever ebook it is they want. I'll say this is going to be select, and I'll say choose your ebooks, and I'm going to give them quite a number of options here. I'm going to type the options here. I've gone ahead and typed the different bundles here. I think this should be a checkbox. This should be a checkbox instead. You can make it a radio button, but I think checkbox is more appropriate. And then, of course, for a checkbox, they can select multiple of them. And then the width, yes, it could be 100%, but let's just make it 50. So we click on next. First of all, let me publish this. Oh, it will not show here because we need to add the triggers. And then if we come to buttons, next, and all that. So what we want to do is that we want to edit this. So we'll go to step settings, number and text. Yes, this is the number and text here. The email should be your email address. Add your email address here. The email address for your company, add it here. And then additional options, form ID, browser validation. I'll leave all of this. Let's come to style. For the columns gap, that's the gap between these columns. I'll make it, let's see, 20. And then the rows gap, I'll make it, let's see, 20. Then the label spacing, we don't have any label, so we don't need that. The field, the color, we can make it, it's not actually showing there. Okay, this is the HTML field. Let's come to the field. Text color for the field. If we make it black, you see there, but we don't want to make it black. We want to leave it white. And then the background color, we want to make it to be this color, the default color for the entire website. So if I come here, by the way, for form fields, and I look at form fields, there is something here that says input size. We can make this to be medium. We can also make it to be large. I'll just make it to be medium. So that is medium. And if I come back to style, and then I come to field, and then the typography of the text, it should not be that white. It should be something grayish. And the button, also the button, let's come to buttons. You can make the button to be medium, since the all of these are white, are medium, the fields. And then the button typography, let's make it Montserrat. And then transform should be uppercase. Steps, for the steps, let's make this the spacing on the text on the steps. Then you can change this, the background, the primary color, you can make it to be that color we have there. Secondary color, I'll make it the same thing. Or primary color, I'm going to make it this red. Or copy, go back to steps. So now when it's active, I want the same thing. Same thing there. Completed. Same thing there. So that is that. One thing we can do is we can increase the rows gap to be 30. Publish that. Wait, not yet. Now for this, I see these letters here, they are too thick. Let's come to style. I'll come to typography. I want to make them 300. So that's 300. Under normal circumstances, it should give us a border radius. Let me see, Montserrat. That looks more presentable. I don't know why we don't see the border width. The padding, you can also increase, make it bigger. Okay, so we can also make the value inside to be bigger, 14. And that is that we can leave it at that. I'm going to publish this right now. I'll just give this a top and a bottom padding all around 10 first, then top 40, bottom 40. So we have that. I think we can add the text, just a text, basic text there. I'll duplicate this. What if I see something like icon list, and I want to change the icon to star. And then the item, I'll say we are always here for your enquiries. Feel free to reach out. Okay, if I come to the icon, should be, I'll copy this. Icon should be this. Text should be DM Sans, and of course it should be white, not very white, something like that, and it should be 300. Center it. All right, so if I publish it now, it's going to ask me for conditions. I'm going to ask conditions. Yes, of course, it should be for the entire website, but not really. I'll come to triggers. On click, it should be on click. Yes. So which particular page? It gets a little bit complex here. Show on devices. You can choose which pages you want to show this on. Let's start back from the beginning. So if you want it to be on the entire website, you can choose that. If only on a singular page, then you can do that. So for this particular one, we want it to first of all be for the entire website. If you want it to show on only archive pages, you can choose the particular pages. If you want it only on singular pages, you can choose the particular page. These are our pages. Where are pages? Yes, you can choose the pages, and then you can select the particular page. Let's say home, or ebook page. You can add it only on the ebook page. But for this one, we want it on the entire website. Then we go to next. When should this be shown? Now you notice this on a lot of pages, on a lot of websites. When you want to exit the website, it shows you the pop-up. The moment you start going towards the right to close the page, it shows you this pop-up. So we are going to do another pop-up for that, which is going to be used to collect data and emails. But this particular one is just for our funnel. That's we want to use it to sell our ebook. So on page load, you can decide that the moment the page loads, within 5 seconds or within 10 seconds, the pop-up should come up. Now pop-ups are pro features in Elementor, so you need Elementor Pro for this. So you can also decide that when the person scrolls down, within 50% of the width of that page, 50%, when the person scrolls up to 50% of that page, this pop-up should come up. You can say no, when the person scrolls just 30% of the page, the pop-up should come. And you can change the direction to up. I'm going to turn that off. Now, if you want to scroll when the person scrolls to a particular element, and let's say I come to this page and I want the pop-up to come when the person scrolls to this particular area. I'm going to come here, I'm going to click that, I'm going to go to advanced, and I'll give a CSS class. Let's say this one is ebook. That's a CSS class. I'll publish that. Sorry, I don't know why that happens. Okay, this is published. I'll come here, I'll copy this, and I'll come. So the moment the person scrolls to that area, I want to come to next. I want to save and close. Mind you, we are going to come back to that. I just want you to see how this works. So this is on this particular page. So the moment I scroll and come down here, it's supposed to pop up. I don't know why it didn't pop up. Let me edit that again. Display conditions, entire website. Next. Okay, this is. Let me remove that. Selector. Maybe I gave something else apart from the selector, not the selector. I'll come back here. Position, Z index, CSS ID. I'll paste that there. And let me just publish. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to change that and see how it works. Anyways, I'm going to come back to that when we are using other we're going to come back to that when we do another pop-up. I'm going to turn this off. So normally it's supposed to scroll to an element with this selector, this CSS selector, but it's not working. That should be a glitch. Then on click, we can choose that when we click on a particular element, or when we click maybe twice on the page, or on any after we land on this page, the moment we do 2 clicks, then that pop-up should appear. Now let me select that and save and then close. Let me try this if it's going to work. I hope there is no more bug. I'm going to remove that, and if I come and I click, you see the pop-up shows up. The pop-up shows up because I've clicked. So what caused it not to show up on the other side must have been a glitch, and then we did not customize this close button. We should do that. Now this is the pop-up, and if I come to we'll come back to display conditions and we'll go to next. So we also want the pop-up to, we can also set the pop-up to show after maybe 30 seconds of inactivity. Let's see if you're not active for up to 30 seconds, we can have it pop up. And in other cases, you can even add a sound. And then on page exit indent, it means the moment the client or the site visitor wants to close the page, like you see them going towards the end of the page to close, the pop-up should show. And then if somebody is using an ad blocker, you know, your website can detect that there's an ad detection or there's an ad blocker, then the pop-up should come on. So these are several ways to use the pop-up. Then we will so I want to see on page load, yes, let's see 30 seconds. I want to use that for this particular pop-up. Even though we are not going to be using that, we'll create another pop-up for that. And then show after X pages. The person, you can see after this number of pages, the pop-up should be shown. After X sessions, the pop-up should be shown. Show up, you can detect the number of times. You can determine the number of times the pop-up should show up. You can also see when this person comes to this page from maybe a specific URL, maybe from Facebook, all those coming from Facebook, you want them to see this pop-up. So you can see facebook.com. Only visitors coming to your website from Facebook will see that pop-up. Now, if the person is arriving from Google, from search engine, or an external link or an internal link, you can show the pop-up. And you can also hide the pop-up for logged in users. You may choose to show this pop-up only for users who are logged in. And let's say custom, only users who are logged in. You can also add parameters here. Let's say only the subscribers and others should get this pop-up. Here, you can specify whether the pop-up should show for editors, for authors, for contributors, or for subscribers. So you can specify that here. And then here, you can specify on particular devices. Maybe it should only pop up on the desktop or on a portrait mobile. That's when the person turns their phone on portrait mode, or on tablet. And then you can specify the browsers too. Maybe just Chrome, Edge, or Firefox. You can choose which one you want the pop-up to appear on. And you can schedule a pop-up, maybe for site, the entire site should start maybe on the 31st of May at midday, and it should end on maybe the 30th of June at 6 p.m. So you have a lot of flexibility here. In our case, we want to use this pop-up just for a particular page. So if I come back, so this is the name of this pop-up, get ebook pop-up. And I come to this page where it needs to be used. Where's that page? Where's that page? This is the page. I'll need to reload this page. Now that it's reloaded, if I click on this particular get ebook, get the ebook, I had already set it to pop up via this dynamic tag. So if I click on this spanner icon now, it should open pop-up, and I want to look for the pop-up. It says get, or so this is it. This is the ebook. And if I publish this right now, you see, if I click on this now, it brings up this pop-up. Let's look at it on the front end. So this is it. If I click on this, it brings this pop-up. I can put my name. I'll just add some details here. I've added my details. I'll go to next. And I can choose my ebook here. I think I'm going to make this entire section to be 100% because I don't want this to be on a different line. And then I can go ahead and send. So it says your submission was successful. Now if I go to the ebook, where is that pop-up? Okay, here it is. I want to edit this. I'll click on edit, and then for this choose your ebook, I want it to be 100%. So I don't want it to be 50%. So that is that. Now we want to create a contact page. I'll go to pages, add new page, call this contact us, publish. Or it tells me I'm offline. What could be the issue? I'm connected, publish. Let me try to edit the Elementor. We have this contact us page, and I'm going to go to settings as usual, and I'm going to toggle on hide title. Now the first thing I want to do is that I want to add a hero section here. I can reuse elements from this page, from the ebook page. I'll paste it here, and then I'm going to say get in touch, and I'll say we would love to hear from you. Here I'm going to say we would love to hear from you. So if I publish that, I want to preview this on the front end. All right, we would love to hear from you. It's quite big, but this circle is quite big here. I think we could do some management of that. I will come to this entire section. I want the circle to be 55. And if it's 55, let me see what happens. Let me make it 53. Okay, so I'm going to add another section, and then this is where I want to add the contact form. Now, mind you, we are not going to build it from scratch. We are going to reuse what we already had. So I'm going to duplicate this, and then I'll add the form here. I'll add another container here, and I'll add the form. So I'll come back to where is the I'm going to come back to this. I want to pick this form. That is the pop-up. I want to copy the form from the pop-up, and then I want to add it here. I'll paste that here, but the difference is that I'm going to remove the steps. So it's just this basic information, and then I'm going to add a message tab. This is a step, I'll remove that. And this is the first step, I'll remove that too. I want to add, no, I'll come back. I want to add a message tab. I want this to be a text area, and then I'll see message, or it should be a placeholder. Message. So for this, I want this message tab to be, let's say, 5 rows or 6. Why not 6? And I want this button to be aligned to the left. I don't want it to be the whole section. I want it to be aligned to the left, like this. You see send. Then I want to add heading here which says get in touch. I'll copy this and put it on top of here. I will drag that up there and see get in touch. Oh. And you'll see we are here to help. I'll align it to the left. I'll make it 18. And I want on this side, now this side, I want to make it, let's see, layout should be 80%. And I can add an image there. I want to choose this image and add it there. I'll select that. So that is the image there. But I'm going to make sure that there is a gap between these two. First thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to click here, and then I want to come to padding, give the regular 10 round. Then for the right padding, I want to increase that, so it's going to make the image smaller. If I now click here and then I center all of this, you can click, I'll click here instead and center all of this. Center, no, that's not what I want. It's supposed to be centered. I'll publish that, and if I should preview that on the front end, I think everything is in line. Everything is in line. What I could do is that I could simply just reduce the spacing here to be, let's say 16, so that, okay, I'll make it 12. And then I want to give a top padding here, top 50, or I could make it 100 here, and bottom same. I want to add that circle, that beautiful circle which we love so much. I don't know about you, but I love it. This circle, I want to add it at the edge of this image here. First things first, the display size custom will be 10%, and then repeat should be no repeat, and position should be custom, and then the X position should be -41. Y position should be, let's say, 75. Oh, it's too far. So X position should be 42. Did I get that right? I'll still edit that. I did 133 now. Okay, that is that. I can push it a little bit ahead on top. A little bit on top. All right, so I think that is that for the contact page. Then we are not done yet. Rather, actually, we are not done yet. I can add another section, and then inside here, I want to add some icons and some information. I'll add this. Now, first of all, I want to give this outer one a margin of 50%. And then I want to give a container inside here. And for fancy, I'll just add another container, then duplicate this and duplicate this. So I'm now going to align this horizontally. And I want to add an icon box to this. Now you remember that we had an icon box at the beginning of this tutorial. So on the home page, I'll just copy this. I'll delete this. I'll paste this here. And then for the first one, I'll see customer service. And then I can see info at karendavis.com. I want to come to the icons. I want to look for an envelope. So this is what we'll use instead of what we have now. Come to style, alignment, I'll center this. And then I can reduce content spacing to 0. But let's just put, I'll use 4. I can duplicate this right now. Now for the icon spacing here, before we go and duplicate, for the icon spacing, for the box icon spacing, you can increase that to 25. I will duplicate and then duplicate, and then for this I want to put the phone number, so I'll look for phone. I could use this particular one and I'll see phone, and I'll see plus 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 8900. I'm sure that's how the phone numbers are. And here I'll look for book, something like this. Or let me just look for news. Yes, I can use this one. And I see press, inquiries. You see PR at karendavis.com. So I'll save that, and that is that. If I try to see this page on the front end, so this is what we have, and it is, to me, it's okay. It's okay. Now there are other things we want to do. The first thing we want to do after this is that we want to create the header and the footer. We want to create the header and the footer. In order to create the header, I'll need to go back to the back end of the website. So I'll go to dashboard, and the first thing I need to do is to create a menu. And I'll go to appearance, menus, and then I want to create a new menu here. And I'm going to call this, let's just say main menu. And then I want it to apply to the header. I'll click on get started. Now, if I click on save menu, that is that. So that menu is created. If I click on view all, I want to add some items to the menu. And now let me take this all over. I don't know if it created. All right, I'll create this. I'll say header, and then I'll click on create menu. It says the main menu conflicts with another menu. Please try another. Let me click on edit menus, manage locations. Okay, I'll use this. Let me save this. Okay, so this is your save menu. I want to choose which items I want to appear on the menu here. First of all, I want the contact us page, I want the ebook, I want the about us, and I want the home page. I'll just click on view all to see all. Home, about, contact, ebook. So this should be the page, the home page we want. This home, I'll just add both of them. I'll remove this one that says custom link. I'll remove that from there, and I can rearrange these menu items by clicking and dragging up. This should actually be ebooks. I can edit it from here. I'll just add S ebooks. So, and I want each of these to be uppercase. So I can say home, about us. I'll edit this to about us. And then this other one should be contact or contact us. I'll just say contact. So this is how it's going to appear on the menu bar, but it does not necessarily change the name of the page. So I'm going to save that. Now I want to come to themes, templates rather, under Elementor, and I want to come to theme builder. If you don't have Elementor Pro, you can't do this, but there are other free plugins, but I'm using Elementor Pro for this. I'll click on header, and right off the bat, it shows me these templates. These are Elementor templates. You can use any of them for your header, but I don't want to use a template. I want to build everything from scratch. So I will toggle that off. I want to click add a flex box, and I want to add this main flex box. I want to add a container inside here, and then I want to add other containers inside here. I'll add this one, duplicate, and then duplicate, and I want this to be horizontal. And then for this, I want it to be, let's say, 40%, and then I want this other one, the third one, to also be 40%, or let's say 30, and this one should also be 30. And you could increase the width of this to 1300. And here I want to add an image. I'll start with this box. I want to add an image. We have not yet set the site logo. How do we set the site logo? Simply come to appearance and customize. Now we are using the Hello Elementor theme, and it gives you just bare bones. There are so many things you will not see with Hello Elementor theme. So it says site identity here. You can come, you put the site title, site tagline. I'll just say Karen Davis. Tagline, I'll leave that the way it is. And I want to upload the logo here. I'll come to, no, not here, Elementor, yes. So this is the logo, the Karen Davis logo, and you can see it's already, it's a transparent logo. I'll set that there. I want to skip cropping. This is going to be the icon. You see it here now, but this is not actually the logo. This is the logo up here. So when we added the site icon, the logo appeared. I also want to skip cropping. So you see we have this here. I'll just go ahead and publish. But a lot of times, even when you set the site title, it doesn't show on all the pages. So I just want to first of all save this as draft, and then I want to reload the page. Now you notice that I get this a lot whereby even after adding the site title and the site logo here and the site icon, when I try to use this site logo widget, very often it doesn't show. Anyway, this time around it shows, but I just want you to keep that in mind. Sometimes it may not show. And then, so I've added the site logo here. What I want to add now here is the menu. That's the WordPress menu. I'll just drag this and add it here. So you can see automatically the menu which we created somewhere. I want to show you the appearance menus. So this menu which we created automatically is being called here. and is using the theme which we want. But you can see this overlay. If you want to remove this, then you are free to do that. Let's say you don't want the color to change, the hover color. You can do that. The first thing I'll do is that I'll center this, and then when we come to hover, you can change the animation. Anyway, let's come to style for that. This is for the entire block. I don't want to change anything for that area. When I come to style and we come to hover, I want for the text to remain the same. It should still be white, but this pointer, there should be this red pointer. So I'll change this to white, but you see now the pointer still appears. So that is that. Here I want to add a button, and what I can do is I can simply come to another page of this website and copy the button which we had there, so that I don't go creating the style all over. I'm now on the home page, and I'm simply going to copy this particular menu. I'll copy this, come here, and I'll paste this here. But I want to just see get ebook. Now I want to say get ebooks. I want this to say get ebooks. Get ebooks. And when it change, we click, we bring our mouse over this. I want this text to change. The first thing first, I want the text to be 400. I want it to be thicker than this. And if I come back to style, I want to copy this code. And for the hover, I want it when we hover over it, the background should be white and the color of the text should be red. So I paste that there, and then the background should be white. So you see when I hover over that, that is how it changes. And then you can give some padding, more padding to the left and to the right. So the button shows very, very well. Now, what happens when someone clicks on this button? I want this button, in such a way that when somebody clicks on this button, there should be that pop-up. There should be a pop-up that they can fill in their information. So I'm going to come here to dynamic tags. You can't use these dynamic tags if you don't have Elementor Pro. So that is the more reason why you need to get Elementor Pro. And please use the link in the description. So I click on pop-up, and I want to select open pop-up. And what was the name of that pop-up? Ebook. Let's say book. Okay, get ebook pop-up. So that is that. So I want to publish now. And when you publish, it's going to ask you to set conditions. So where should this header be displayed? I'll click on. You can choose entire site, and you can see you'd want it to be on specific pages. Let's say singular pages, and then you can choose the pages. Maybe just the home page, So you select pages and look for home. So if that be the case, you are going to have to create another menu for the other pages. Now let's take a look at this. If I come back to the back end of my website and I look at the different pages, I see the About Us page. Maybe you don't want, you see the menu is already showing here, but this is the default menu. This is not what we designed. You see the menu is already showing here. Do you want for there to be some form of do you want the menu to be the same on all the pages? That is all up to you. So in my case, I want this to be a transparent menu. So what I'm going to do is I want the transparent header to be only for the home page. So I'm going to select as it is. I'm going to save on and close. Now, it's not yet transparent yet. We need to add the transparency. So if I come to the About Us page and I reload this, you see, we still have that same default menu. But if I go to the home page, you can now see we have the menu which we just designed. I'm thinking that maybe this text here is too bold. So what I need to do is that I need to come here to this, and I want the font to be, let's say 400. I think 400 will do. And if I publish, I now reload this. So this is the menu for the home page. Now we are going to design another menu for the other pages, and we are not yet done with this. I want this to be a transparent header. So let's come back here. For the purpose of reuse, I will go back to my pages, go back to templates. I'll go to save templates. And if I go to theme builder, you see this is the header. So this is the current header we have. So if I click on it, this is the header we have. I want to duplicate this. So first things first is that I'll just export this. So I've exported the template. You could still do it from here. Just simply go here and click on save as template. So this time around, I will save it and I will say header template, dark background, and I'm going to save it on the site template. So this is it. We are going to come, this is it rather. We are going to come back and use this for the other pages. But for this particular one, what we want to do is that we want to make it a transparent background. You can see here it has a dark background, but want it to be transparent. And we also want it to be sticky. So we're going to come here and I'll come to the style tab and I want to remove the background. I want the background to be, let's say, transparent. Next, I'll go to the advanced tab. I'll unlink the values of the bottom of the margin, and I want the margin to be minus 80. And now, if I go to the Z index and I put 9 here and I publish, then I come to the home page. You can see we have this transparent header. How do I know it's transparent? Because this particular circle is showing on top of here. But you see, we realize that I need to push this particular section for the home page. I need to give it some more space up there so that the transparency can really show. So I'm going to click on edit this page with Elementor. And what I want to do is that I want to give it a top padding, which is going to give it the ability to show the transparent header. So what I want to do is I'll use this, edit the container. It's taking time to load. Go to advanced. And for the top padding, I need to give it like, let's say 120. And if I give it that and I go to my home page, you can see it shows the transparency very, very well. Now it also shows me that I need to push this circle down a little bit and I need to do a little bit of work here. So I'm going to give more, I'm going to give it more padding down. I'm going to click on that, and the bottom padding, I'm also going to increase it. And then I'm going to increase this too. Let's say 150. And if I publish that, and then if I see this on the front end, you can see it looks beautiful now. This header goes, this arrow or this circle goes right up there. But I want to adjust this circle right now so that it can come down and give us that beautiful look which we had before. I've gone ahead and edited this circle. I've made the X position to be minus 420 and the Y position minus 130 and the size 67%. So if you do that, you're going to get this same effect here. I'll reload this. And I really like how this just intersects under this picture and then it comes up on top of here. So if you want that, that is how you should do. So this is a transparent header. If we should change this background, you're going to see the transparency. If we should change the background to white, you're still going to see the transparency. So that is that for this particular header. Or if we should put an image that fills this entire section, you see the transparency. Now, we want to create another header. For the entire website. Now, when it comes to the mobile header, we are going to create a different mobile header. And there's a good reason for that. because we want to have something called an off canvas menu. I'll click on this and I want to come to templates. I'll insert that header with black background. I'll apply that. Now that template is inserted, and then I'll just go to publish, and I want this to be the entire website. No, I'm going to say singular pages, all singular pages. I'm going to add about us page, and I'm going to add some others, or I'll instead exclude the home page rather. So this is going to give a rule that it should be on all singular pages except the home page. So you can use include rules or exclude rules. So I'm going to say home, and then I'm going to add that condition. I'm going to save and close. So now let's see how this works. If I go to the home page, which this is it, you see it shows me this home page. And then if I go to the about us page, you see the menu is different. I see it has not taken effect yet. If I come to contact page and ebooks, I need to adjust this here. I'll come back. What I think I'll do is that I'll add the pages individually. So this is sort of the long route, but it also works. So you could say exclude a singular page, and then choose the page which is the home page. So if I do that, and it tells me I use Elementor header 6665, if I add this condition, if I save and close, let's see what it gives us. So if I go to home, the transparent header, oh, now I see. So what I'll simply go and do is this. I'll come here and to the display conditions, that's not where I'm supposed to be. Display conditions here. I'll remove this, and I want to add the condition. I want to include those pages individually. Page, I'll say about us. There is a conflict, so about us. I'll add another condition, singular page, contact us, and then I'll say singular again, page, and then this could be, what's the other one? Contact ebook. Yes. So I will save and close. Now I hope the home page is still not messed up. Oh, it's messed up the home page, but if I come to about us page, you see I have this, and then I have that, and then this, and then that. So the home page menu has been messed up, so I'm going to come and try to fix that. I think this is it. I have two here. This is a transparent header. If I come to style, this is a transparent header. I want to set this now. Display conditions, pages, home, save. If it's still messed up, then I'm going to go to the back end and see what's happening there. So I see that it's still messed up. Let me click on this. I'll just pause and go to the back end and fix that. I've gone ahead and adjusted that. Let me show you what I did. If I come here to display conditions, this is for the transparent header. So you can see I made it the background transparent. I gave it the bottom margin of -20. I had to adjust the padding. The layout is 1200. And for the display conditions, very simple. I just said it should show on the home page, and that's it. For the other menu, I just left it basic. And then for the display conditions, I said it should include the entire site, but it should exclude the home page, and that's the display condition. Now, this is the home page. You see, it's a transparent menu, but every other page has this other menu, which is not transparent. It's a dark background. So that is that. If you come into that error, if you face any errors, please rewatch this particular section. Next, I need to add the header or the footer rather. So coming back to the back end, I'll come to theme builder, and I want to add a footer. I'll just click here, and then I want to click on add new. And again, you see I'm presented with all of these templates. I don't want to use them because I want to show you how to do everything by yourself. So I'm going to click on that and exit. And then I want to click on, first of all, I want to name this footer. I'll say main footer. There's going to be just one footer. And then I'll come back here. I can just publish this. Oh, no display conditions yet, no content. So it's already taking me to the display conditions. What I want to do is that I want to add a section, section here. Since it's the footer, you see it being pushed to the back or to the end. And then I want to add a container inside. Now in this container, I want to add other containers, of course, that should be expected by now. And then I want to duplicate this container. One of the things I want to add here is a newsletter subscription. So I'm not going to go ahead and do that from scratch. I can just use an Elementor template right now. I'll click here, and then I'll come and look for subscribe. Here it is. And I want to use one of these templates here. So I'm going to use this one that is already here. I'm just going to import it into my website. So just click on insert. And when you click on insert, it's going to prompt you to connect your Elementor account, and then you can import it. That's how it's going to be imported. Now this is it I've imported. What I want to pick is just this particular section, this newsletter subscribe. I'll paste it here, and then I can just delete this. I want to click to edit this. And when you go to the button, it says subscribe. I want to say yes, please. Yes, please. We're going to edit, the layout and the look and feel of it and all that. I want to come to style right now. And then when it comes to forms gap, first things first is that I want to adjust the labels. So if I come to the field, rather, let me come here and I'll see email address. Email address. And I'll come here. First things first, I'll center this. And then I'll come to style, and this should be it. And when I come to the field, I want the borders to be something like, no, this is the actual text, and it should be DM Sans. DM Sans, and it should be 300. You can even make it 200. I want it to be very faint. And still in the field, the border width should be 1, and it should be faint, very faint color. And the radius should be, let's see, I'll link all of this, and the radius should be this. So that should be the radius. Then for the button, I want the background color to be this color here, our primary color. Can I pick it from here? I'll come background color, I'll paste that there, and then it shouldn't be man rope, it should be DM sans, and I want the line height. First of all, the text should be DM sans, and then the letter spacing. I want to reduce that. I want to change the color to white, and of course DM sans is DM sans, and here I want the weight to be, let's say, 400. I'll use 300. No, I'll use 400. Then the padding, I want to change the padding for this particular button. So I want the padding, I'll first of all give it all around 15, and then I'll unlink this, then the right side, let's say 40, left 40, is still not enough. I'll say 60, 60. For some reason, the text still doesn't align to the, it's still on the same line. So what I've done is that I've simply come to the button, back under content button, and I've made the button width to be 25%. So I can come now to the style tab, and I can, because I had to reduce these two, I can increase the left and the right paddings. I want this to also be 30. So this is the email newsletter. I want to add some stuff. I want to add a heading on top and also beneath. So I'm going to come to any page here. I'll just copy this and I'll paste this on top of there. Put that on top of there. If I can put this just above that. Anyway, I'll just add another container. Sometimes it gets this way. Okay, it's now placed in front on top of that. I want to add another text, a text heading just on top of here. And then I want to add another text editor. If I can copy from here, maybe not this. You know what? I'll copy this and then I'll paste it here. And I can copy any of these. Let's say this. I'll paste that there. So this is supposed to be directly on top of this. Directly on top of this. So I will delete this, and here I'm simply going to say sign up. Here I will change the text. I've added this text here, you can see it here, and this one too. Now what I want to do is that I want to reduce the space, the row space. I'll make it 10, and then I'll change this. I'll increase the size to, let's say, 17. I want to change this, the color of this, and I want to change the weight to 400. All right. Then underneath here, I want to add the logo at one end, and then I want to add some icons on the other end. Now, mind you, I'm going to put a circle behind here, our darling circle. So I want to add the logo, site logo here. and that is it. I also want to add some icons. I'll add them here, and for this we need, let's say, Facebook, TikTok. I'll look for TikTok, all icons. And then maybe Instagram. So we have these icons, and then for them, want to ask, how do you want it to be? Official color, no, and it should be circled. You can also use square, you can also use rounded, but I'm going to use circle. And then columns, I'll leave that the way it is. Then I can push those, align them to the left. Then the size, I could make it 16 or more. Let's say 18. And then the spacing, I'll leave those. The rows gap, I just want to space them out a little bit. Then you can change. If I come to the icons, and we come back to style. For the color, you can see color. You want to use a custom color here, and then the primary color will be let's see, the primary color will be something grayish. That's the primary color. I'll use this one, and then secondary color, of course, should be white. So I'll just copy this primary color. I don't know why this instead is the primary color. To me, I thought this should instead be the primary color. So this, we'll paste that there, and then secondary color white. Do the same for this. Official color, custom. What? No, primary color should be this. Okay. Then this official color, custom. Primary color should be this. Secondary color should also be that. Now, I don't want them to sit on top of each other, so this is under, it should be directly under this in the same container. So if I align them horizontally now, you see they are both at the same end, but now I want them to be at the extreme ends. So that is that. But I want these ones to be down. They are too high up. I think there's a way to make them align down. What I'll simply do is, for this entire section, I will center them. You can even make them down. So since this one already fits, it's not going to take any effect. So that is that. And now we want to add another container. For this particular one, we can add another container. Yes, there will be another primary container, and it's going to be for text. Or I could just duplicate this and delete this, and also delete this. So I want to see, put the email address here. I want to add the email address. I will see info@karendavis.com, and then I want to see all rights reserved. I'll duplicate this and see, or rather, all rights reserved. So this is going to be, the text is not going to be pure white, it's going to be very dark. I'll copy this. Now, you know what? I'll copy this too. Copy and also paste it here. Then for this entire container too, I want this to be aligned on at the bottom. But the difference is that I want to add inside here, or I could add another container, duplicate this, then I'll delete this for this particular container. I want to add a line, spacer. No, this should be divider instead. First of all, let me change the alignment of this container. I want to remove this, remove that. So I want to see divider. I'll copy that. I want to copy this. And then the line should be solid. Come to style. I want to paste the line here. But I want to remove every padding from here. Now first, if I come to this line, you'll notice that the gap is 15. I want to reduce that. So I don't even need to remove the padding from there. Now, if I should publish this, it should be for the entire website. I'll save and continue. If I preview this, so this is what we have. But now we have not added our circle into this particular container. So the first thing I want to do is that I want to click on this entire section. I'll come to padding and I want to give it all around padding of 10 first. Then I want to give it all around padding of, let's see, 50. That's top padding of 50. And then bottom padding of, let's say, 20. Let me see how it affects. I could make this to be 70 on top and then 20 down. What I want to do now here is that I want to come to style. I want to give this a background and want to add our beloved circle inside. So you can see already it gives us this very huge circle, which is not what we want. What we'll do first of all is that we will come to position. We will make it custom. Display size custom. I want to reduce the size. I want to reduce the size. I want to go to repeat, no repeat. And then the position, X position, I'll shift it this way. PX769. Let me just make this EMs. I'll make it, let's say, 50 EMs. 50 EMs, and then the Y position should be, let's see, 480 minus 480. I'll just make it 500. If I preview this, I want to see how it looks. It's still very, very big. I want to reduce the size. And then I want to increase these to 60 EMs. It may not be very apparent now. And if I publish this and look at this, it's still encroaching a little bit. I want to push it to further to the, no, I want to push it further to the right. Let me say 550, 560 rather. Yes, so we are getting there. I'll just adjust them once more. I've gone ahead and made it X position 68 EMs, Y position minus 480, and size 59%. And then what I did is that I came to the advanced and I increased the top padding to 120, left and right 10, bottom 20, and this is what I get. I'm pretty satisfied with this, but I want to reduce, I want this, the background color of this to be different from the background color of the entire website. So I want to make this a little bit fainter. You will need to increase the brightness of your screen in order to see the difference. So that is that. And if I see it very, very clearly here. If I increase the brightness of my screen, I see this very, very clearly here. Now, so we are practically done with this. With the main part of this website, we have the home page. We have the footer, the footer here looking very, very good. And then we have the about us. We have contact us. Now, the next thing we need to do here is to create the blog. The first thing we need to do, obviously, is to add some blog post. So for us to add blog post, you need to come to the left side of your dashboard and click on post, and you see all posts. And by default, you have this hello world post. If I view this on the front end, this is what you see. Not much going on there. But we want to change this. So the first thing we'll do is that we need to click on add new. And you could use AI. We could use AI to give us some blog post ideas or blog post titles or whatever it is that you want to do. So I'm going to add a title. I'm going to add a text editor and stuff like that. If you do not like the look and feel of this, default blog post editor, then you can simply come to the back end of your website and then go to plugins, click on add new plugins, and you want to look for classic editor. So just search for classic. You're going to see classic editor, and you could also add classic widgets if you like. I'll just activate this now. And if I reload this page, you'll see this is how it shows. So some people prefer this. Now we need to start adding some blog posts, and the first thing we'll do is to add the title and also then the post and then some pictures inside. Now I'm going to add the title of the post here. I'm going to add the text here. Now I decided to just roll it back to what was shown, so I'm going to start from scratch. We'll just use the default layout. I'll add the title here, and then one of the reasons why I decided to use this is because it gives us the opportunity to add an excerpt. So an excerpt, we'll click here and we'll add the excerpt inside here. I will just paste the excerpt inside here and I'll hit enter. So that's the excerpt, and you're going to see the use of this excerpt when we start editing the post template on the front end. Now I'll just save this as draft. If I go to edit excerpt, you can see it's already there. Now I want to set a featured image, so I'm going to come to my pictures. I'm going to come to downloads, Elementor, and I want to choose a picture from here. I'll choose this particular picture and I'm going to insert it here. I'll set it as featured image. Now there are no categories for this. I could just say the category of this is cardio, or let me just say women workout. So I want to toggle all this on categorized. For tags, we can come to that later on. Now let's add some text here. I could still just add some of this, the same excerpt. And then if I want to add another element, if I click here, I could just click on this plus button, and then I could find a list of widgets which I could insert. So you can go through and decide which one you want to add. After this, I want to add a separator. So I'm going to come down. First thing first, I can add a spacer. So if I search here, I could add this spacer. You can reduce the size of the spacer here. You can make it 50. And then after the spacer, you could add something like a separator, which is a line. And after the separator, I can add another spacer. Let's say 50. I'll just make this 40. And these two, I'll make it 40. And then here now, after this, I want to add some other text. So I'm going to look for this paragraph widget. Whenever you click on that plus button, it brings up a widget. I'll just paste the paragraph here. I'll just hit enter. That should be enter. And I want to add a picture inside here. So I'm going to look for image. I'm going to upload this particular one. It's taking its time to load. Now, while you have this image, note you can add your alt text. You can lead it, link it to something. You can also crop it. But I'm not going to do that now. I just want to add another block of text down here. Now I'm just going to publish this. I'll publish this. Make sure to publish that. And then if I view this on the front end, this is how it looks, but this is not how we want it to look. So we are going to have to create a template. Now after creating the template rather, you can see all of this boring comment section. After creating the template, I'm going to go ahead and build and add some other items, some other blog posts to this particular website. Now I had to go ahead of myself and add all these blog posts here. You can see all of them, and they are under 3 categories: mindset and well-being, nutrition and recipes, and then workout tips and advice. Now the first thing I want to do before going to the blog post template itself, I want to create an archive template for this post. So the first thing I'll do is that I'll go to pages, and I want to go to my blog page. I have not created any one for that, so I'm going to click on add new, and I'm going to name this blog, and then I'm going to publish. I'll publish this, and then if I view the page now on the front end, you see this is what it is. Nothing, just a header, the footer, and the name, the blog page. I want to click on edit with Elementor. Now the first thing I want to do is that I'm going to go to the settings, and I'm going to hide title, and I'm going to make this Elementor full width, and I can publish this. This is just a blog page. Here I want to click and add a flexbox container, and inside the flexbox container I want to add another container, and in this container I'm going to add yet another container, and I'm going to duplicate this. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I could just delete this first and then come to this parent container, give it a background, and I'll add an image there. I'll select this image, this particular one. I'll insert that right now. I'll insert that, and you can see it's aligning to the left. What I want to do is that I want to come to position. I want it to be center. Attachment, I'll leave it the way it is. Repeat, no repeat, display, cover. And then I want to add some text here. Before doing some more edits, I'll go to this heading, and I'm going to see lifestyle. I'll see Karen Davis blog. So this is going to be a Karen Davis blog. I'm going to center this, of course, and I want to make sure it's DM Sans. Yes, I want to increase the size to this, let's say 50. And if I come back to this entire section, and then I come to background overlay, I want to give it a background overlay of black. I'll leave it the way it is. For borders, I'll leave it that way. I come to advanced, and I want to give it all-round padding of 50. Then I can untoggle this and make the top, let's say 100, and the bottom should also be 100. If I should preview this front end, this is what it looks like. I think that could work. That could really work. I'll just come here. I want to publish this first. I think I'm going to add some more stuff here. on second thought, I'll just delete this. I'll leave it this way, but I want to add another section. I want to add another section here, or I'll just delete that. And then I want to come to the contact us page, and I want to copy this entire section here, this entire container. So this is it. I'll copy that. And if I come back here, I can just paste that there. Now drag it up. I'm going to use this section somewhere else. Here, I want to see the blog. And here I want to change the text to this. So that is that. Now if I preview this on the front end, so you see that. If I come here, I want to remove this that says blog, and I could add another section, and I'll bring it on top of this, or add a container inside here, and want to copy this. I'll paste it here. No, not that. Anyway, I'll just duplicate this. I'll drag this inside here, and inside here I want to drag some blog post. So I'm going to search for post. So where it says post, I'll drag them and put them inside here, so it shows me everything by default. But that's not what I want. I want to query this. I want to have only particular blog post. So for this, I want to have this first category, where at blog post, which says workout tips and advice. So I can close this. If I come here, I want to query, I want to look for this term. If I click on this plus, I want to look for workout. It doesn't show me. Let me source. Let me see current query. It doesn't show me anything. Now I'll just go back to post. What I'll do is that under query, make sure your source is post, and then include by term, and then under the term, search for the particular category you want to show. I'm going to put workout. So this is it. When I select, you see it shows me only the post under the category workout. Now if we come back to our layout, you see we have three columns. You can make it 2 columns, you can make it 4 columns, you can make it 4 columns, you can make it 2 columns. I will make it 3, and then this here should be workout tips and advice. Go to style, center this, come back here. What do we want? You want it to be masonry, you can make it masonry, so it's not going to have a fixed layout. I'm going to toggle that off. Image resolution, that depends on you. You could make it thumbnail, you could make it large, you could make it full. I'll just make it full. So you see it gives us very, very bright images. Image ratio, you can change that. You can toggle off the title. Maybe you don't want to see the title. I don't know why you wouldn't want that. I'm going to put it back on the title. And then the excerpt, you can show or you can hide. So this is what I was telling you. I wanted you to see this. That's why I asked that we have an excerpt. If you toggle on the excerpt, you can see you want it to be 25. And I think that should be 25 words. Apply to custom excerpt. If I apply that, I don't see the difference anyway, but you get the point. I want to remove the excerpt, and then when it comes to read more, I'll leave it at read more. And then for the meta description, you can have the date and the comments, but I want just the date. to be shown, the date it was published. So you see, we now have this. We now have the title, we have the date, and we have the read more button. We can also just go ahead and toggle off the read more button. So whenever anybody comes here, they see the picture, they see the title, and then they see the date. Now let's go to the style tab. You can change the box to be whatever you want it to be. Now let's just publish this and see this on the front end. So this is how it looks, and it's not looking bad, but we can do a little bit more work there. We can make it to look better. And one thing also, if I come back here and I come to this content under query, you can make it to be ascending. Now it's descending. This was the last article under this, which we created under this this particular section. You can make it to be ascending. So the oldest article is going to be shown, and then the latest. Now, one other thing is that if we come to style, if we come to pagination rather, you can add pagination. I'm just going to leave it at none. If we come to style, alignment, we can align it to be center. So all these text, they are going to be centered. I'll leave it. Rows gap. If you increase the rows gap, you see the distance between these two lines, it reduces. I'll leave it at, let's say, 30. And then for the box, the border width, we can leave it the way it is. We can increase the padding. Increase the padding. Can increase the padding. I don't know why anyone want to do that. I'll just leave it the way it is. I'm just showing you the possibilities. But we can now also increase just the content padding. That's the padding of this content down here. We can increase that to, let's see, we can make it 20 left, 20 right, but then we can make it 0 on top, or let's say top, we make it 10, and then bottom, we make it 20, and then the box shadow, we can leave it the way it is. The box color, we can make it to be a bit fainter. Yes, a bit fainter like that. And then the image, we can leave it that way. The title, the content, we can make the title to be white. And then we want it to be, of course, DM Sans. We want it to be, let's say 25. We can make it 300. And we can also make it, let's say, 22. And then the spacing between that and the date, you can increase that, let's say to 10. Then if I come back here, still under content, the meta, I want the color to be this red. I'll copy this, come back to style. This is the meta. I want to paste it here, and I want this color to be, I want to increase it to this, and let's say 18, and then I want it to be, the meta to be all caps. So I'm going to go to transform, I'm going to say uppercase. So that is that. Now I could make it, I think 18 is good. 18 is good. And if I publish this, I want to see how it looks on the front end. So this is actually good. But now we can give a custom size to these particular images. Maybe I want them to be square. So I could come here and then come to image. This is for the image. If I come to content, I come to the image should be somewhere. This is the image resolution. We could choose to give it a custom So we could see the image ratio. We want it to be 1. So it's going to make it a square image. So that is that. If I publish it now and I come to blog, so you see it gives us a square image. So these are the blog posts. But right now, if you click on this, it's going to take you to this layout, which is still not what we want. Now we are not done here yet. I want to make sure that all of this, every word is capitalized. So not the entire sentence capitalized, but every word. So I'm going to come to style. I'm going to come to content. And then for the title, I want to reduce the line height. I'll reduce the line height to that. And then I'm going to say transform, capitalize. So each of them are capitalized. And of course, I'll leave it at that. I'll just publish this. And then I want to duplicate this entire container. But this time around, I want to use the next category. That will be nutrition, recipes, and tips. So this is workout. But I want to give this entire section a margin of 100. Let's just see 120. I'll see nutrition, recipes, and tips. If I come here, I'll click on this. I want to come to query. And I'll search for nutrition. So this is this, you see, just automatically takes on that particular layout. And I'll just duplicate these two. I'll duplicate this. And then I want to do mindset and motivation, or mindset and well-being. I think that's it. Mindset and well-being. So I'll come here and I'll simply come and under query, I will search for mindset. And that is that. Now, I really don't see the need for this, but I can just leave it beneath. I'll just take it off. I'll just take it off. Here, I want to give it a bottom padding or a bottom margin too of, let's say, 70. And if I should search this on the front end, you see, this is beautiful. But now I want to give you a top margin there. I'll come here and I'll go to advanced. I'll unlink this and I'll give this 70. And then I'll publish. This is how this looks on mobile. Very shortly, we're going to come and adjust everything on mobile. So we'll come back here. Now we want to adjust these pages, these single pages, like you see here. We want to adjust this. So we'll go back to the back end of the website, go to dashboard. I'll just close this too. And we want to go to templates. We want to go to saved templates. I want to go to add new template. I want to look for single post. So that is what we're using. And we'll say blog post template. We'll go to create template. Now it's going to give us some templates. We don't want to use any of this. We want to create our own template. So I'll close that. I'm simply going to come to the home page. I'll edit. I want to copy this section because I'm going to use that. So I'm going to copy this particular section from the home page. You see it's taking a little bit of time to load. I'll just use this structure tool. I want to copy this entire section, this container. I'll just copy that from there. I'll come here and I'll paste it here. All right, so in my case, this is a slider, but I don't want to use a slider. I'll come to style. I want to remove this. I'll clear that. What I can do is that I can simply come to classic instead, and I want to use these dynamic tags. I'll click on that and I'm going to choose featured image. So it uses the featured image for one of these, and then I'm also going to click on that. Now if I come to the single post, the settings here, I want to click on preview, and then I want to change preview dynamic content as post. I will apply and preview. So what this does is that it applies everything we are doing here to a post. So now I want to select the date here. I'll remove this and I'm going to use dynamic tags. If you don't have Elementor Pro, you can do this. I'll select post date. That is that. And I can make this to be capitalized or uppercase rather. And then I'm going to select this. And then what I want to do is that I want to select the post title. Post title. All right, I want to capitalize this too, or I want to make it uppercase. Uppercase, but I want it to be, let's say, a bit smaller. Not necessarily smaller, but you know what I'm going to do first of all is that I'm going to make this particular section to be 90%. Let's just say 90. Now I want to save this as draft first and then preview this. I don't see that here. All right, but we are going to go ahead. What I want to do is that I want to make sure that I remove the left padding here. Okay, and I'm going to reduce the line height. Let's say to 75. I'll delete this here. Okay, now what I want to do is that I want to add a flex box. I'll add a container inside. I'll add a container inside. And then I'm going to add another container. Duplicate this container. Inside this first one, I'm going to add another container. And then I'll duplicate it too, but I want to make this container to be aligned horizontally. However, I don't want them to be of equal size. I want this side to be, let's say 50%, or I'll make this 40%. Here, I want to add the post excerpt. That is that. So, I think it's good the way it is. And then here, I want to add the author. Post author box. So I'm going to come and edit this a little bit later. Now, I want to duplicate this tool. I want to add a spacer or a line or a divider. All right, so it should be solid, and then the color should be this. Now I want to add the post itself, post content. But before I do that, I want to add another container inside here. And I want this side to be 50. I think this should be 40 rather, like the other side. And then I want to add the post content inside here. This is the mistake I made when I was creating those posts, and is that I added this here and then plus this line. I shouldn't have done that, but I can't go back and undo everything at this point. So I think I'll just leave it the way it is. So what we can do is that we can go to your post individually and edit what you see here in terms of giving some more space on top of the picture and some more space beneath the picture. That is what you can do. Take for example, if I go back to my back end and I go to one of the posts, which post are we using here? Okay, how exercise influences mental health. Let's go to post and all post. How exercise influences mental health. If I edit that, I could decide to, if I decide to edit this, I think that is that. I'll just delete that, and then I'll delete this space, and then on top of this image, this particular image, let's see, I want to give it some space here. I'll give it, let's say 50, and then I can duplicate this and then drag it beneath here. I'll save that. Now if I come here and save this as draft, you see now we have more space around here, and then you can see this box. And if I come to this image, and I could do away with the padding around here. That's up to you. If you want to remove the padding around here, to make the image full width, simply click on it. I think I might have messed up this image here. I'll just delete the image. I'll just add another image somewhere here. I'll just come here and add another image. You know what? I'll just click here, add an image. Where's the image? Where's that? The particular one. It should be it. Okay, I'll delete this one. How to make this full width? Just click on it, and then where you see here, align, make it full width. Save. If I come, draft is already saved. If I reload this, oh, that's too big. That's just too big. If I come here and say align center and save, let's see what it gives us. All right, this is what I wanted. This is absolutely what I wanted. So you can see we removed that line here, but we've not done it for every blog post. We've done it just for this particular one. Now, what we want to do is that we want to check here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this image. I want to add an actual image widget. I'll add an actual image widget, and then this should be added somewhere. If I add it inside here, it doesn't go. So I'll delete this, and then I'll click on this. I'll go to dynamic tag, post featured image. I think that should work. Publish this first. No, I'll just save as draft first before doing the publishing. Now I come to the front end. You see how it shows here. So that is that. I don't think there's any more we can do here. It shows exactly like we want it to show. But I want to give some more space here, maybe inside this container. So I could come here, give it a top padding of, and I'll just give that. I'll give this all around. I'll give it a top padding of 50. I'll publish that. I keep trying to publish. We'll actually deal with this right now. Save draft. And that is that. All right. I like the way it looks right now, but there's something missing. I want us to add social icons there. We'll first of all add maybe a little heading. I'll add something like a container inside here first. Yes. Then heading, and say share this article, or share this article. I'll make this to be DM Sans, and it should be 300. I'll reduce the brightness. I want to add icons. I think we already had those icons on the home page. Or was it on the footer? All right, so I'll try to edit the footer, and I'll copy that from there. I'll copy this. I'll paste that there. So, but I want to align this to the left. I want to drag this into the same container, and I'll save as draft. Now we see here that we don't have any picture here. So there are two options. Either we come back to the dashboard, come to users, come to all users, and this is the user here. I called it Elementor, but you can change the name. You can create a new one, or let's just see here, nickname required. Let's just see Karen Davis. Display as Karen Davis. Okay, so we're going to display it publicly as Karen Davis. And then the email, let's just see, I'm going to put this particular email here, and then the website, this is it. I'll just leave that. If we want to change this picture here, we're going to need to have a Gravatar account, and it is not free. If you click on get started on Gravatar, it's not free unless they have a free plan right now. So I don't want to do this, so I'll just save this. There are other plugins which give you the ability to change this here, but we don't really need that. If I save this as draft once more, and I reload this, the first thing you notice is that the name here has changed to Karen Davis. And then if I click on it, it says source should be current author. That's author info, source, current author. And we can change it to something like custom. So here now we can change the name change it to the name Karen Davis. And you could also pick this from post author using the meta field. And then for the image, we could just add a Karen Davis image here, like this one. So that's a Karen Davis image. For this, we don't want that. If we go to the style, I just want to copy this particular hex code because we want to use it right now. So when I come to style tab, I come to the author. The name should be white and the typography should be TM Sans. It should be 300 and the size, I'll make it, let's see, this, and shouldn't be too white. I could actually make this red which we chose. Coming to the image, I want to give it a specific size, let's say 80. Want to give it a border radius, I will turn on border, and then the border color should be that there. So you can decide to make the border to be thicker. I don't see the need for this. I'll just make it 3, and then I want to publish it now. Add conditions. This should be all post, and then I'll save and continue. So all our posts are going to look that way. If I reload this now, you see this is Karen Davis here, and you can see the blog post. If you don't like this, let's say if you want to make this except to look thicker, you can make it 500, and then you can make the rest of this to be 300, and you can make it even bigger. So just publish that. If we now go to the dashboard and we look for all posts, and I try to view any of these, you see this is how it looks. This is how it looks. Let me just increase the size of this a little bit. Let's see if I make it 15 or 16. Yes, then you could also increase the line height to, let's say, 30. Publish that. So if I close this and I come to view another, let's say how to get motivated, you see the same thing. This is the same thing here. So I can also add some good margin underneath here. Let's see, underneath this, I want to come to advanced. Bottom, I want to say 40. So I'm giving some good margin. If I increase that to 70 and I close this and I just reload this, so it gives me some very good space. Now I'm going to add the blog link here. So I'll go to menu, appearance, menus, and I want to view all. I want to add the blog to menu. All right, and I'm going to save menu. So now on the home page, if I click on this, you can see blog. Now you notice something. When I click on this, it takes me to this very funny page. That's because I've not assigned my home page to be home. So I'll go to settings, I'll go to reading, and when you see your home page displays, I want to say static, and the home page I want to choose home, and I'll save changes. If I reload this now, and you can see it shows us our home page. Now I want to add our blog to this home page. I'll come to the home page, I'll click on edit with Elementor. I want to come to this blog page. Where is it? Not this. Not this either. I have too many tabs open. That's one thing about me. And it gets confusing sometimes. I'll copy. I want to open the blog page. And this is the blog page. I want to copy this. I'll just edit with Elementor. I'll copy this. And then I want to come to the home page. And underneath here, I want to add a section, add a container, add another container inside. And let's just see, add another container inside. I'll duplicate this and then, anyway, I'll make it just 2. Now, I want to make this to be horizontal. I want this to be 50. And here, I want to paste that block. But what I want to do is that I want just 2 columns and I want just 2 blog posts. And for the query, I want it to be, I just want to remove this. I want it to be random. If I see manual selection, you can choose. Let's see if I come to, and I say I just want to, let's say like this on how to eat healthy. You can search here for healthy, how to eat healthy. Yes, that particular one. Then let's just see any other one like this, the influence of exercise. I'll come here and search for influence. Okay, so I want this, but I want it to be descending. I want this one to be first. Here I want to add something like a heading. I'll duplicate, or I'll just add this here, recent articles. Then I want to copy this, copy, paste it here. I'll say get inspired. It should actually be on top of this. And then it should be that. I'll now copy this. Oh, sorry. I'll copy this and paste it here. And then this is going to, of course, be DM Sans. Recent articles. And then I can centralize this and then publish. If I preview this on the front end, you can see that there. What I just want to do is that I want to give this entire section a top margin of, let's say, 40, or why not 50. I'll publish. So our website is in very, very good shape. This is the home page. I hope this button works. Okay, it should take you to About Us. So if I go back up and I go to About Us, this is the About Us page. Contact us. This is a Contact Us page. Ebooks. This is the ebooks page, and this is the blog. We want to do the final icing on the cake. I wanted to do e-commerce for this same video, but it's going to be very, very long. So I'm just going to do this and then we'll close the video. And it is to edit the mobile layout. So if I should click here on edit with Elementor, that's actually not going to be the end because we have to do the off canvas menu, which is going to be the mobile menu. So I'll click here and this is how it looks now on the front end. If I click on this, this is the header, but we're going to do a completely different header for the mobile menu. I'll start with this section here and I want to use the structure. I'll click on this, click on size, and then I want to change the position of this. Now, where is that? I want to, first of all, let's just first of all edit this here, these pictures. So let me remove that. And then we'll go to container. If we go to style and we look for the picture, the transition and all that, you see it's not really looking like I would have wanted it to be. So background size, let's see, cover, position, center, and then it should not be Ken Burns effect. I think I'll start with the container here, and then the minimum height, that is 0, the width, I think I'll remove that. And one other thing I can do is to justify this to be centered. I'm going to reduce the padding here to this, and if I take a look at it on mobile, for some reason I see it stretching into this section. I don't want that to be so. So when I come to this style, I'm going to make this to be centered. Okay, this is actually centered. Alternatively, what I could do is that I could just duplicate this section and then one will be for mobile. So you see I have this section, 2 of them. So for these, I'm going to say, I'll go to advanced, I'll go to responsive, I'll see hide on mobile and portrait. And then for these, I'm going to go to responsive and see hide on desktop. So if I go to desktop, you see this part is hidden, but this one on top shows. Then I can now work with this particular section. Now, before this, I'll reveal this second part on desktop because I want to do some stuff on it. So this is the same thing. I want to do some stuff on it. So if I click on it, I want to go to layout. All right. That is that. If I go to mobile layout, the width, and then if I come here to this particular part, I can see the differences. First thing I want to do is that I want to remove every space between, and then I want to make this, I'll come here, I'll remove the padding, the bottom padding, I'll come to this second one, remove the padding, and then here, if I come here, I want to come to advanced and look at it, and then I'll come back now to mobile. So I see this here is not showing the way I would have wanted it to show. So I'll come back and I want to give it some space inside here. So instead of these paddings, I'm going to give it some space. I'll look for space. And then I'll come to the top and bottom paddings. I'll give this 100. I'll give this 100. But for this spacer, I want to make it, let's see, this. And I definitely want this to be covered. Let's say contain. I'll use contain, background size to be contain, not cover. And if I should look at this on mobile, this is what I see. But it's still not showing the way displaying the way I want. I'll come here. So this is on mobile. I want this to be contained. And then overlay, nothing of that sort. I'll go to background. So what I've gone and done, you forgive me for the ranting or the rambling. It's been a long recording. What I simply went I did is that I reduced the height of this spacer. All right, then I'm going to come here for this particular container and not this one inside. I want to reduce all of this. Let's say I'm going to give this, I'll just give it 10. I'll give it 0 all around first, and then I'm going to give it top 20 or 30. And if I click here, I want the width to be in percentage. I will say 100%. Should be 100%. And I want this text to all be on one line. So I can go and I reduce that. And I want to reduce this text too. I'll remove that plus there. The first thing I'll do is go to typography, and I want to reduce the line height in EM. All right. Somehow it keeps increasing. All right, I'll make this 32. And I want to make this centered. I also want to increase the line height to that. And then I want to center this text too. And one thing I want to do is that I want to give this all around padding. Of that. I'm going to unlink. Anyway, I'm going to link that. Give it all around padding of 20. So I think that it shouldn't have been there. It should be here. Yes. So if I'm increasing that, then I should reduce the height of the spacer so that it doesn't show anything extra. I'll give this. Okay, I'll make this 375. All right, it's showing some extra space. I'll just make that 350 or 355. All right. So I see now that when I increased this padding here, it affected this other section. So I'm going to undo this. And I want to adjust the padding at this level, at the level of the container itself, I'll make it 20. Okay, so this is now 32, not 20 rather. And then here, so this one should not show on desktop. Hide on desktop. And this is good. And this I should go to, I'll make this 30. And I'll make this 30 still. Not 30 EMs, but 30 PX. I can even reduce that. This is good. This is good for this particular one too. Here I'm going to reduce the top margin, but not without first of all adjusting, what did I see, in good shape. Okay, nutrition. So this particular one, I'll reduce the size of this text first of all to 30. I think that's a little bit still too big. And by the way, I'll first of all want to center it, and then I can reduce this to 26. Line height should be this 1.1, and then I'll make this centered. I'll also make this centered. For this particular two, we could also give them 50-50 each. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to first of all remove the padding for this outer one. Remove the padding here too. And then even here. First thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to give this 50%. Should be 50%. Or 50 will not do. Okay, I'm actually giving it 50% now. And then this. Okay, this should be the 50%. I'll delete this. So the 50% should be this. So this should be PX. Now make it 50%. And then I want to unlink this. I want to remove the padding. And then I will do the same here with 100%. 50. So it should automatically take this position here. If it's not taking the position, then let's see the container. I'll reduce this to. All right, I see the issue. These two were supposed to be probably in their own container. Now you're beginning to see the value of containers. I'll make this 47, and then I'm going to unlink it. So you see these two, they're on the same line. I hope now you're beginning to see the value of containers. Containers are super important. Here, I'm going to want to reduce top height. I'm going to make all of this 100. By the way, I should center this. And then the top should be 50. And then the bottom 50. The bottom could even be more 100. All right. Okay, so the smart way to here, going back up, we forgot to do something here. I want this circle to be really big. So I'll come to style and I want the size, the width, I want it to be this. So I've gone ahead and given it X position 42, Y minus 74, and the width 506. Now we can go ahead to the bottom of the page and see if there's any other thing that we can adjust. So for this particular one, I can just hide this. I can just hide this. For this on mobile, I can just delete this. This could just be deleted on mobile. So, but I'll just leave it here. Let's just see on mobile color. I just say transparent if you want. Or I could just make it really small so that it's not visible. Really small. Display size. Custom. Yeah, so that it's not visible on mobile. But on desktop, it's still going to be there. So let's come here. And the smart way, I want to change the size. This text that says the smart way, I want to change it to that. Line height. First of all, let me change the text to be smaller. No, I'll make this 26. And then for this, I'm going to make this all around 10. Then this, I'm going to make it all around 10. Then for this, I'm going to toggle this off. I'll leave it this way. So we can center this. We can center this. We can center all of this on mobile. And then if I copy this link, if I copy the style here, I'll just paste it here. I'll paste this here too. Paste style. And then I'll paste the style here too. For this, I'm also going to unlink it. And I'll center this. I'll center this. Alright, for this, I'll leave this the way it is. Alright, for these ones, I want to change, go to the text, and I want the line height to be that, and then the size to be 1.4. Now we come to the list. Space between, it could be 15. And then for this, I want to change the text to be, let's see, and then line height should be that. This is going to show well, it's going to show properly because it's a template. All right, for this, first of all, if I come to content, I think I should come here. If I come to style, padding, first of all, I want to link this and it should be 10 all around. So first things first, I want this entire container. No, this one. I want to remove the padding. So I can do that. Remove the padding for this one too. All right. Then I can come to this one. I want to give it a padding all around. I'll increase the padding, the all around padding. I think it should be 35. Then left 10. Right 10. Or I think I'm going to increase it a little bit. And if I come to the text, the content, I could increase this, let's say to 12. And then I'm going to make this 1.4. For these ones, I'll just leave these ones the way they are. And then these recent articles, I will leave them to the way they are. And then I can just publish. If I come to the next, first things first, you can see that the homepage design is still absolutely intact. So what we need to do now is to come to About Us. I want to adjust the About Us page. I'll go to Edit with Elementor. I'll view it in mobile layout. Same thing we did for the home page. I'm going to duplicate this particular section, and then I want to make this only visible on desktop. So I'm going to say hide on tablet, hide on portrait, and then here I'm going to say hide on desktop. All right, so what am I going to do here? I'm going to come back to mobile or to desktop. I'm going to unhide this first of all, and then I want to remove this excessive top padding and margin. I'll just say this should be 20, beneath should be 20, and then I'll put space. I'll make this 400, and I want to go to the image itself. I want to make it to be centered. I want it to be no repeat. I want it to be cover. So I want to remove the padding around here. I also want to remove, no, the padding around here is enough. I'll reduce the height of the spacer to be 300. Okay, so down here, I think I'll do the same thing down here. I'll reduce these. I'll remove. I'm going to reduce these. For some reason, that should be 15. And then I want to reduce the size of this to 30. And then I want to remove the padding around this. I want to remove all the space around here, around this one. Actually, I'm going to click here and remove the space around here. I'll do the same thing. Now I need to use this structure. I want to pick the container that carries all of these. If I go to layout, I make this 0. This, I'll make it 0. I'll go to padding. I'll make it 0. And then that's the heading inside. I come to this container. If I come to layout, I want it to be 0. And for some reason, I see a lot of space here. I want that to be 0. I'll click on this, the actual text, go to style, come to this. If I reduce the padding, I don't see that effect. Then the entire container, let me put this on mobile layout, on desktop layout rather, and see what's happening here. Structure, and I'll just work with it the way it is, and then I'll make this centered. Now the next thing is that I want to remove this excessive space underneath that. So I'll give it top margin of, I'll give it around margin of 10, unlink this, then I'll make this 50, let's just see, 70, then the bottom, I think it's good the way it is. For this red circle here, I'll come here and I want to give this top margin of, let's say 70. 70 may be too much. I'll reduce this to 60. And then I want to come to style. I want this to be big. So I'll shift it to the corner and then shift it on top. So I want it to be something like that. Maybe a bit bigger. That is, I can make it 400. And then for this, I'll make it around 10. And then I'm going to say my mission. My mission, I will align this center. I'm going to align this center too. Line height. Okay, I'm going to make this that. I want to unlink this. Same here. Now, what I want to do here is I can leave that the way it is. I can come here. I can center this, align this center. Here, I can reduce this all to 10. I want to unlink this to remove the padding. I'll also remove the padding around here. I'll just add a spacer inside there to reveal so if I go to the back end, I want the position to be center, repeat, no repeat, display, cover. So that is that, it doesn't repeat. I'll publish that. Now we can go ahead and do the same. You can apply the same principle for all the other pages. That's all the other pages you see here. Next, we want to adjust the mobile footer. So this is the footer on desktop. If I click to edit the footer, this is the main footer. I'm going to click to edit that. Here, I've just scrolled down. I'll remove that. And I want to put this on mobile view. So the first thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to reduce the size of this text. I'm going to reduce it to 20. And I'm going to reduce the line height. I could make this a little bit bigger, but I wouldn't want it to be 3 lines. I'll just reduce that. Oh, what did I do? You know what? I'll just make this 23. I want to increase the line height a little bit. And then I want to reduce this. I'll come to style. First of all, I'll make this to be centered. I'll make this 15. I could even make it 14. And then this, I'll just leave this the way it is. I could just center this so that the button is centered. And then for all of this entire column, I'll center this. I'll center these two, come to the entire column, center this. I want to remove the spacing. I've removed that. And then I want to make this particular area. First of all, I'll come to the entire container inside here using this selector. If I come to this inner container, I want to remove the spaces so they are more compacted. These two, I think I already removed that. Then I want to work with this circle. I'll come to style. There it is. First things first, I want to increase the size. And then I want to change the exposition. No, not that far. And then Y position should be somewhere around here. But I also want to reduce the top padding. I'll make all around 10. And then top should be I'll leave it at 30. So it's a bit, I think I'll shift this a little bit on top. Oh, sorry. So I'm going to leave it at this, and then I'll just publish. Now, the final icing on the cake for this website is to create the off canvas menu, which is going to be for mobile. If I come back to the page and if I edit this menu, it should be transparent header. You see, it's going to look very weird on mobile. When we look at it on mobile, it's going to look very weird. And personally, I don't even fancy transparent headers on mobile. If we look at it on mobile, it looks kind of funny. So what we're going to do is that I want this header. I want to come here. I want the display conditions to be actually, I'll leave it the way it is, but I want to come to responsive mode. And I want to make sure that this is only for desktop. So hide on mobile and hide on portrait. So if I go now to the home page, I don't expect to see that mobile there. Anyway, it's going to be on desktop, but if I go to mobile version, it's not there. What we want to do now is that we want to go to our dashboard. I want to go to Elementor. I want to go to settings and go to features. Scroll down to nested elements. Make sure nested elements is active and you activate this. Make sure to save. Next, we'll need to go back to our header or go back to the site. Now I want to edit the header. I'll just go to transparent header. I named it transparent header for good reason, so that I could differentiate it from any other header which I will build later on. Now I want to add another header section here. I'll just add this, but I want it to be very, very distant because of the negative margin which we gave to the other one. Now that we've added this one, it's just overlapped. I want to come here, and for the margin, top margin, I want to give it, let's say, 200. So this is it. And I want to give a container inside. And then now I want to search for off canvas. So this is off canvas. I'll just drag it here. And you see by default, it comes to the left side, or to the left side. And you can put it on editing mode or turn it off. I want it on edit mode. And you can call it off canvas. That's the default. I'll just say off canvas menu. And then I'll align it to the right. You can also align it to the center for goodness knows what. I'll align it to the right. Vertical position. I think I'll just leave it the way it is. You can adjust the width. You can make it bigger. You can change this to percentage. You can make it full, almost full page. You can make it EMs and increase that to that. You can also use rem and increase it to that. But I'm just going to use PX and make it default. And then the custom height, you can adjust the height to be this. I'll just leave this to default and then come to settings. You can prevent closing on overlay, prevent closing on ESC overlay, disable page scrolling. All of these, I don't really see how vital these are. Next, we'll go to the style tab. And for the background type, we can make it classic. I just want it to be the same. For this, I'm going to make it to be actually black. I want this to be black. And then, if we go to overlay, actually that was background. Yes, this was background. I've made it black. And if we go to overlay, you can also add a radius here. you can add a background type. Then for the overlay, I'll just leave it at this. I think this works very, very well as it is now. Now you can see that this off canvas automatically adds this container here. There is, you can't delete this, you must work with this container. The only thing you can do is to edit it. If I click on this container inside here, of course it's a flex box. You can do some adjustments here. You can even increase the padding. The padding, you can increase the padding, which I think is a good idea. Now, I'll come back to that later on. I want to come back here, and the first thing I want to add inside here is the WordPress menu. So I'm just going to click on that and add it there. So this is our WordPress menu, but I want it to be vertical and I want it to be aligned to the end, like you see. So you can also make it this way. You can center it. You can put it to the left, but want it to align to the end, as we see here. Now, you can have the pointer. Let's say I can turn off the pointer so it just changes when I bring. This is not very effective because you're going to be using your fingers on mobile. But it's always good to have that. And if I come to style, typography, I can increase the size of this. It's always good to have it really bold on mobile. Let's say 35. And we can increase the line height to something like this. Let's just say 30. I don't want to be too ambitious here. And then we can increase the line height to something like this, like 30. And then we can also increase, add a button inside here. If I come to style, I'll just come to the home page. I want to come to the home page and pick up the button. I've simply copied this from the header menu. And if I come back here, I think I should have added a container inside here first. Another container, I'll just add that. And then bring this inside. So if I should now add another container under this, I'll paste that there. So it's all up to you. You can still align this to the left. So this is to the left. And then I think this should not have been on in this. It should have been outside of this container. So it should be a separate container on its own. I can also duplicate this and bring this on top of here. And then I want to delete this, but I want to add an icon here. I'll say icon. I'll add an icon here, which is going to be, you're going to see the purpose for this icon very soon. And if I say close, let me just say X. I want to look for something like X. So I just decided to use this. I will insert that there. And I want to make the size to be smaller, like this. All right. I can just go ahead and publish this. For now, I'm going to close this. If I come to layout, I'll just come to this selector. And if I come to this, I want to close this for now. So actually, I'm supposed to be on my mobile view. So you can see on the mobile view, it still shows this as horizontal. So if I come to contact, I want this to be, I want to change the offset. Where's the offset? Let's see, horizontal, vertical, pointer, none. I should be able to change the offset somewhere around here. Where you see breakdown, I'll make this to be none. So this is how it's going to look on mobile. And when you look at it on mobile, it looks like it's a little bit too large. So I can make this, let's say 28, line height 28. It should be pixels and not EM. And this is this for now. What I think is I'll just publish this, and then for now I want to turn this off, and I want to add the actual menu bar where this is going to be. I'll add a container here, add another container inside. So I'm going to delete this other one. I'm just going to make it hide. Then inside here, I want to add 2 containers. And duplicate. And then I will make this horizontal. Then for this particular one, this, I want to make it in percentage. I want to make this 54. And, oh, sorry about that. I want to make this, let's see, that. First things first, I want to remove any margin or any spacing here. I want to increase this one to 63, and so this is 63, this is 37. Here I want to add a hamburger icon, so I'll look for icon, and I'll add that. I'll look for hamburger. Yes, like that. But I want to look for something like lines. This will do. This will do. Let's just see if I reduce this to 20, and I make this 80, and then I reduce the size of this and I want to align this to the left, and then here I want to add the logo, side logo. That is it. I want to align it to the left. This is right, rather. For this entire container, I want it to be, centered, so they are both aligned to the center, and then I want them to be aligned to the left. So for this, I want to turn off the padding. For this, I also want to turn off the padding. For this container, I want to give it, I think, yes, I'll use this container instead. I want to give it a padding of 20 aura. Padding of 20 aura. I can reduce the size of this logo to be, let's say, 42. I'll make this 20, and then I want to go to the border radius. That will be on the style. I want to make it solid, and then the color should be something faint, and the border radius, I'll make it something like 15. So that should be that. I'll close this first. I'm doing some work here. I don't need this interruption. So you can see this is how the menu is going to look. And if they click here, I want the canvas, the off canvas menu to open. So I'm going to click on this and come to the icon, come to link, and then I want to come to off canvas, actions off canvas, and then by default, open off canvas. And then the action should be open off canvas, and then the off canvas widget should be off canvas menu. So I'll publish that. Now, if they click here, the off canvas menu should open. I'll turn it on first, the off canvas menu. It's off right now. Where is that? That should be here. So it should be here. So for this menu, this container, if they click on the off canvas menu, it should come on. I'm going to try it on my mobile phone, then I'm going to get back to you. Now I tried it and it worked. We also want to do something for this particular one. So first things first, we'll add another container or duplicate another container. And I want to add the logo here. So that's the logo. And you could also align it to the right so it aligns with everything, but I'll just leave it to the center. I think this button, I can also center it. So this button should be to close this entire menu. So if I click on this button, wait a minute. First things first, I'll reduce this, remove space from around all of this. And then for this entire container, I want to give it not on top of here rather. I want to give this all 10 all around, and then I want to give it some top spacing, top padding. What should this button be for? This button should be to close the menu. Normally I should use an X here, something like an X, but I didn't find any icon for that. I'll go to link, and then for link I want it to be a dynamic tag, and I'll scroll down to off canvas, and now click on this, and it should be to close off canvas, and then I'll select the widget this off canvas. Now if I publish this and then I click on this, you see it closes the off canvas menu, and then this normally opens it. This opens while this it closes. So that is the off canvas menu for you. Now you can also go ahead and remove this padding here, make it 0, since all of this is only going to be for the for the mobile menu. So I'll just make all of this and see responsive, hide on desktop, and this responsive to hide on desktop. So all of this is visible only for the mobile. Now I want to remove the margin here. So that is how you have your off canvas menu. Now, one mistake I made is that I built this on a local server. You can see it here, Elementor A2Z.local. If I build this on a live server, then I could put the link in the description for everything, and you could see it. I'll just publish this.
In this video, which is part 1 of our CrocoBlock JetEngine series, I'm going to be showing you how to create custom post types using JetEngine. So I'm going to be using 3 plugins for this. I'm going to be using Elementor Pro, and JetEngine. So these are the 3 plugins I'm going to be using. If we come to JetEngine, just click on JetEngine. You see we have a number of items here which we could either toggle on or off. I'm just going to toggle this on grid gallery for dynamic field. You have a slider gallery for dynamic field widget. You can toggle this onto if you like. You may not know the importance of all of this right now, but with time, we are going to be exploring all of this. I'm going to toggle on dynamic visibility. This I'll leave it the way it is. Dynamic calendar, yes. Slider gallery for dynamic field widget. I'm going to toggle that on. And this is data profile builder. We're going to come to this. I'm going to save this. And then you have dynamic tables and other items. I'm going to leave these as they are for now. If we come to performance, you see optimize DOM, Elementor views, blocked views, bricks. I'll just leave this the way they are. Skins, manager import. No, we don't need to deal with all of this right now. Block code generator. Now we'll just leave all of these the way they are right now. Where my interest is, you see here, there's something that says post types. So click on that. When you come to post types right now, you see you don't have any post types. What exactly is a post type? A post type is a manner of saving and storing and displaying data. So in other words, a post type is how data is displayed, different kinds of data. Take for example, if you have an image, you're going to have to use an image post type. If you have a text, you're going to have to use either a text field post type or a text area post type. So without much ado, let's first of all create our first post type. We'll click on add new, and I want to call this, let's just see, we can see houses or properties, because eventually we want this to be a properties website. Then the moment you click into this, it gives it a slug. And then you can add a custom meta storage, which is not necessary. Hide meta field names, which is not necessary. And then you come down to labels. It already by default, you have labels here, which are going to be created the moment you click on add post. But if I click here, you could change them. I'll just leave those the way they are. I want to come to advanced settings. And you see, it says, is this public? Yes. Exclude from search? No. Publicly queryable? Yes. Every other thing is yes. Rewrite slug? No, we don't want to rewrite slug. Come down to menu icons. When we create this post type, it's going to be somewhere around here on the side of this page. So you'll be able to click on it and then see what's under each post type. Now, so you can either have this icon, which is like a pin, or you can change the icon to something else. This is the conventional one. And what does this support? First of all, for our purpose, I want to remove editor. I want it to have a title. I also want it to have, you could have an excerpt. I want it to have a thumbnail. And then sometimes you could choose to give it custom fields. Then I'm going to click on add post type. Now that it is added, you will see it somewhere around here. Here it is. It says properties. We want to add fields. These are actually the custom fields now to the properties post type. So we want to add meta fields. First one, if we come to a website like Zillow, let's click on Zillow. So I've asked ChatGPT to describe this for me. I'll just copy that. I'll paste that there. So I've gone ahead and gotten some pictures for location. I'm just going to see, let's see, Bali, Indonesia. When we go forward, I'm going to have to put the full description, which can be searched on Google Maps. So for the gallery, I'm just going to select media. I'll go to my downloads. I want to use all of these. And I want to import those. But from here, I want to choose one of these and use it as a cover photo. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to select this. And then number of rooms, I'll just say 4. Toilets, 3. Let's say 5 even. Kitchens, 1. Nearby amenities. Now, we did not add this. Thank God it's not a required field. So we are going to work with glossaries in the next video. So does it have alarm security? Yes, it does. Now, I will publish this. Now you have a featured image here. You can also use this as a featured image. But like I explained, it's the same thing. We can call them from the same place. So I'm going to publish that. It's published. And if I view post, you see, this is what it looks like. It's not much to go by, but when we progress in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to design this page so that it's visually appealing. Now we want to look at glossaries. What is a glossary? A JetEngine definition of a glossary is it's a pre-made list of words, phrases, or options used within JetEngine to fill out custom fields or options like select menus, radio buttons, checkboxes, create a reusable list of items such as ingredients or job positions for use across a website. So simply put, a glossary in JetEngine is just a reusable set of information, especially in a list format, which we can use in different areas. We can even use them for taxonomies and for filters. We are going to see those later on. Now, to create a filter or a glossary in JetEngine, simply come under JetEngine and click on JetEngine. Now here, you see glossaries here. Now, just click on that, and then we can begin to add our glossaries. If we go back to our custom post types, and I come to property, we had a value, which was, I think, number of rooms. Was it number of rooms, which we had to use a glossary? It's not number of rooms. Let's say number of rooms. Actually, it was nearby amenities. So we had to take this from our glossary. So I'll just click on this here. Anyways, we can't do that right now because it's not yet created. So the new glossary, we're going to see amenities. The name is going to be amenities. And then the data source is going to be manually. We can also upload this from a file, like a CSV file, but we're going to do this manually. And then let's say we want to see Wi-Fi. Now you see, it throws me an error. Here, everything has to be lowercase. And then maybe connected by, an underscore. So this has to be Wi-Fi. It is recommended that all values contain only lowercase. Let's see, Wi-Fi. Then the next, I'm going to see room service. So yeah, I'm going to say room underscore service. I'm going to put it here, capitalize this, room service. I'm going to see save. Other one, I'm going to say parking. Same thing here, parking. Here, I'm going to see maybe doorway, whatever that means, whatever that is. Then I'll see doorway here. And then finally, I could just see, let's see, what is that? Alarm. And then alarm. So I'm going to save this, and it tells me it is saved. Now, if I come here and I try to select, I don't see anything. That's because it's not yet picking that data. So I'm just going to click on update, and then I'm going to reload. I'll reload again. Internet is very fast. If I go now back to nearby amenities and I check my glossary, this is the glossary which we have here, which is called amenities. And now I'll update that. It's updated. The internet is very fast today. Just reload and you see it is reloaded. That, in a nutshell, is how to add a glossary, how to use glossaries in your custom post types. Now remember, in this case, we used it as a checkbox. You could also use it as a select. You can use select. You can also use it for repeaters, but we are not going to do that right now. Just leave it at checkbox. Then I'll update again. In the next video, I'm going to be showing you how to create a front-end template. So please subscribe to this channel to keep up with all updates that we post here. In this video, I'll be showing you how to create a single post template using JetEngine and Elementor. Now, if I go to Zillow, this is the properties page. I just did a search for properties in a certain area. And these are thumbnails or snippets. So if I click on one of these properties, let's say this one,
you can see this is what it shows me. And you have this image slider here. We're not going to do this. This particular one is done using CSS where it slides on its own. But what I want to show you is that we have these pictures here. We have some information. This is probably the name of the realtor. I think this is the realtor's name here. And then this is the name of his company. Homes are also realty. And then you have the price, you have the location, and all of this information here. So we want to create the same single post template for the post type which we created here. Now, before we go ahead with this, I think I'm just going to get the information, the pictures for this particular one, and we are going to use them for educational purposes only. So having gotten all those pictures, one thing I'll do now is that I'm going to add another field here. After nearby amenities, I'm going to see location, and this is going to be a text field. I already have location here. Oh, okay, I already had location. I'm going to delete this, and I'll update this. So for us to build the single post template, we simply need to come to Elementor, come to templates, go to Sift templates, and even use the theme builder. But I always prefer to use this section. I really prefer this to the theme builder. Anyway, it takes you to the same place. And then I'm going to click on add new template. And then I want this to be a single post. I want it to be a single post. And then I want to name it, let's say, house single property single post. Property single post. And we can click on create template. But now we go ahead with this. There's no point going ahead with this because it's not able to call any data. So we need to first of all populate our post with some actual data. So I want to go back to my post types. Do you see here? Where is it? Properties. We don't have any. Oh, did we? Oh, okay. We added this yesterday. We added this our last tutorial. We added this. I think when it comes to the area at the level of the location, I need to change this. I'll copy this location here. Then I'm going to add it here. I'll paste that there. And you're going to see what we'll do with it later on. And then I'll just update. I could also add another one, add a new one, and I'll use this here. It's going to be called whatever. I'll use the name as the location as the name, and then still as the location. I'll paste this here, paste this here. I'll just say mansion at 31 Avenue. In the location there, if there is any description, I could pick it from here. Welcome to 211. I'll copy this from here. I want to add it here. Then the location, I'll pick it from here. Paste it here. I'll just correct this mansion. Paste that there. For the gallery, I'm going to go to my computer. So you can see I'm uploading all of these pictures here. These are the gallery pictures, but I want to choose one of them to be the cover picture, which is this. And I'll also use it to be the featured image, this particular one. Then number of rooms, let's say it has 5 bedrooms. Number of toilets, it has 6 toilets. Number of kitchens, it has 2. And then I want to select all of these. It has all of these. So these are the glossary items. Those items we added on the glossary. Here they are. Does it have alarm security? Yes, it does. And then I'm going to click on publish. And it is published. And As usually, we'll try to view this on the front end. This is the only thing we see. I want to create single post template. So here we are. I'll click on skip. I'll just publish this, and then, oh, you know what? I'll just save as draft. Save as there's nothing there, so I can't save as draft. Let me just add something like an image. Then I can now save as draft. I want to reload this. Now it's reloaded. First thing I want to do is I want to come to page single post settings. I want to come here. I want to name this property single post. Yes, that's it. Layout should be Elementor full width. And then we want to come to preview settings. Now we want to select the post type, which is property. And then for property, we want to choose one particular property. Let's say if we say MAN, it brings up mansion. Then we can click on apply and preview. So now we may not be able to publish it yet. I don't want to publish it yet. We can go ahead now and do some more work here. Now, the reason you see all of this is because I'm using the Canva Elementor theme, which, it gives you this breadcrumb here. But we can disable that on the back end. What we can do now is that I want to come here. I'll just delete this and start from scratch. First thing I want to do is I want to add a flex box. Add that. I want to give this, I want to first of all add another container inside here. And then I want to add something like this gallery you see here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I want to click the background, and you can come here and add a slideshow. But the issue is this: with the slideshow, you really can't use a post type, custom post types. So what I prefer to do is to come and search for gallery. You can also use carousel, something of this sort, but you need to add the images individually. So I'll search for gallery or even slider, image carousel. Can we use this? Yes, we can. So what we'll do is this: you see this thing that looks like a server. It's where we can pick up dynamic tags. So I'll click here and I want to search for the dynamic tag for which we used, the gallery tag, which we used here, the gallery meta field rather. So we named it gallery. If I come here, and it's obviously JetEngine gallery, and then now we have not yet selected that particular meta field. So I'll click on this thing that looks like a spanner, and it gives me this field. I want to select gallery. So you're going to see our gallery. So that's our gallery, but it's really not looking good. What I want to do now is that I want to select the image resolution, and it should be full. So the full image, and then slides to show should be, let's say, 2. How do we have it here? I think it's 1 slide to show. 1 slide to show. So it's going to show only 1 slide at a time, which means it's showing the entire image. And then now, image stretch. What if I say yes? How does it go? Doesn't really add much. I'll just say no. And then navigation, I'll just say, let's say, an arrow. So we have this arrow here. And then if you could change the arrows icon from here, you come to additional option, autoplay, yes. You see it sliding by itself. But I don't want it to be, I don't want to have this padding here. So I'm going to make this a full width. Click on the 6 dots, come to layout, and I want this to be full width. Not just full width, but I want to remove the gaps. I want the gaps to be 0. So I'm going to make this in here. I'm also going to remove the gaps, and then I'm going to go to advanced. I want to remove the padding. I will do the same for this one. Go to advanced, move the pattern. So you see it flushes to the end. Now, if I view this on the front end, see it's too large. So what we can do is that we can reduce the minimum height, and we decide to reduce the minimum height. Since we have it full width, we may not really see the effect here. What if I try to reduce it from here, minimum height? We still don't see the effect because it is full width. So what I can do is, in order for this not to be too large because of the image resolution, I'll make these slides to show 2. So see, we now have it this way. If I come to minimum height, I can remove this. So we are going to have 2 slides to show, and then we come to the style. We come to style. We can change the size here and the position. Then for the images, we can change the spacing. You see, they are too close to each other. So we can give it a custom spacing. And then I want this to be, let's say 10, let's just say 5 pixels. 5 pixels. So you can see it's still sliding. It's sliding. For the sliding arrow icon, I will change this icon, the icon library. I want to use this particular one here, and then I want to use this other one here. It's amazing how Elementor just suggests to us what we need. Then we can give background overlay to this entire section. Come to background, click on the 6 dots, come to style, come to background overlay. Then I can make this a little bit darker. I'm supposed to give this background overlay to this inner container. Pardon me, please. I'm just going to make this transparent. Then if I come here, come to style, background overlay, then and for some reason I don't get the background overlay. Let's see. I'll try to give the overlay to gallery itself. Come to style, and then the images. I don't see where to give the background overlay. Anyways, we are going to see to that later on. Now I want to build the rest of the page. You see, we have some information here. What I want to do is I want to add an container. And in this container, I'm going to add an inner container, and then yet another container. And I will duplicate this. Inside here, I want to add the title of this particular property. So you can either add the post title, and it's just going to immediately bring the title of the property. But I don't want to do this because when we make it a multi-vendor website where people come to load their properties, and they don't have access to this particular backend, WP backend, you cannot use this because they will not have access to post title. That is why I gave this title element here. So I'll delete this, and then just going to add a heading. And then for the heading, I want to remove this text. Then I want to also add at least one element here. I want this tag to appear. I'll click on it, and then I'll scroll down. I'll scroll down to JetEngine custom field. Then the field type is the title. So you see, we still achieved the same thing. What else? I want, we did not add the price, so I'll leave that out. So we have bed, baths. For example, we have number of beds, number of rooms, toilets, and kitchens. So I'm going to add a container and add all of this property. And I'm going to add, we have a container inside here. I want to add another container inside the first container. So here I'm going to add text. Or rather, I'm going to add other containers inside here. Duplicate this and duplicate this and duplicate this. Let me see, we have number of rooms, toilets, kitchens. And then I'm going to come to this container. I want to align it to be horizontal. Now, I don't want all of them to be the same. I want this to be, let's say 30, this 30, this 30. Then inside here, I want to add another text. This time is going to be a text editor. And I want this to be the location. I'm going to click on that. And I'm going to scroll down to JetEngine custom field. And then I want to select location. So there we have the location. It's displayed there. In this other field, I want to add an icon box. Icon box. So I'll add this here. And then I'm going to delete text under. So in this one, I want to add information for rooms. So I'm going to search for an icon that has to do with room. I don't know. It's restroom. Let me see. Hotel. Yes. That for rooms. Then this heading is going to be the actual value for the rooms. I'll click on that and I'll come and I'll select rooms, number of rooms. That's it. Now, this is what we have. So we can choose to make this to be aligned. Number of rooms 5. And make it centered, of course, horizontal centered. You can make this to be top. I think I'm going to leave it this way. Then now I need to edit for the icon spacing. I want to make it, let it be 5. And I'll edit this for the icon. I want it to be, let's say, gray. I want the size to be maybe 20. Then I want the content. I'm going to change this font to DM Sans. Could have changed it for the entire website, but I'll just change it here. And then this should be 400. Then the size, let's say 15. That's too small. All right. I'll make this to be gray. Don't know how they did here. Okay, so I'll put this on top instead. I'll put this on top instead. Yes. Then content spacing, I'll remove that. So I'll just duplicate this here. Duplicate this, add it here. Have kitchens. Come to kitchen. Kitchen. Let's look for utensils. Right, I'll use this for kitchen. And I want to change the value to be kitchens. Then this should be toilets. Same thing. Toilets. Where do we have toilets? Rooms, toilet. That's toilet. Then I want to change the icon to toilet. could use this. Now, change the size of these two. In size of these two. In size of these two. 15. And for this, we can leave this the way it is. And for this, I'll just remove padding, the spacing around them. I was supposed to have done this. Move these two. Turn this off. I'll also remove this. And I'm going to edit this to also be DM Sans. Going to be bigger. The text is going to be bigger. Let's say 30. And if I come here, you can see we have other information. I want to add description here. So I'll come here, and in this container, I want to first of all add text editor, heading rather, then add a text editor. The heading is something static, I'll say, but so special. Then for the text editor, come to dynamic tags, come to custom field, select description. So you see it's populated here. I'll come to typography, DM Sans, and then I want this to be, let's say, 14. Still too small. I'll make this 17. Let's see if I make it 300. Then I increase the line height. That. Then I make this DM Sans. This is DM Sans too. I'll copy this. Let me make this color. Copy this style. And I'll remove this padding. Move this padding too. One thing I want to do, I want all the elements in here to be aligned. Same line. I think I have that. No, I'm not saving yet. What else? I want to add a map. This is where you begin to see the power of CrocoBlock. I'll just duplicate this container, delete this. I'll say location. For this, I want it to be a little bit smaller. Then I want to look for the map widget. I'll drag this here. Now, for us to dynamically display the map of this particular location, what we need to do is, what you see has this location. This is a static location which comes with the Google Maps widget. So I'm going to click on the dynamic tag icon, come to custom fields, and then just select the location. You see, we have the location here now, 311 Beltram Avenue, all of that. But I feel that there are things we've forgotten. For example, amenities. So for amenities, I want us to duplicate this one more time. And then I want us to call this amenities. Copy this style and paste it here. I want us to look for dynamic field. So I'll paste this here. Delete this. So this dynamic field, I want to come and it should be metadata. And the metadata, we can look for amenities.
Now we need to come down and click on toggle on add filters, value, filter field output, and make sure to select checked values list. That's what you should select, checked values list. And we can select the glossary, which we are pulling this data from, which is amenities. Then you see now each, because I've selected this checkbox for the icon, I'll insert that. And then when you do that, each of these amenities has this icon attached to it. We can go and style this. It should be DM Sans, of course, and can make this 18. I think we can change the number of columns to 3. I change the number of columns to 3, and can also add a divider between them, among them. Then we can center this. We can also, you can go ahead and style this as much as you want. I'll just add this to leave that to the left. Then, the choice is all yours. Style it as much as you want. And increase the padding, you can use the padding. Then now this is where we go. I think you can give this a little bit more space, more breathing, or make this 0 as the margin. Then I'll make this to be 20. What's so special? I'll reduce that. I'll give it the same style as this style. I'll also give this a top margin of 20. Top margin of 20. And if I should go ahead now, publish this, is going to tell me to add conditions. I'm going to click on add conditions, and I want it to be properties, which is the custom post type we're using. I will save that, and if I preview this on the front end, this is what we see. Mansion at 3 something. And now if we go and look for the other property, which is let's go to properties, it's luxury villa, and if we go to view, see it gives us the same layout. So this is a template we've set, so all properties are going to be displayed this way. You can see this slider, it's beautiful. So this is it for getting single post templates. Got any value out of this video, please subscribe to my channel, like this video, post your comment if you have any. If you look at this, you discover that we have this card here. This is another page, another website which I was building. We have this listing card here, and if I click on any of this, it takes you to that particular listing. I'll just go back to the home page. So we want to do the same, want to have the same on this website which we are building, which is you see, which is what we're building from the last tutorial. So the first thing we need to do is to go to the dashboard, and we go to pages. I'll go to add new, and we want to have a home page. We want to have a home page, and then I'm just going to publish that, and I'll edit this with Elementor. Before we add the listings, listing card, it's important that we just add some flesh to the home page. So I'll click on this setup here. I'll come, I'll hide title, page layout, I'll make it Elementor full width, and then this is it. Now what I want to do is I want to add a section, a flex box. I'll add this first one. I'll add a container inside here. And then first of all, I want to make this to be full width. And then I want to give it a background, something like a slideshow. I'll add some images here. That, this, and that. I'll create a new slideshow. I'll insert the gallery. And then I want to add a heading here. I'll just say, let's say luxury properties. Luxury properties. I'll center this. I'll make this DM Sans. I think that's the font we're using. I'll make it, let's see, I'll make it, let's just say 75. And I want it to be white. Then I can add some text header here behind or beneath. I'll center that. I'll make it DM Sans. DM Sans. I'll make it, let's say, 16. I'll make it white. I'll just leave the text the way it is. I'm going to change that later on. Now, what I want to do is that I want to come to this entire section, click on the 6 dots, come to Style. I'll come to the background overlay, and then I'm going to make it a click classic, and I want to make it black. I'll just leave it the way it is. And now I can go to advanced, and I want to give it around padding of 10 first. I'll unlink this, and then I'll give it top 200, and then bottom 200. Then I could add a button beneath here. A button, I'll add this button here, and then I will see view listings or just view properties. That's it. I'm going to link it later on to the properties archive page. I'll come to style. I'll align this centered. I'll make font to be DM Sans. And then I want to make this to be 16. Yeah, I think 16 will do. Let's see. Let's make it 18. And then if I come to the background, I want the background to be, I could give the background a gradient, background type a gradient, and I'll give it 2 colors. Let's say, we do black and white. Would it do? Or we could do black and gray. Yes. And then this entire inner section, actually I want this button to be inside this inner section. And then I'll come here. I want to remove the gaps. I want to make them 10. Is it inside here? No, it's not. I'll copy this and paste it inside there. So it's inside this container right now. I'll delete this. And then I'll publish that. So this is what we have for now. Now we want to go to the business of the day, which is to add the listing cards. So I'll first of all come to the background, to the dashboard. I'll come to the dashboard, and on the JetEngine, I want to go to listings components. I want to click on add new, and then it should be a post, of course. And the post type, I want it to be properties. And then listing name, I'll just say listing card item. And then it will be Elementor. I'll click on create listing card. And then there we have it. So we want to have this exact thing we have here. We want to have this exact thing. But when we start building it, it may not seem very apparent. So I'll click and come back. I want to add a container inside here. And this container, you might want it to be full width, but for now, I'll leave it the way it is. I'll add another container inside, then duplicate and duplicate. And then this entire inner container, no, I didn't add an inner container. I'll just delete this. So this is the inner container. I want to add other containers inside here. I'll add that one, duplicate and duplicate. And then I want to give this outer container a horizontal direction. So you see all the containers now, the inner containers now are stacked next to each other. But I want to come here. I'll click on this entire container. I want it to be, let's see, 1350. Now, we need just one here because it's going to be kind of dynamic. It's going to be dynamic, which a dynamic template, which the other listings, all the listings are going to take. But for us to have an actual perspective of how it's going to look, it's important that we have three containers here because we are going to have three columns. So for inside here, I could choose to add the background type here, which is the image, the header image or the main image which we had, but I'll choose rather to have an image here, and then it's going to be dynamically calling the main image of each listing. So I'm going to click on these dynamic tags, and I want to go down to JetEngine, click on custom image, and then I want to select cover image. So you see the cover image is now being displayed. And then you could add all of these here, but we are not at that level yet. Now, but what I'll do is this. First of all, I'm going to delete this image, or rather I'll add another container inside here, and then I'm going to drag the image and put it inside. I want to now duplicate this, and you're going to see the reason why, because I would like to give a background to this section. So it's important that I have two containers inside. So this is the container housing both of these. I want to delete this image here. I'll delete this image, and then I want to add a header inside here. It's also going to be a dynamic header, and then I'll click on these dynamic tags. And if I scroll down to JetEngine custom field, I want to select a custom field of title. So you see the title here. Now we are going to style this later on. Now inside this container, if we go back to this, you see we have all of these items on the line. I'm going to add yet another container. Now, if you have any issues understanding containers, then I have a video on my channel that gives you details about containers. So I have this container down here, and I'm just going to duplicate this, and then I'll put this heading inside the first container. And then in the next container, I'm going to duplicate these two. In the next container, I'm going to add two other containers. So I'll add this here, and then I duplicate this. Now I want this to be horizontally aligned. So you see they are horizontally aligned. Make sure to publish your work. I want to come back to the back end of my. Now these are the fields which we have here. You see which we're going to use. We're going to use location. I've already added that. Number of rooms, toilets, kitchens, and maybe alarm or security. So we just want to have a sneak peek. And if I come back to my editable screen, let me shift this behind. You see I already have the location here. I simply added the text editor and then used the dynamic field to add this. So what I want to do now is I want to come back and I want to look for an icon list. I'm going to add it here. That's how we are going to get this particular information which we have here. Then I'm going to just delete one. And if I come here, I want to come to the dynamic tag. I want to scroll down. I'll just increase the brightness of my screen. Scroll down, custom fields. And I want to look for bedroom, number of rooms, 5. It gives me the value. I want to look for an icon. I'll look for building. And that's it. Insert it there. That's number of rooms. And then here, I want to look for toilet. And I will search for toilet. I'll use this. Now, on this other side, I will duplicate this and bring it here. I feel like I should use the before. There is a tool here. There's a functionality for this. I don't think most people really understand if they just see this building and these icons. So I want to click on this this thing that looks like a wheel spanner. I'll click on it, and then you see advanced. Click on advanced, and then it says before. So here I'm going to say rooms. No, I'm on this other side. I will click on this, come to advanced, and then before it says rooms, and then give a hyphen and give a space. You see, it now shows you rooms 5. I will do the same for the rest. For this other one, I'll close this. I'll come here. I'll click on this spanner, click down, no advanced. Before I'll see toilet. And you see it gives 7. So I want to do the same for this. I'll come here. I want to see what else, what other information can we add? I'll say kitchens. Kitchens. So for kitchens, let's look for kitchen. I'll just see utensil. I'll add this kitchen and then come to advanced before say kitchen. And then here, I don't know if we're going to be able to add this. We're just going to attempt alarm security. Let's come there, alarm security. I'll click and I want to look for alarm, or let's just say security. Security, that's the, let's say secure, or I keep making mistakes. User security, I'll use that. And here, I want to look for alarm security, yes. So, all right, it shows me. Here I'm going to say alarm, and it gives me that. So what I want to do is, first of all, I want to come to style, and I want to make the icons to be black, not totally black, but this, and the text to be DM Sans, and I want to make this to be 15. Yes, that's good. 15 is good. And I could also make it to be bolder. Let's say 500. I'll just copy and paste style rather. So there you have it. And then beneath here, what do we have here? The price and something of that sort. Normally, we don't need to do that. But what we need to do is we need to edit this. I want to go to style, typography, should be DM Sans. Like I said, I'm just being on serious because I could change the styles for everything, so that it changes. I don't need to be changing everything manually. Let's make this 22 and let's make this 500. Yes, then the color should be this. I'll make this 22 and then this should be, I'll come to style. It should also be DM Sans, and that is it. I think I could make this 600, make it thicker. So, and then for this, I want to remove the space. I think that's too close. Yes, then for this, I want to remove the space too. I'll make it 5. And then I want to remove padding. So you see that. Then for each of these inside, I want to remove the space. And then for this, I want to remove the space too. Now what I need to do is that I need to target the container in which these are. It's difficult to pick that from here because when I want to click, it clicks on the entire, on the single containers inside. So I'm going to use this structure icon, and then it shows me this is what is highlighted. This is the container in which both are. So I click on that. I come to layout, and I want to remove the padding for both. I think the padding is already removed. I remove this. And now I see that the padding in both of them is not yet removed. I'll remove them individually. All right. So I'm going to do that. Now I want to, you could add anything else here. Maybe something like an excerpt of the information which you have here. But we don't have much information, so I'm just going to I'm just going to leave it the way it is, and I'll delete this particular container. And inside here, I want to remove this 5, this gap. I want it to be 5. Then this inside here, I also want to remove the padding. So you see, it's kind of the information is close. I'll just give some space here. Now what I need to do is I will come here, and then I want to give all of this padding, a padding all around. I'll first of all remove the space around this image by removing the padding. So now when I give it the padding all around, it's going to be more pronounced. I want to give it an all around padding of, let's say, 15. Or anyway, let me make that 17. I noticed something here. These texts, they are too close to each other. So I'm going to come to space between, and I'm going to make it 5. Space between here, I'm also going to make it 5. So I want to come here. I want to give it the background color now. Background type. I want to make it somehow grayish. Not very dark, but grayish. Or I could still leave it to be white and instead come to border. And then when you see box shadow, I'll turn on the box shadow. So automatically you already see it has a box shadow. There's a shadow around it. Now you could change the shadow color. You could make it fainter, the color softer, but at the same time, you could make it, increase it horizontally. 5, make it 5. Also make this 5. And then reduce the transparency. So it's very subtle, but it works. Now you're publishing this. One thing we need to do though is to click on this listing item settings, come to listing settings, and make sure this is on properties. And then make listing item clickable. Yes. Open a new window. Yes. So link source, permalink, I'll leave that. You can change the custom URL, all of these advanced stuff. Don't bother with those right now. Then just publish this. Now what we need to do now is that, first of all, I will delete this one other thing. I think the edges are too sharp. So let's come to the borders. So I want to give it the border radius of, let's say, 5. And if I come here, I think I like the way it looks right now. I'll just delete these other columns. I'll delete these 2. And then for this outer column in which this is, I want to remove the padding. So it just flushes. And then I'll just publish that. Now coming back to our home page, which is here, if I reload this, I'll reload that. And I want to come and add a container down here. I'll add a container inside here. Add another container inside, and then duplicate. Here I'll add a heading which says featured listings. Featured listings. And I'm going to center it. I'm going to make this black, not too black. I'm going to make this DM Sans. DM Sans. That's it. And let's see, I want the weight to be 500. Now I'm going to come and look for listing grid. Just search for grid. So this is listing grid. And drag it there. Now what we want to do is we want to search for a grid which we just created. It's called listing cart item, I think. Now you see automatically it adds all the grid items here. Now you see that if I publish this on preview, they're a bit squashed. They're a bit squashed. So what we want to do is that I'll come here, and first of all, I want to increase this box to be, let's say, 12 or 1300. All right. If I publish this now, you can see how they look.
think they are looking really good, but I would prefer for all of them to be the same alignment. So it appears there's an issue with this title. We can reduce the size, or we could increase the size of this to 1350, and I can reduce the spacing between them. I come to style, horizontal gap. So if I make it 0, you see all of them, they now align very much to each other. And if I preview this, you can see. So these are featured listings. And if I click on any one of them, it takes me to that particular listing. Now I'm doing this offline. I'm doing this on a local host. We don't have electricity here, so I can't use Starlink. That's why you see me using this. You can't see the Google map, but you get the point. So when you click on any other property, it opens on a new tab. So that is how to create listing grids. In this video, we want to create a listing page like this with all the listings and with the filters on this side. Take, for example, on this particular website, this is actually a project I'm working on. You see that on this side, if I filter by cars, you see, shows me just cars. But if I should remove those filters, you can see boats here. So this is a website for selling vehicles, whether boats or cars or planes or helicopters or whatever it is that can be used for movement. So we can filter them by make, but you have to first of all choose, because there are conditions on this. So if I choose machinery, and then you see it shows me just one. If I choose cars, I can choose the make, let's say Ford, and I get that one. But in our case, we are not going to make it a lot more as sophisticated as this. So we just first of all have to create a properties page, and then we're going to add these properties here. Now, before we go ahead, it's important that I show you one thing which I've added. If you've been following the entire series, if you go back to properties and click on edit to edit one of them, you see I've added these two fields. The first one is price, and then the second one is square feet. So we are going to use them as a base for our filters here. So what we need to do first of all is to go and create a properties page. I'm going to go to pages, add new, and then I want to name it properties. And then I'll publish this. I'll publish again. And then I want to edit with Elementor. It says could not be loaded. I'll just go back. Let me do that again. What could be the issue? Now, the reason we're having this error is because I use properties and there is already a slug for properties. This is it, which we are not going to be using for now. We're going to use property. So I'm going to remove this. I'll come back here. I changed it to property. Now I want to go to the settings and I want to make sure this is hide the title, and then this is Elementor full width. All right. Then what I want to do is I want to give this a flexbox container, and I want to make this to be full width, and I want to add another container inside here. So this is going to be a container. It's going to be, I could make this outer container, let's say not full width, but I could make it 1400 or 1500. All right. Then this one inside, I'll make it 1500 still, which is not really full width. And then I want to add two containers inside here. I will duplicate this, and then I want to make this to be horizontally aligned. Then here, I want to make this one to be, let's say, 25%. This is where we are going to add the filters. Then here I'm just going to add the grid, listing grid. I'll just say grid, and then I'll choose, let's see, what did we name it? I'll just go back to the home page and pick from there. If I click on edit, if I click on this,
listing card item. I'll just copy. Come here. I want to delete this. I want to paste that there. So we have these properties inside here. Now, if I should look at this on the front end, well, that looks good. And I could just decide to make this 20. So this is 20. And then we'll add the grid here. Now I'm going to publish that. So the first thing we need to do right now is to go back to our filters, smart filters. You need to install Jet Smart Filters. This is it. If you want to install any of these plugins, I have a code for, JetEngine added in the description of this video. Please use it to purchase JetEngine and the JetEngine, the CrocoBlock suite, so that I make an affiliate profit. So go to Smart Filters. The first one we want to create, if we come back here, you see, we have, we're going to start with price. Let's say price, because that's usually where a lot of people will start when they're looking for a house. So it's going to be a price, it's going to be a range like you see here. If I should go to the front of this website and I go to ads, you see we have this price range here, which when I slide, you see it changes. So I want to do the same thing here. I'll come and I see price, and I want it to be the range and then the minimum value. We can do that dynamically, but I already know the minimum house here is $40,000. And then the max price, let's just say we want to make this to be 5 million, even though we do not have any house up to 5 million. And then the step is when somebody slides this, what should be the minimum movement? You see here it's, I think, about $500 or $1,000. These are cars. So for houses, when somebody uses a slide, it should slide by at least 10,000. The value prefixes, we can leave all of this, enable number of decimals, we'll just leave it as 0, separator, query variable. Now, since we are using price, I want to copy this, the meta key, which is also the query variable here. And for the filter label, we can see price or price range. Make sure to turn this on. You can still leave it off. Inputs available. We don't want input to be available. We don't want people to write their own prices. Let's just use it the way it is. So I'm going to update that. And I want to come back here. I'll remove this. I've added another container inside here. So there's this outer container that houses all of this. There is this container and then there's an inner one. I want to look for slide. No, range rather. I'm going to look for range filter. And then that's it. I want to search for price. That's the price. So you already see we have that there. And then you can select, let it be JetEngine. And of course, if you want to show filter label, that's it, price range. You can also add additional options. I'm going to leave those the way they are. And then I want to come to stroke. You can reduce the thickness of this stroke. I'll leave it at 4. And then the color, I'll leave it to be, let's say, black. And then if I come to values, so this is for the slider itself. If I come to values, I can make this to be DM sans. First of all, let's say 15. You could increase that to 18. And then the width, 500. Let's just say 400. And then the family, DM sans. So you see that's DM sans. Let's just make this, let's say we'll make this 17. And if I come here, is there anything else I need to do here? Additional providers? No, I'm going to leave that And if I should come to the body type, you could change all of these values. What about input? We don't have inputs, so we'll go to labels. I'm going to make the label to be DM Sans, and I want to increase the size of that label, and I want to make it 500. And then the line height, you can increase it so that it gives it a space. All right. Then these values here, you can also change. You can reduce the line height. So I think that works for me. The next, I want to use the same, but this time around, it's going to be for size. Let's come here, size, which is going to be square feet. I'm just going to copy this, and I want to come back to filters, add new, and I still want to use range. I'll say property, size, and then you can get this dynamically, but I don't want to mess up with this for now because it's going to really be difficult. So the minimum value, let's just say we have 50 feet, and then the maximum value should be, let's say 5,000 feet, which we don't have as yet. And then value prefixes, input enable number of decimals, we'll leave it as that. Decimal separator, that 1,000 separator, comma. I didn't use the 1,000 separator on the other one. And then I'm going to paste the query variable here. And then I'll say property size. This is what is going to be shown on the front end. This here. All right. So I'm going to now come back to here, and I still look for, this time around, I'll remove it. I'll see size. That's it, property size. And you already see. Now we can give this a suffix like square feet. I think we should be able to do that here. Square feet. Update. You may not see this right now, but if we preview this on the front end. Now, first of all, I want to give this a spacer of, let's say, 30. Publish that. And I want to view this on the front end. You can see square feet here. But what if I give this a space here and publish that? Let's see if it works the same as with the meta field. So you see, we have that there. So it's from 50 to 5,000. What if I just slide this? You see, it's already changing. You see, it's already changing. Now we have other meta fields which we can use. Take, for example, want to filter by number of rooms. For this, the best thing we can do, since this was, if I go back to JetEngine post types, and I come to search here, number of rooms, it was just a number field. The best thing we can do is to create a taxonomy for, create a taxonomy for number of rooms. Or we could, instead of this, we could make this select. That's number of rooms. And let's just say number of rooms, it should, instead of being a number, it should be a select field. And then we'll give it options like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. So I'll update that, update again. Come now to filters. I'll come back to add new filter and see number of rooms. We could just say rooms, any of them. And then I want this to be select. And is it hierarchical? No. Data source. It should be custom fields. Select. Placeholder should be rooms. And then this custom field variable can just copy this number of rooms and I'll paste this here, and I'll also paste it here. Get choices from field data, yes. Field source plugin JetEngine. Is checkbox meta field. Well, we can toggle that on, and then we'll just see rooms here. And if I publish that, so this is a select field, we could still have used it as a checkbox field. So if I should come here now, and let's say I want to put this in another container, delete this. First of all, before I go ahead with all of this, I just want to give this a little bit of styling. Or you know what, we'll just go ahead and finish this. And I want to say select. So this select filter. And I want to look for room, number of rooms, that's it. And then it should be JetEngine. See, we have number of rooms. You know what? I think we should have this as a checkbox instead. So I'll come back here and I want this to be checkbox. Yes, so it still maintains the same information we put here. I want to change this to checkbox. Custom fields, yes. Number, yes, that. I'll come back here. I want to delete this. And I want to see checkbox, filter, and I want to look for room, Elementor. It should be JetEngine, Ajax. So I want to show filter, and then I want this to be item, should be DM sans. If I come to checkbox, the size is that. I can improve it. I can increase the size to make it a little bigger. Background color, you can make this black so that when somebody clicks on it, it turns to white. So the preference is yours. Checkbox icon, size, let's leave that. Label, I'll make this DM sans, and then I can increase the size to that. Width 500, and then if I want to come to items, or come to item, make this DM sans. Let's see, this is 15. So you see each of these now 15, and then the width 500. So we're going to use it as it is. So if somebody clicks on this, you see it turns that way. Now I want to view this on the front end. So if I click on 2 rooms, there's no property with 2 rooms. 3 rooms, none. 4 rooms, none. 5 rooms, none. This is a bit weird. All right, here is the issue. I have not applied them to any of the properties. So if I come now to properties and click on edit, I want to look for rooms. Now let's just say this is, no, I'll say this is 3 rooms. This should have been select, because here it's not supposed to be able to select more than 1 field. So this is 4 rooms. So hillside is 4 rooms. If I now come back to the front end, I'll reload this. If I click 4 rooms, you now see hillside. So that is that. Now I want to give all of this some styling. So this entire container, I want to give it border. I want to give the border shadow of this. I want to reduce the opacity. And for this, I also want to give it a border shadow, and I want to give it an opacity too, similar. And for this particular one, you could decide to give these ranges, let's say, padding of 20. And let's just say you give them a background color of that. Then this, I want to copy this, and then I want to give this a background color of the same, and then I want to give it a padding of 20. Now if I save that, and then I now come to the front end, you see how it looks. It looks really beautiful. And then if I reload this, you see it gives me these properties. So this meets these conditions for both. Let me remove this, and if I use this particular filter, you see it gives me these two properties. And if I just see, I want to click on forums. Normally the way you do it is that you see 4 rooms and above, or between 0 to 4 rooms. So it's going to be up to 4 rooms. Or so if you click 1 room, a property that has 4 rooms is going to show. So that's how to configure it on the back. But I didn't want to make this a lot more complicated than it is. So that is how to add filters to your properties. There are a lot more we could add. Take, for example, we could add number of toilets, and we could do the same like we did here. We could also choose to use taxonomies, and then we'll create a taxonomy with toilets, and we use it to create a filter. Same with kitchens, same with nearby amenities, like you saw me do here. But I don't want to make this a lot longer. So just this, you know what? Let's go ahead and try to add the amenities. So this is the amenities, nearby amenities. I'll come to filters. I want to add new, and I want to look for, let's say, checkboxes. Data source is going to be a custom field key, this and this, get choice from field data, and it's going to be JetEngine. And then I want to see amenities. I want to name this amenities. It should also be amenities. Use default filter value. I'll leave that off for now. So I want to search for amenities. I'll just duplicate this, and instead of this, I'll search for amenities. For some reason, it's not displaying here. Amenities custom value. Let's see. It says union intersection is checkbox meta field. Okay, yes, it's a meta field. If I reload this, let's reload this. Still doesn't show the amenities. Ajax value. I'll go back. Use default filter value. Let me just put something here like 1. Custom fields, taxonomies. Okay, JetEngine. Let me use JetEngine glossary amenities instead, and this should be union. And I'll toggle this off. All right, so you can see the amenities now. We have the amenities here. So by checking each of them, if any property that has any of these amenities is going to show here. So that in a nutshell is how you add filters in JetEngine CrocoBlock for properties. Let's view this on the front end. It's been a while, right? So if I click on Wi-Fi, all of them have Wi-Fi. If I click on this, that. So the reason you don't see any difference here is because most of them will use all the same amenities. So you can use this for your client projects. If you have any question, please write them in the comment section. Like this video, share, subscribe to my channel. In our last video in this series, we created these filters which you can use to filter properties by price, by property size, by number of rooms, by amenities, and things like that. So now, if you filtered your property and you click on this particular one, now you come to this page, but the question is now what? So you've seen all this, now what? So we need to find a way for whosoever comes to this page to be able to contact the owner of this website. So we want to add a contact form somewhere around here. And the thing about this contact form is that it's going to send a message to the owner of this property along with some metadata. So the first thing we need to do is to come back, and then we want to look for this particular property property single post. So this is it. I'll click on that. I want to edit it with Elementor. Now, mind you, this edit I'm doing is going to apply to the entire page. So what I need to do first of all is that I want to duplicate this. I'm going to reconfigure this entire thing. Now, I'm going to delete everything here. I'm going to delete this entire thing. I'm going to delete this. I'll just delete. I'll delete this. And then inside here, I'll duplicate this. And then I want to delete this and delete this. Now inside here, I want to add a container, and then I'll duplicate it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this horizontal. Let it be aligned horizontally. And I'm going to make this to be, let's see, 40. And then I want to copy this section. I want to copy this and paste it here. I'll copy this entire section and paste it inside here. No, it's sometimes difficult to do this. I'll just delete and see if I can drag. I'll see if I can drag. If I can't drag, then so I've dragged it there. I want to reduce the size of this to be something like, let's say 24. Even this, I'm going to edit it a little bit. I'm going to make it to be 34. And then I'll edit these numbers too. But I will do that later on. As for this, I'm also going to drag this particular section and put it under here. I can now delete. So I think I have everything. I have this section here. I can add a contact form here right now. So first of all, let me preview this. So we can add a contact form on this particular part right now. So I can just delete everything beneath here. And I can choose to make this to be 1180. All right. So now I'll add a contact form here, and I'm going to use the native Elementor form, which is this. I'm just going to drag it and put it here. Now, I want to change some of the properties there. So one thing I can add is I can add this entire, I can add, let's say, available date. I'm going to choose something like date let's say the person wants to buy this property and they want to do a viewing, available date, that's it. When the person clicks, this date comes up. And then for the placeholder, we could just say choose date. And then I'll drag this and put it. So this is name, this is email. And we also want to see available time. So they should choose their time. Available time. So they're going to choose their time. Whose time. So that's it. Now we want to style this entire section. But before then, we need to do some styling here. And for the fields, let's see, for the labels, we'll see, let it be DM Sans. DM Sans. And it should be 500. And HTML field should also be DM Sans. DM Sans. And we could increase the spacing of the fields. The labels should be further off. I'll leave that. Then for the fields, now let's come back here. I don't want them to be this narrow, and input size should be medium. So this is, I like it this way. And then even the button should also be medium. If we come back to style, the button, I want it to be, background to be black, and the text to be white, and the typography should also be DM Sans. So DM Sans, but I want it to be 400. All right. So now I want to give this entire container here a padding of, let's say, 15. And I want to give it a border, a background color. I'll come to style, give it a background color of, you could make it a little bit grayish. Yes, that's grayish. Then you can come to the border and give it a box shadow. Yes. So you can also give it a border radius of, let's say, 5. So if I publish this and look at it, you're going to see this is what we have. So the person can put in their details here and they can write to you. They can also choose their date, email, and then they can choose their time and then write their message. And then it's going to come to you. Now, but one thing we want to do is we need to ensure that when the person writes to us, we know which particular property they are writing for. So let's come to the form. And we want to set the metadata here. If we come to email, you can see it says all fields, but we can add another field. Let's say dynamic tags. We want to go to site. Let's go to JetEngine first, custom field, and want to select the property title. Okay, so we can come to advanced and see property, and we give it that. So you see, it's going to add the property too. So we have added this as one of the issues, the things which are going to be, the metadata, part of the metadata. But however, you can see that when I do this, it takes over the entire message field. So I'm not going to go that route. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a hidden field on the form, which is going to indicate when a message is sent, that this message is sent for this particular property. So I'm going to remove this, and I want to go to form fields. I want to add a field, and I want to choose type. It should be hidden. Where's hidden? Okay, that's hidden. And then the label should be, let's see, I'll use that dynamic tag, and I want to look for the title. So, and then I want to go to advanced and see property hyphen is that. So this field, you don't see it here, so it is automatically going to indicate that this is the property because this is the title. And so now you're going to see that when we send a message. Now you can add any email here. I'm going to add an email so that when they send an email, an email is going to go to this particular email. I'm just going to add that right now. I'll pause this video and add that and get back to you. I discovered that when I send emails, they don't go through because I don't have SMTP installed. I'm doing this on a local host. You can see here local host. So if you go ahead and you can find tutorials on how to set up SMTP. But basically, this is how it's going to look. When the customer comes here, they can put in whatever email address they desire. This, choose their date, and just say, let's say I want to buy this property. And then they can, you see, it's going to say your submission was successful. Unfortunately, I don't get the emails because SMTP is not yet set up on this particular domain name. So basically, this is how to set up contact form on your real estate website. Now, we can just do a bonus here. I'll just set the header for this particular video website. If I come to appearance, I come to menus, I come to view all. I'll first of all create, let this be main menu. I'll say create, and then go to home and property. I will add to menu. Here I want to make it and say home, and then I want to save menu. If you're a child crying, please, that's my son. Never mind. He wants to get into my office while I'm working. So you can see this is the home here. Now to remove this, we need to go to the cover theme. The cover theme, go to cover theme and go to settings, and you can turn off some stuff. I hope I'm on the right website. Let's see this. Yes, let's go back. Modules and all of these, who post blog layout, who breadcrumbs and all of that. I just want us to turn off all of these things. And this should probably remove that there. No, it doesn't. Let's go back to layout, search result properties page, default post. Template should be Elementor full width. Enable theme style dynamic CSS. This should be able to be removed from that. Set social menu. Let me see that. Set social menu. Anyways, I will not bother with that, but you get the point. In this video, we're going to be building a simple contact form using the Jet Form Builder plugin. It's a free plugin by the CrocoBlock company, and you can just download it from wordpress.org. If you want more advanced options, you will need to get the Pro plugin. So once you've downloaded and installed Jet Form Builder, you can simply come, I'm going to close this, and you're going to see something like this on the left side, which says Jet Form Builder. Click on forms. You're going to see we don't have any form yet. And there are different options. First, you can add a new form. You can import from JSON. You can generate with AI, and you can import from HTML. Now, we're going to start with import from HTML, and then we are going to work our way right to the end. So we're going to explore all these options. So if I come to Gemini and I see generate, whatever that is, generate the HTML code for a simple contact form. And it's going to take a while, and that is the code. I can just copy this, and if I come here, I click on import HTML. I'll just add that there, and I'll say pass HTML. You see, we already have the form. That's the form. And if I click on create form, that's it. I'll just see a Gemini form. Let me name this Gemini form. So if I save that, and we want to come to and create a new page, and add that form to it. So I'm going to the back end of my website, go to dashboards, go to pages. And if I go to pages, this sample contact page, I'm going to edit with the Elementor. And I want to add a form here. First things first, let me just add a new container, Flexbox container, and another container inside. And then I'll look for form. And this is Jet form. I'll drag it here. And I want to pick Gemini form. So here it is. You can now go ahead to style, and you can style this as much as you want. Now, I have Jet Style Manager. That's why you see a lot of these styling options here. The second option is to come back to the Jet Form plugins, Jet Form Builder, and want to generate with AI. So if I tell, click on generate with AI, and if I come back to Gemini, I will see generate the prompt for a consultation contact form for an audit website. So it's going to, all right. So you see, it's giving me this prompt. All right, I'll just copy this right up to here. Okay, these are sections. I'll say make it just one section. All right. I'll just copy this. Whatever this is, I'll copy that. I had a better prompt. Is this it? No, this is not it. I'm going to come here and I'll paste that there. I'll say generate. It will take some time. And you see, we have a form. It took less than 5 seconds. It took less than 5 seconds for us to have this form. And then I'll say create form with this template. Now you need to delete all of this. Delete all of this. I'll delete that. Oh, why is it? I'll just see AI form. Now you can see it even gives us a drop down. You may not be able to see it here, but if I save and go to the front end, let me just publish this. And if I reload this page, you can see if I click on AI form, that's it. Let's preview this on the front end. And then you can see we even have this drop down manufacturing technology and all that. But the one thing you notice is that there is no submit button. So you can simply come here, click on this plus button and search for submit. And this is it, action button. So that's it there. Now, and just save. When I reload this page, you now see the submit button. So that's the way to build a form using AI, an AI generated form on Jet Form Builder. Let's go now back to the back end of our website. And I'll just close this. If I come now back to forms, I want to add a new form. Now, I want to build this. Let's go back. Let's click on forms. Now I want to add new. I'm going to leave this. It's very similar to this, but the difference is that it's just JSON. I'm going to click on add new form, and you can see I'll name this manual form. You can see we have a couple of options here. We can just add a contact form template or feedback form or newsletter sign up. All of these are templates. For these, you can't use them unless you have Jet Form Builder Pro. If I click on this, you see it already gives me email, subject, and message. So we can just proceed. Fortunately, I did this and publish this, and then you can go and view it on the front end. But we don't want to do this. We want to learn how to do this by ourselves. I'll delete all of this, delete this, and then want to start from scratch. I'll click on this plus button, and it gives me the options which I can use for this form. Mind you, it's best when creating a form in Jet Form Builder to use these particular items that have field at the end. All these other ones, like you see conditional logic, these are ones which you can use in the form. But when you want to collect data, use all of these which have field at the end. Then you see dynamic field, all of these. They may not, it's a bit difficult to represent this on your form when you are still a beginner. So the first thing we want to do is that I want to add, let's say, an input field for name, and it's going to be a text field. I'll drag it and add it here above this. So when you've added the first field here, if you want to add another field, you can just come here and you see this plus button. So I can see first name, and then I can also add another text field again and say last name. Now you see we have first name and last name, but I don't like the fact that it stretches right to the end of this particular page. It's too big. So I want to have two fields on the same line. So what do I need to do? I need to add a column. So you can just search for column if you don't see it right off the bat. And then you can choose the number of columns it should have. I'll choose this 50-50. I can just drag the first name and put in the first column, drag the second name and put in the second column. And I can now add another column. And then I want to have email address and phone number. So I'll look for, click there, a text field, and I want this to be email address. And this, another text field, I want it to be phone number. Another text field again, another column rather. And then I'll see revenue, or let's say city. What am I doing? This is going to be a select field. So it's going to be a list of elements which the person can select from. So I'm going to search for select. So select field. And then I'm going to see city. Let's say we have just a couple of cities where we do our work, and we are going to add the items manually. If you had already built, let's say, custom post types and with meta fields, you could just choose them from here. Let's say you had a list of cities in your meta fields as a meta field in your custom post type. You could choose it from here, or maybe from your taxonomies or from a glossary. If you want to learn how to use glossaries, I have a video on my channel all about glossaries. Please go find that out. But we are going to enter this manually. So the first one is going to be, let's see, Douala. I'll paste that here. The next is going to be, let's see, Nairobi. I've already done this before. That's why you see it. You have to type them yourself. And then you see New York. New York, I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste that. So we have just 4 cities where we operate. I'm going to update that. And I'm going to, here, I'm going to ask for, let's see, revenue. Oh, sorry, checkbox. Checkbox. In this case, they need to tick and not just select. I'll see annual revenue. Annual revenue. And we're going to enter this manually. Here, I'm going to say above $1 million. I'll add the same thing here. And then here, I'm going to say below $1 million. I'll copy that. So then we can add the text area where they're going to write their message. For this, we can either use the text area field or we can use the WYSIWYG. What's the difference? You see, this is a text area field. So it's just a plain field. It's just a, just a write message. That's all. So it's just a text field. But the WYSIWYG is more sophisticated, which means they have the opportunity to add some styling. Let me look for WYSIWYG. So here they can style, they can write a message like this and make it bold. You can also write this and make it italicized. So we can't see it from here, we can only see it from the front. But I think for professionality, we should use this. We don't want people writing very abstract stuff. So these are the forms. You can go ahead and add as much as you want. Let's just add another column and add a date and a time field. So here I want to see date. There are two. You have the date field and you have date time. And I think there's even an advanced date. So we'll just use this date field and we'll see date of appointment. So they choose their date. They want to come for an appointment. Appointment. And then here, I'm going to search for time. And there is advanced time field. I can use that and I'll see appointment time. And this is the button. So these are what we have. You can go ahead and save. Now for each of these, we want to check. Click on each of these and you want to check the form field name. I think that's okay. You can also check the field type, which is a text. You can add autocomplete to the name so that they start text typing their name. It autocompletes. You can give a maximum length, which is, let's say, 25. Your name should not be more than 25 characters. And then come to advanced, you can add a placeholder here and say, what's your name? Or say your first name. And then there is also a place for description. Where's that? Field description. And you can see, write your first name clearly. You can see that is it down there. And you can do the same for all of this. So for this, we're going to do the same. Come autocomplete on max 25. Placeholder. You can see last name. And then email address. Make sure the type should be email. Field type should be email. And then you can add the placeholder and all that. For the phone number, the field type should be TEL. That's phone number. And then you come to city. You can do the same here. City, field description. You can write the description there. And then the placeholder. What's your city? So you have the placeholder there. You can disable placeholder. The visibility should be for all. Same with this. When it comes to write message, you come down, maximum length, let's say not more than 1000 characters. Come to advanced. Placeholder, I'll just leave that. Appointment date. You can use timestamps here. I will not bother much about that. Appointment time. Same thing, you can use save as a timestamp. Date, you can save as, okay, it already has this to select if it's a timestamp. And then make sure to save that. Now, this is very important. Go to Jet Form tab. And then you see it's already giving us the option for send email. So you can add post submit actions. When the client or the user submits a form, what is it that should happen? This is where you set all of that up. I'm going to click on this. It already gives us by default mail to email from submitted form field, mail from, let's just say, mail from email address. So uses the email address provided by the user in the form. To apply multiple email addresses, you can select a checkbox field or select field in multiple options. So you must set this. Let's set it to email address. And then here, reply to admin. So this is going to send an email to admin. And then you can say subject. You can use form field macros. So this is one of the macros. From name, you can also use macros like, let's say, first name. It's always this name. Let's say first name, first underscore name, and then percentage again. from email address, you can see email, or you can just click on this tool here and see email address. That's it, you've picked that. And then content type, you can either make it plain text or HTML. If you're doing HTML, then you have to write the code. And then the content, you have the message there. So you can use this if we're using, I'll come back to Gemini and see, I'll put that. I say that's the message macro on Jet Form Builder. Generate a beautiful but brief message in HTML format. And you see it's going to give us, so you're going to see, you see the macro here. So if I copy that, option 2, these are 2 options. I'll use the first option. I'll just paste this here since we choose HTML. And then we can choose this, that I'll just leave it the way it is. And then you can also save from record. Make sure to save from record. There are also other actions. Take, for example, you want to add this person to your email campaign using MailChimp, you can do that. If you're using another email provider, you can use webhooks. Now we are just saving from record. You can also add a redirect. So they should be redirected to a static page. Let's say the home page. And we leave all of this the way they are. And we just publish. Now, if I go to the front of my website, I want to choose that particular form which we used here. And if I come to this form, I want to select that's manual form. Okay, now you see it, but it's really not looking very good. It's really not looking very good. I don't know. I'll remove this particular one. I want to delete this and just put a simple date or a time, not advanced time. Time, choose time. All right, I'll leave that as it is. So we can style this because I have Jet Style Manager installed. So gap before, you can increase the gap before. So you can make them really spaced out. I'll just leave it at, let's say 5. Gap after, you can space that too. For label, I want this to be DM Sans. DM Sans. When I select that, you see it changes. And I want it to be, let's say 15. And I want it to be 500. And if I come down to description, I'll leave that the way it is. If I come to input fields, this is my area of interest. I want this to be DM Sans still. So you see, affects the placeholders. And then we want to make the borders. We want to make the border to be solid. So, and we want the color to be, you can make it red, you can make it black, and then the width should be 1. I want to make this a little bit fainter so that it's not distracting. And you calculated fields, range fields, heading, repeater, all of this. You can check all of these. The submit button, we can come down here, unless you can turn the background to be black and the text color white, of course. Typography, DM Sans, and then the padding, let's say 20 here, and then left and right 50. So if we publish that and then we want to preview this on the front end, you see this is what we have. So if you just fill this and whatever, let's say yes at gmail.com phone number 12345678890. City, let's say Nairobi. Choose this. I want you to work for me. I've got moolah, which is money. Let's say you choose your time, 31st. Choose date, 9 or date and time, and you submit. You see, redirects you to the home page. Now, let's go and check our records to see if the form record has actually been recorded. Let's go to Jet Form Builder, look for form records. This is it. This is it. This is it. Today it's 10:44 by my time. So this is our record. And if I click to view, I've got moolah. So that's what I wrote. So we see it is registered. But for you to actually have outbound messages, you need to set up SMTP on your website. So in a nutshell, that is how to use Jet Form Builder to build a simple a contact form. In a future tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use it to build more complex forms like calculated forms, user registration, and all that.